Hello everybody, how's it going? I did a new timer thing for the Science Simple streams that I'm doing with Uzulu, and while I was making it, I also made a timer for this one, which helps me out because I'm such a boomer with tech. A little bit, it is a somewhat...
I confirm.
Yes. However, we're late and gay today because today's Spoon's fault. Spoon was the one who showed up tardy and homosexual.
Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
It's also World Bee Day.
I'm not homosexual, but I am tardy.
Okay. All right. We were only late by 5 minutes, which was fine anyway because I had to go do some extra stuff anyway. It was like, oh yeah, I need to do that.
I had to do things like eat food.
I did have to. One of the things I had to do was eat food because I did eat today though, didn't I? I don't remember. I don't know.
Okay, I have to ask, how do you do that?
How do I do what?
How do you not know when you've eaten food? I don't understand. That to me is fucking baffling.
I don't pay that much attention to it.
But doesn't your stomach talk?
No. Does
yours? I don't even ask her when
Like-
she's hungry now. I just fucking bring the food up and throw it on the table.
He does tend to do that. I also have some news. I talked about it on the Sunday stream, but last week I was responding to an email from someone pretending to be... Did I talk about this last week? Did I? No, I don't think it had happened yet. So I was responding to an email from someone pretending to be a sponsor, Shure Microphones, and I did hear some people say like, oh, why would a microphone company, or in this case what they were saying was headphones specifically, why would a headphone company work with you? Well, Raycon works with people all the time. And they weren't offering like an insane amount of money. Everything about it looked above board. I just clicked, and all I did was went to their website, put in my email address, and scanned a QR code. And then they ran a script, and within 3 minutes, they had full control and access over the Aiden Paladin Gmail account, reset everything. They reset the recovery email, they got rid of the two-factor and replaced it with a new one. They got rid of my passkey, replaced it with a new passkey. They got rid of absolutely everything, 3 minutes with a script. So apparently this raised absolutely no red flags at Google. The craziest thing is that like the next day I was set to, in the next couple of days I was set to release my new video. I went to do it over the weekend and I wasn't able to do that because my shit got completely fucking hacked. And I don't know how Google has nothing in place. Also, I'm in a particular program. It's like this special protection program that's supposed to make it more difficult for anyone. Like, they're not supposed to let that stuff happen. And however, it went through anyway. And there was legitimately nothing I could have done. Like, Uzulu knows more about tech stuff than I do, and he said that there's legitimately pretty much nothing I could have done. It's this new, I don't know how long this has been going on for, but that's just how my Discord got hacked early in the year. They create these tokens, so like essentially, they don't need any information. It spoofs, it basically gives you like one-time access into an account using this QR code in this case, or with Discord, I didn't even like click on anything. It just, it literally, I don't know how it happened. So they just got into my Discord using a token, a one-time fucking token thing. So now I've been in 2 months. I lost my Discord account because it was hacked by a bunch of fucking Indian scammers. And now my YouTube account has been hacked by Indian scammers. Luckily, the one thing YouTube will do is shut the account down after hours and hours, which the people were probably just looking for crypto, so they didn't actually do anything instead of just deleting all my videos and uploading a bunch of Elon Musk crypto slop, because that's what they often do. They didn't do that, though. I think they were just looking for crypto or something to that effect. But it is like pulling teeth with Google to try to get this account back. One, they've only been responding to me at 7 o'clock in the morning here, GMT. They don't respond earlier nor later. But every time I've gotten an email from them, it's been at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then I think they check out for the day in Calcutta or wherever they're at, okay? Two, they're completely and utterly inept. Outside of the fact that you can do this shit in the fucking first place, Jacob, this is not boomer stuff. There's legitimately nothing I could have done about this. This was, I don't know how Google allowed any of this shit to happen. I've never heard, I mean, like, again, this is this token stuff where even Uzlu was surprised that you could fucking do that. So I have absolutely no access to the Aiden Paladin channel. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get access to it back, honestly, at this point, because Google is so inept. One of the things they told me is that, like, well, they can't accept any form of identification that it's me. I was like, well, obviously the account attached to my AdSense. I can show you bank statements that show that. Why did you scan a QR code, though? Because it's really common with a lot of these. First of all, the webpage was a complete spoof of the actual shirt website. So it wasn't, like, shady looking. The QR code thing was, I mean, I've had to do that with a lot of different advertisers in the past, where they want you to scan some sort of fucking code, you know, to access, like, this back page or something. That's happened. Like, everything about this seemed above board. Even the amount of money they were offering was about what I normally ask for. It was $700 for a promotion, which is right in the price range. They didn't offer me some ridiculous amount of money. Every single fucking thing about this looked above board. It looked legitimate. And how I still don't fucking understand how they could get access to my entire Google account. And no one seems to, other than creating a token, as best I understand it, break into my email address and completely commandeer it within 3 minutes by having nothing but a QR code. I mean... And now, Spoon, you had to say Google contacted you to prove your identity today, yeah?
Yeah, which is quite strange.
Yes, something fucked is going on with Google. What did they do to you, Spoon? They said that they removed you from the partner program, or they removed your monetization?
No, just temporarily until I verified it again.
What they did tell you,
It
like,
happened
originally.
really quickly. I was just curious.
But they did tell you it could take
weird
days,
that it asked
right?
me to do that now. Yeah, and then it got verified very quickly.
Well, luckily it didn't take a long time. But for me, like, yeah, so I have to provide them my, you know, IP address, the country I'm located in, all that kind of other stuff, which is fine, and my bank statements, all fine. But then they even told me, like, even with all of that, it might not be enough. It might not be. How do you not know, by the way? It might not be enough information to get me my fucking Google account back that I've had for the last 9 fucking years. Fuck. My takeaway from that, though, is don't fucking scan QR codes, because all they needed was a QR code and my email address.
And factory reset your phone.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, they factory reset my phone.
How was I able to do that?
So I scanned the QR code on my phone. And it must have given some kind of, whatever was in this QR code, it must have had some shit in it that got, I don't know how. I've asked Usually, he says he doesn't know how either. That a QR code shouldn't be able to do that kind of shit.
I'm looking up to us, like, try and regain some of the shit at the computer repair place. Mentioned that it might have just been, like, sideloaded in.
Something.
His words, I'm tech electronic.
Yeah, that's what he said. I mean, he also said somebody had been in, like, a couple weeks ago with the exact same problem. With the exact same thing had happened. So be really wary about QR codes. If anything gives you a QR code and asks you for an email address, that is all it takes for you to lose your Google account, and then Google will fucking drag their feet. First of all, it was almost impossible to get in touch with someone, because of course it was. And then when I finally did get in touch with somebody, they just dragged their feet and tell me maybe there's nothing we can do about it. What the fuck? What if I did have a bunch of crypto on there? What if I was like, you know, I had a whole bunch of this kind of shit? Google just does not give a flying fuck. They will do nothing to assist you in getting your shit back. When all of this kind of shit is, first of all, it should be YouTube's problem too, because this is people going around claiming to, like, be sponsors. And I tagged Shore on Twitter about this, of like, hey, there's people going around spoofing your website. And that's the other thing too. I didn't just, like, click on this immediately. I went to Shore's website, saw that it was identical. I went to go look around, like, their website. It looked the same. And then their URL was like shore-partners or collaborate or partners or something like that .com. It was the exact same what do you call it, the suffix on the URL. So yeah, and I'm hoping I can get anything back on my phone, because yeah, I've lost all my pictures, everything. It's all fucking gone because of this shit. So and how did it not raise a red flag that somebody went in, changed the recovery email, changed because I have every fucking safety feature enabled, known to man. They changed two-factor, they changed the recovery email, they changed the passkey, and at no point Was there any point, any stopgap in Google to say, this looks like some malicious actor is taking over this? Because even if you were to change those things, does anybody ever change all of them at the exact same time? Oh my god. So there's my fucking rant of the day. I'm hoping I get that account back, because that would be insane. I'm also sitting on a video that is complete. Actually, that's not right. Now I've got 2 videos that are complete, just about. I have to put a couple final touches on the one for Science Sybil. But in the next week, presuming I get my YouTube channel back, I will have a new... It's been sitting there. And it's so frustrating to have a completely finished project that I just can't even send out because my fucking YouTube account got hacked. And... yeah, and so this comes, sorry, like, I'm dealing with it as best I can, but yeah, my Discord gets completely fucked up. And Spoon was telling me about how he got this message from Google earlier, and ever since my Discord got hacked, it's done this thing where the hackers put every single person on my friends list on mute, and so I have to keep, like, I don't know, I guess I must have not done that. Whatever. It didn't give me a notification that Spoon had messaged me about this important thing, so I missed it. I'm still dealing with cleaning up my fucking Discord 2 months later. Then 2 weeks ago, we get a Broken Crown demonetized because of this fucking stupid AI bullshit, which is why I'm on camera now and why I'm running the show now, despite my boomerisms. And now this week, my main channel gets fucking taken down. It's been a rough couple of months. Holy shit. And I think my camera just died on top of that. There we go. Oh, anywho, what?
No, it hasn't.
Oh, is it? Yeah, the camera. By the way, TJ Fence, thank you for the 2. Ave Crown Crew, have a blessed stream. Thank you, sir. I certainly hope it is. Our stream on Sunday, Uzo and I, that we did together was fun. Treebeard is cutting up segments for us, and I'm going to turn those into clips. The Broken Crown server is okay. Everything's fine on that end. Nothing on the Discord side of things are messed up. Just that my Discord account got hacked, and that was also using this token thing where they just needed the Discord name. That's all they needed. There was no, I didn't do anything. And that also had 2-factor authentication turned on. Whatever this token shit is that they're doing now, nothing, 2-factor does nothing for it. Recovery emails do nothing for it. Passkeys do nothing for it. It breaks through all of it instantaneously. So, look, I will fully acknowledge that I am a boomer with tech, but there is genuinely nothing I could have done about this, I don't think. I mean, I gotta not scan the QR code, I guess, but they had spoofed the website. I've had to do that a whole lot for other things. And there was just nothing. There was nothing that could be done, and they did it all within 3 minutes. Chat on the... Oh, it's not... is it not working? Let me try to fix that. Sorry, I don't know why. Maybe it just died. Oop. No, why is it not? Why is it not doing that? I don't know. I don't know why the chat's not working. So, like, genuinely. And I have no idea how to fix that. If I can't... there's nothing I can do about it, so I might just turn it off. Guys, sorry. I don't know why the chat's not working. But I can put something else over there. Wait, okay. There you go. Okay. Sorry, I don't know why I can't get the chat to work. Just have to use... I know it. Okay. How was your guys' weekend, huh, by the way? What are the oranges for? Oh my god, you know? No, seriously though. How you doing, Spoon? Have you had a better week than I have?
I had oranges.
You did have oranges?
But someone just mentioned oranges.
Yeah, what are they for?
Where do you see oranges? I'm confused.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
The grapefruit you gotta be worried about.
Yeah, you do. You do want to... Gotta be careful about those grapefruits. I've seen what that black lady does with them.
No, I know that what I know that fucking reference. Yeah, fucking tell me about it.
Now he knows what's up. He figured it out.
Also, I'm eating oranges. How dare you ruin that for me?
Well, that's a grapefruit. That's not oranges, so you're fine.
Go.
You're safe. What?
Oh, I'm just hearing Spoon on. How'd it go?
No.
How does even violate fruit?
So, it is apparently Bee Day. I didn't know it was Bee Day until I saw the White House tweet this. And there was the thing with the bees not so long ago. Mario Trillo.
Bee Day.
Yeah. Well, that's what they tweeted out. Mario Trillo Trujillo, excuse me.
Trujillo.
I've been a member for 14 months. Says having multiple accounts is a must these days. Geez, I do have multiple accounts. I mean, I'm on one right now.
You got 3.
Yeah, I've got 3, and my backup email isn't any one of these. So it's not the email for Science Sybil. It's not the email for Broken Crown. It's not the email for any of those. It is a different email address. But the first thing that they did was they removed my recovery email. So there's nothing I can do. And now, like, YouTube said to me this morning, they said, or Google said, oh, we sent you a password request email. No, they didn't. You know what? I swear to God, you know what they did? They sent the password recovery email to the fucking email address that the Jeets changed it to. They are so incompetent. And Bill brought this up, and it does make me wonder. I mean, I know your cousin, whoever I'm responding to in that email, I know that your cousin Rajneesh is the one who did this shit. So maybe they're inclined to turn a blind eye, you know, for what's their stupid shit where you're allowed to cheat anybody, other people, stuff. Do you remember what it's called?
Being Indian.
Yeah, but there's a specific, like,
I think you're thinking of the Muslim thing.
No, there's a specific Indian one, actually. I can't remember. Josh from Kiwi Farms made a big thread about it a while back. Ezot. They're Ezot. That's it. So they won't go tell on each other, right? It's so... I mean, why would they? As far as the guy at Google that I'm talking to knows, as far as he knows, I did have a bunch of crypto on my Google account, and his cousin just made out like a fucking bandit. Right? For everything he knows. So why would they ever be fucking encouraged or inclined in any what way to help me? And also,
in conclusion, we all have no justice in the world until we build a massive wall around India and fill it to the brim with fucking water.
Yeah. So yeah, I think they sent the recovery email to the email they changed it to because they're fucking incompetent. And then I also think that he said, like, well, I would have been informed by our recovery team that they did that, which means that I don't think they're even fucking communicating with each other. The recovery team probably did because they're not talking. Because these people, I mean, dude, Indians, man. Speaking of, how's it going with the H-1Bs in the U.S.? Not great, by the way, as far as the data are concerned with the H-1B approvals in the United States. At this point in time, Trump's second term is worse, not only than his first, but is worse than Obama's and is the same as Biden's in terms of H-1B acceptances. Make sure these people that are doing this in India or whatever, we better bring them over and give them jobs at Alphabet, right? So that they can do this fucking shit. They can respond to me at 7 a.m, which would be what? That's definitely like Calcutta time, because we're 5 hours ahead. So that would be, what, 9 p.m. Pacific time? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that's fucking India. Good Lord, man. Yeah, we're going to talk about Thomas Massie, of course. Thomas Massie lost. He lost. I was watching AA's video on it to get his kind of take on it, and he did have some things that I think are important to reiterate. One is not to cope about it. He did lose. He lost because the boomers are still in control. The boomers are still running this shit, and the boomers go out to vote. So let's just be real. He lost because of boomers. And I think it also something he brought up that is worth reiterating is that you can't have the exact same cope that the left does of being like, oh, the youth, the Zoomers are going to come in and pick up the slack. No, they're pretty much not. I mean, this is typical throughout whole history, at least in terms of, I know, for recorded information about voting. Old people vote. Old people always vote. Young people don't vote, just typically speaking. They vote in far smaller numbers. So even though the kids might be alt-right and all that, as long as the boomers, and until the boomer delenda est, this is going to be the case until the day of the pillow, right? Dude he lost to his APAC. The dude he lost to is not just APAC. This might be one of the most expensive, if not the most expensive, in terms of money that was spent on it, Republican primary. Certainly in Kentucky state history, I guarantee it.
Congressional seat.
Yes, this is over a congressional seat in Kentucky, and it was.
Wasn't even a fucking senator.
Millions and millions and millions of dollars that were spent on this. Yeah.
It was over $30 million.
Yes.
It's fucking unreal.
Just to unseat Massie. Because he...
That's why we have fucking spending limits over here. That shit.
Right. Well, I mean, there certainly should be. And what's more, of course, absurd
I'm
about
pretty
it.
sure America has spending limits as well, but it doesn't really go for much fun.
Right. Of course, the absurdity of it is that this is a foreign government that's doing this. A foreign government went into, a relatively small state, southern state in the U.S. for a Republican primary. He was not running against a Democrat, for a Republican primary, and just said, we're going to unselect you because we're going to pour a shit ton of money into this other guy's campaign to make sure that the only thing that the boomers see on their boob tube all day for the next couple of months is how bad Thomas Massie is and how much they need to go out and vote for his opponent, Ed Galbraith. And Ed Galbraith won. Red Dragon for 5 says that they spend $500 per vote earned. The Harris campaign spent $25 per vote. Yeah, they have to spend a lot of money.
That's fucking insane.
They have to spend a shit ton of money because the only people who will buy this garbage are boomers. And they have to make sure that it's just constantly ingrained in the boomers' heads that they get very convinced they got to go out and vote against Thomas Massie because he's a big bad guy who doesn't play nice with Donald Trump. And that's not very nice, is it? Dude, boomers are...
This is interesting.
Yeah.
Dave Green got into a scuffle with rhetorically defective.
Over what?
I have no fucking idea. I just see there's a long fucking thread between the two of them. I don't even know fucking how. Or what the fuck. I'm trying to find a way he was arguing with them for.
Don't know.
Like, calling Dave stupid is like, dude, it's not exactly the best person to pick on. It just goes to show you he's just a dramatist.
He really, I mean, like, just from what I've seen of the guy, he seems to be heavily, look, we all enjoy a little drama, okay? But he seems to be far more, his stuff, from what I've seen, at least from his streams, seems to be very, very focused on, and his interactions, he's very focused on drama, more so than focused on politics. I think it's drama first, politics second. Which, whatever, you can do that, I'm just not...
Fuck all that weak shit. Breaking news, the Heart Attack Grill is just closed.
Really? Oh, that's a shame, I suppose. What will 600-pound people do in Las Vegas for a free meal?
They are exiting the market, citing Las Vegas becoming too greedy.
I would say this.
What does that mean?
What I know about Vegas,
price at the market.
It has become insanely expensive. The year that I went to Vegas with the Geeks and Gamers people, when was that, Bill? 2023? Was it? I think. All those pictures on my phone? Fuck. Anyway, I think it was 2023 that I went to Vegas with the Geeks and Gamers folks. And when I went over with Disper and I went, because it just made sense. It was going to be on a 13-hour flight. I'd rather have somebody to talk to. Yeah. Huh?
No, just go on. I'm if I burp randomly now, I can feel it. So just.
That you just let me know about your burp.
Yeah, just so I don't appear rude.
Here's the press release.
Thanks, buddy.
Speaking of Belgium, the Heart Attack Grill will not be renewing its long-term lease. This decision stems from the reality that major casinos have intentionally priced the average person out of the quintessential American experience of affordable indulgence. The soul of Las Vegas has been replaced by corporate greed. Our core value of eat big and laugh loud no longer fits a city peddling $40 artisanal avocado toast. The honest, heavy-duty calories that built our reputation are now considered gauche by a city that has excluded the middle class and has lost its swagger in the process.
Indeed. Well, I mean... Oh, I thought
I will say that the artisanal toast quirk would be a fucking random boomer haymaker.
It is. That's a real boomerism.
However,
dude, why are boomers
given the kind of
bullshit
they do,
toast?
Because it's an insubstantial meal. Given normally I would just put that up.
No.
The other stuff that they sell in Vegas, like the $300 tasting menu.
I'll tell you why.
That was at Bazaar Meats.
I'll tell you why. No, hold on. I'll tell you why avocados are such a big thing with a lot of these hippies. It's because...
No, it's boomers' obsession with avocado toast. Like, boomers have this... whenever the economy comes up, boomers go, avocado toast.
It doesn't matter. Here's the reason why. It's because avocados are really, really high calorically dense food. That's the reason why. And it's easy on their fat digestion.
Reason why what?
That's about it. I don't know. That's why they like avocados.
A vegetable that's like... maybe ripe for 10 minutes.
That is, I like avocados. What I was talking
high
about
turnover.
is the weird boomer hatred of avocados. And I know it was like a hipster thing, the avocado on toast. It was a meme from years ago now.
That's because I hate Mexican.
Fucking havoc.
What? What, Spoon?
Hey, Mexicans.
I don't even think that's it. I think it's because, like, 10 years ago, it was a meme that avocado toast cost $5, and the Californians were complaining about how expensive it was to buy their avocado toast.
Boomers couldn't complain about soy, because that would be, politically leaning. As we all know, the boomers will just vote for whoever.
Yeah, pretty much.
As long as you can, if they were promised an extra dime, and all they had to do was cut their own children's throat, they'd probably do it in a heartbeat.
But Anonymous is right. I've seen that. It is ubiquitous amongst the boomer class, where that's why they think millennials and Zoomers are broke, is because they spend all their money on avocado toast, and if only they just pinched their pennies a little bit harder, they'd be able to buy a house. There's a completely delusional fucking mindset on the reality of things and the state of the housing market. And it's a complete letter code.
I have my own house,
deal
but
with
I'm literally
what their
the
generation
only
did
person I know who does.
to the world, to act like they had nothing to do with it, and they did, they had it so hard, and these young people just have everything so easy. If only they didn't eat that avocado toast. It's really condescending and disgusting.
I literally think I'm the only person I went to school with who has their own house.
Mm. Oh, it's extremely rare. Apparently here in Guernsey, because of how expensive it is. But let us talk about. There's no lettuce on. I don't even think there is lettuce on Heart Attack Grill Burgers, are there? Probably not, right?
No, as I recall, it is specifically exempt.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I did not go to Heart Attack Grill, but I did go to Vegas, and I think that 2024, the last year I went to Vegas, because I have been before, was the last year that it was. I think even like demonstrably, it was affordable essentially for people, because all of a sudden. I mean, I think everything started to get bad after COVID, and this was after COVID, but the prices of everything in Vegas have become insane. I've been seeing stories about this for years now.
How dare you say avocados suck, by the way? Fuck you, avocados do not suck. This is something that I've noticed that is very, very popular in our culture, is to shit on something because of what faggot it's associated with. That is something that I don't do, and it's something that I absolutely detest about our society. Now, I did it when I was younger, for example. I noticed that when I was at school, basically anyone that listened to dance or trance music basically took MDMA. That is a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
You're
so,
just
like,
talking about statistical realities now. That's just stats.
That and observable realities. I wouldn't even say it's stats. I could just sort of see it.
Stats are observable reality.
Yeah,
empiricism, bro.
You don't have to be on MDMA to enjoy trance music, but it does help.
Well, okay. Well, as far as the stats goes, I feel like, okay, maybe this is gonna sound like I'm gonna shit on your entire profession here. I feel like
I do it every day.
all the time.
Yeah, I am under the impression that stats are basically just used to get a bunch of gullible people to believe the organs of authority.
I mean, it can be used in that way, yeah, for sure.
Primary use of it.
Yeah, because I feel like
is it,
if I argue with people based on stats and I just look at my reality and go, I guarantee you your stats does not look what I'm seeing. Just no.
Typically speaking, I find that true statistics line up with reality incredibly well and have high verisimilitude.
No. Let's ask JonTron.
Oh, no, that's actually a totally different, but it's a totally different thing. Whether or not stats make people angry is a completely different thing about whether or not something is statistical reality. Like,
here are the two arguments I would say is I think Spoon argues on the point of statistics are used by charlatans to push their agendas, and that's really the primary method of them. I think I'm actually an adherent to the more nefarious belief that the entire point of the statistical analyses is trying to figure out how human brains work so that they can be manipulated more easily, and that the root cause of these statistics existing is the charlatanism.
Maria Trino.
Basically, all of modern psychology is just an offshoot of MK Ultra that never ended.
I mean, it is, but like the main problem with what Spoon was saying, though, is that is an application of statistics and how people react to statistics, which is a completely different issue altogether. Like the video that I'm about to put out on the Science Sybil channel is about a statistic that makes people upset, and even though it's incredibly prolific and well researched, not just identified once or twice, but replicated over and over again to the point where it would take over 178,000 null result studies to overturn the effect, which is that women can't mentally rotate objects in their head because it's considered politically incorrect that, something like a fourth of college
Wait,
women
how?
don't know the water line. When you tilt a glass of water, remains horizontal and parallel with the ground. Yeah, that's just a real fact, but it makes women upset, so we have to pretend like there's something else going on, you know?
Okay, I have to ask, how do you not, how can you not rotate something in your head?
Women just struggle with it more in terms of spatial cognition.
I know people who just straight up have no ability to picture things in the brain. They've got full-on aphantasia.
Well, this isn't that so much. Mental rotation or spatial cognition is more like if you see, like, if you were taking an IQ test and you see those figures that are built out of a series of cubes.
You know how you fix that? Get them drunk. Get them really, really drunk and say, do you see the way that the room is currently spinning even though you're standing still? Now try to do that in your head.
It's not like that. So this is a mental rotation
But
task,
sure
right?
that won't cause her vomiting.
This is the water level task. It is a type of mental rotation test. I've done it on the stream the other day too. How does it work? All right, if I tilt this glass, where is the water level going to be? Is it gonna?
It's gonna come and pour out the fucking glass.
No, I'm just gonna
That's
tip
how
it.
pouring works.
I'm just gonna tip. No, what's gonna happen with this? Is it gonna go this way? Is it gonna go this way? Is it gonna stay like this? What's gonna happen to the water line?
It's gonna stay like that, and the glass is gonna turn.
Yes.
Yes, obviously.
A third of women don't know that. Somewhere between a quarter and a third.
A third of women are retarded then.
A third also isn't that an interesting statistic? Isn't it also a third of women who are using like SSRIs and drinking alcohol, the thing they were specifically told not to do?
Oh wait, it's probably a third. Yeah, about a third of women are probably on SSRIs at any point in time. I mean, I don't know about SSRIs actually. Sorry, that's probably the case for hormonal birth control, which also does fucked up things.
Windex.
It's blue raspberry.
It does look a bit like Windex.
It does look like Windex though.
No, it's lean.
It's blue raspberry juice, which we can get at the shop, and I quite like. It's tasty. It's not sour.
I just find it very curious. Okay, so I may be slightly biased here because I did 3D work at one point in my life.
Yeah.
And I feel like if you do that program, you can sort of do that stuff pretty easily because once you see a machine do it, you're like, oh yeah, that's what it's doing. Now just do it in your own head.
Yeah.
Is that not how normal people work?
Well,
I mean, if I see someone do something and it's not the massively intellectually calculating, like it is a physical thing, I don't see why I can't just do that.
I don't know. What it turns out is that the answer to the reason why that's the case is because of why women cognitively process spatial rotations and spatial relationships differently has to do with gray matter volume.
When you say differently, do you mean badly?
Not uniformly. Women are better at object location.
So yes.
No, there's a couple where women outperform men. Object location identity, object identity memory. OIM, the object identity memory task, which is remembering where something was. Like you show them two pictures of a bunch of items, or you show them one picture with a bunch of different items in it on a page, and then you show them a different picture, and a couple of the items have changed, and then you ask them what changed and where was it. The thing where on the image was the item that changed.
What's that? A skill that one might have had used historically for figuring out if there are any vermin in the cave.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Eating your food supplies.
That's
Also, I think that's complete bullshit. I think a more accurate test would be to take any given woman and tell her, go find your vape.
Yeah, we don't know, like...
And then watch them fucking crumble.
True. Women,
I've seen so many Aiden having screaming matches with the furniture because she can't find a vape or a phone or a wall or have you.
Yes, I can't find shit. I'm terrible at finding stuff.
Aiden, just out of curiosity, how much of your clothes have pockets?
Very few, because I'm a woman and women's clothing doesn't have pockets.
See, now this is the reason why men know where to find shit, because if you just have pockets and you put stuff in your pocket, then happy days.
This shirt's got a pocket on it.
I'm not gonna lie, I am kind of buzzed right now.
Oh really?
A little bit. Yeah, I took a shot of kind of higher proof whiskey, and there's whiskey in my coffee as well, so I'm kind of like,
pulling a full Mandalore. You wake up the next day. Why does okay, I'll just drink some water. Oh, that's straight vodka. Okay, I'll have some orange juice. That is straight up just an entire carton of a screwdriver. I'll have some milk. That's a White Russian. Why does my head ache? Why does my head ache? Oh, in my drunken rampage, I replaced the humidifier's water cartridge with vodka. This is shit does while she's drunk.
I haven't had anything for a while, and I had the coffee and the whiskey before I had the fruit salad, so I'm
Fruit salad.
Yeah, that's on an empty
Was
stomach.
the fruit salad also doused in booze?
Sorry, that's a really
No, I did not. I didn't have booze in the fruit salad. Jeez, fucking hell, I'm not that bad.
Dude, you should. Yeah, I bet boozy fruit salad's pretty good.
Boozy ambrosia. There we go.
Yeah, exactly, something like that.
Go for steal that idea, folks at home.
Mario Trillo. Mario Trillo. Why can't I pronounce your name today, dude? I normally don't have a problem with this. I'm not even the drunk one. Spoon is. For 10 says...
Mario Trujillo.
Yes. On your account, Aiden, if you log into a new device, most email services ask you to update your info. All they need is one point of entry, and they can update your security settings. Did I in under a minute? Did I?
Yes.
Did I read
Yes,
that?
you did.
I don't think she did.
I don't think I did, Spoon. No, I don't think so. He said a different...
You stopped to acknowledge that one.
No, he said...
I think you just acknowledged what was on it, but you didn't read it out.
Yes, I didn't get it because we were...
Related.
Yes, so I wanted to actually read the super chat. As for that, I guess it is that easy. What's the point then? What is the point of having two-factor and recovery emails?
I would like to say, for the record, I am not currently proud.
Are you, though?
Don't worry, the dry patch will end one day, mate.
But I am kind of buzzed. Woo.
Oh my god.
Well, considering I remember things that happen when I'm drinking.
Remember the past?
I know when we
remember the future.
Drunk.
Let's talk about.
Stop trying to screw with my head.
If you're getting screwed
the
over
waters
by...
of life. Now I can see the future.
If you're getting
that's vodka.
If you are getting,
You know what's ironic? That the fact that Bill just called it the water of life. That is actually what
Oh.
No, like, yeah, water of life. That's actually what whiskey means in Gaelic.
Mm.
Yeah. I still love the post someone put on Twitter of replacing my CPAP machine's water cartridge with vodka and becoming a guild navigator. That's fucking raw dog.
I need to drink some water. Hold on.
I thought he was going to say he needs to drink more whiskey. All right, so here's what happened in Kentucky.
I will not be one of these people that get plastered drunk on stream and then screams a whole bunch of obscenities. I can do that sober.
Speaking of, again, yes, I will get this working on Rumble and Kick next week. I don't know why I just remembered that again. I'll get it next time. I will leave myself. Don't let me forget. Yeah, don't let me forget.
There is something. This person that Thomas Massey ran against, there is something about this man's face that looks really, really shady.
It does. I agree.
He looks like a serial killer.
He does.
You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of Ed Gein.
Well, yeah, I think it's Galrain sounds close to Gein too. Maybe that's it.
It's not. No. It's not. It's just his face. There's something about his face that just looks.
He's got. He looks like Gary Busey playing Mitt Romney.
Yes, he does. Oh my god, that is really fucking accurate.
I'll bring up a picture of him in a little bit when we look at his APAC tracker.
There is something about his face that he looks like he would play like a really. He looks like he'd play a really sketchy farmer that tries to fuck with pigs.
He does have that vibe of pig fucker band, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You can picture him with a pitchfork and overalls.
Yeah.
Doing something really fucking shady. Just his face.
He looks like
I
the farmer
don't
from
trust
The Curse of all things. If you remember that film from the 70s.
Or The Hills of Ice.
Color Out Space.
Serathis for 1000, I think it's Hungarian, says, last time I bothered you about this, but Fae Fire by Lumen Moon on Royal Road, dark fantasy horror fairy tale, had the art thread linked. Check it out. Yeah, absolutely go check it out. I have pulled it up before. Let me go get it
there. There it is.
What, your burp?
Sorry.
You had to announce it?
No, I could feel it coming, just not when. And it was there.
By Lumen.
I feel like you can tell I've had a drink or two right now because I feel myself going woo.
Yeah, it's a bit obvious, sir. It's just a little bit obvious.
I'll drink water. I'll be fine in a couple of minutes. Don't worry.
Will you be fine?
What is HGF? Hungarian forint.
Yes, I will be fine. Fuck off.
So this is Fae Fire by Lumen. Contains graphic violence, profanity, and sensitive content. Oh wow, yeah. Go check it out. Absolutely. You got.
I like the way it lists that. That is really just. Can you read that again?
What? Graphic violence.
The violence part.
Graphic violence, profanity, and sensitive content.
I like the way that it reads the two things that are sensitive, and then it says sensitive content. It's saying sensitive content, and then lists the sensitive and lists the sensitive content.
No, I love how the fucking advertisement is a shit post for what appears to be some kind of horrifically bad, like, cultivation game.
No, that's his project.
No, the ad.
Oh, the ad. Oh, the ad. Yeah.
but it's in meme format for some reason.
I tried to ignore its existence, just pretend it's not there.
Someone said, how many drinks till the true Afrikaner accent happens? I've been told repeatedly if I drink, I sound Irish,
You
not
do.
South African.
He doesn't turn it. Yeah. Weirdly, he turns Irish, not South African. It's just a thing that happens.
Oh, because I've lived there for 20 years.
It's like how the Native
Probably.
Americans, like,
there.
if you let your spirit animal become too powerful, they start to exert like influence over your body. He has too many drinks. He starts to the Irish and then starts to like manifest physically.
My God.
I can speak in a South African accent if I need to, but I'm not going to do it there. Sounds dreadful. Also, the Irish accent is just far funnier if you're trying to do drunk.
Oh yeah, I mean it's obviously suited for it, right? So here's
Jake is fucking Irish and drunk as a skunk. Fucking hell.
Here's the results of the election. Thomas Massie at 45 points. Again, this is a primary for the Republican Party of the GOP. Thomas Massie got 45.6%.
You know what's absolutely crazy? We were looking at the rankings of this, right? Is everyone over the age of 55 voted for the other fucker, but everyone under the age of 55 all voted for Massie.
Yes.
Which you tell you, it's not really as much as an Israeli divide. It is the fucking boomers versus everyone fucking else.
There's very little practical difference there. The boomers, grew up on their fucking Schofield Bibles.
The boomers
they love, Israel. They know is our greatest ally. They love the state of Israel.
We need to protect the Israelis because God's gonna come. Shut fuck up.
In fact, we need to make sure that we give them lots of money and help them in all their wars so that we can make sure that we bring about the apocalypse, and then Jesus will come back.
They call me an accelerationist just because I am.
I mean, it's so fucking nutty, bro. I can't believe people are real, but they absolutely are.
This
is a new fun thing that's been happening recently, too.
Which?
I'm taking this computer and my phone in tomorrow to be looked at. Hopefully, one, to get my phone hopefully restored, and then two, I've been having weird network issues, and it started like the same day this shit happened with these people, so I don't know how they could be related. Although I did also run a bunch of scans on my computer. Maybe I accidentally did something that fucked with my network settings. Sorry. So if it shows network connection error.
When did Massie vote for any of that?
Never. In fact,
Trump's
never.
Just lying.
Yeah, Trump's just lying. No, I mean it's absolutely fucking insane. Yeah, like he's just fucking lying.
Well, what are you saying? Yeah, Thomas Massie's a terrible congressman.
He
voted against.
Would you kindly?
Yeah.
Playing in women's sports. He voted against transgender
Aiden
for
is not
everybody.
hard
The
right
mutilization
now.
of
You
your
realize
children.
that's muted, right?
Oh,
What did you say fuck me for?
It's muted?
Well, I can't hear anything.
Oh, shit.
What? That's straight. I barely said anything yet.
You should have been able to hear it through... Bill, were you able to? Were you able to hear through Discord?
Well, I've had it muted.
Jack can hear it, maybe I can't.
Bill, can you just listen? Can you bring up the screen share to see if it's working or not? Because it was
not muted on my end.
Well, no, it was when I did this the other day and it was fine. So.
What?
All right.
He voted against again open.
Yes, it's not just me.
Okay, instead of that, then. All right, guys. Instead of that, then, I'm gonna share my screen.
I may be ever so slightly inebriated, but I do believe I am not the one having the boomer tech issues.
No, it's not. It's. I don't know why that's happening. Check my screen now, though. We'll go back and play it again. And this should work because I'm just sharing the screen instead of the OBS. Okie doke.
Send it.
All right. So again, this is Trump just lying about Massie, and the of course. So the outcomes of this election, of course, is that all of the MAGA boomer losers on Twitter, your captive dreamer types, your complete containment slop posters, they're, out in mass celebration that we got Massie, he's finally out, he's disloyal.
Razor fist.
Yeah, Razor Fist, all them, out here celebrating Massie being taken down. You guys had to spend $30 million to unseat him.
Yeah, who's the Benny, whatever his name is?
Johnson.
That's the one, yeah. Oh my god. These people are fucking insufferable.
They are.
But dude,
well, here's the narrative.
It's just so fucking retarded.
Yeah,
I mean, everyone can see who fucking was funding this dude.
Yes.
Like, Trump is not the one who threw, like, what, $32 million behind someone to get rid of a fucking congressional seat. Like, what the fuck? Like, who do you think you're fooling with this fucking shit? Like, really?
Yeah.
It's embarrassing, man.
And we all know where the money comes from. It comes from the American taxpayer, goes over to Israel again, and comes straight back into the fucking politics.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a giant fucking
Israel
scam.
Israel is like one of those
Sham
streamers who
and
just gets
scam.
paid to gamble.
Pretty much. Yeah. The what's his name? The guy. Oh God, I can't think of his name. That Josh Moon likes. The
All I can
streamer.
see is him punching holes in his walls.
The guy who punches holes in his walls, and every time he loses a bet with his constantly, just sits there and online gambles on Kick all day. Forget that guy's name. It's actually kind of sad, but yeah, essentially that is so they had to spend an enormous amount of money to get this guy elected. But my point in bringing it up, and your captive dreamers, your MAGA types that are all over.
Jack, is that the guy's name?
What was that?
Bossman Jack?
Bossman Jack. Bossman Jack. Yes, thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. That's Bossman Jack. Yes. The MAGA narrative, though, about all of this, the cult narrative is that, that Trump he still got it. Look how powerful Trump is. Trump not only refuses to endorse Massie, he goes out here and talks shit and lies about him, by the way. They won't, I'm sure, acknowledge that this is bullshit. But goes out there, lies about him, makes shit up, refuses to endorse him, endorses his opponent, another Republican, by the way. Again, this is a war between two Republicans. Well, allegedly. I mean, who the fuck cares? Fuck the GOP. But they're saying, oh, this is still proof that Trump has all this influence and power. He's a kingmaker. He decides who wins in conservative politics and who loses. And if you cross Donald Trump, then you lose. It wasn't Donald Trump that did it. It wasn't his endorsement that did it. It wasn't him going out here and lying that did it. It was AIPAC money. And to be fair, those two things are pretty much inexorably linked. How many? And
weren't we literally just complaining about kingmaker politics last year?
Yes. And Trump, we've talked about this before, but I've got some more stories on it tonight and more information about it. Trump has enriched himself. The Trump family, his son has made over $3 billion enriching himself over the last 2 terms of Trump presidency. $3 billion. They're all profited massively. And then to put the fucking cherry on top, this last week, Trump has made it illegal for the IRS to investigate him and his family.
What?
Essentially, yeah.
How the fuck do you do that?
Enough AIPAC money? I don't know. Essentially, we'll get into the
details. Added bonus that you can't look into any of the Clintons.
Yeah, same thing. You can't look into the Clintons. You can't look into any of these people. They just operate on a different level. They don't play by the same rules that the rest of us do. And it is really, really sickening that Trump, the audacity of it, the bold-facedness of it, because what are we going to do?
As a corporate entity, as asset to a corporate entity, has now got complete basically extraterritoriality from the IRS.
Yes, I do have a link. I'll get to it. Well, since we brought it up, let me bring up the IRS stuff now, because I want to build into it, because I want to talk about how much money they've made in more detail first. We'll get there though. We'll start with Massie. We will then, I think, pretty much immediately move into the Trump corruption stuff, because they've all enriched themselves. Trump has made enormous amounts of money just by shilling. He has made money, a fairly significant chunk, by shilling for Palantir on Truth Social. Trump's made a significant chunk of money doing that. Hey, himself, just by posting on Truth Social, promoting Palantir. For fuck's sake. Anyway, I'll play the Massie thing now.
And what are you seeing? Yeah, Thomas Massie's a terrible congressman. He voted against men playing in women's sports. He voted against transgender for everybody, the mutilization of your children. He voted against, again, open borders. We have the best border we've ever had right now. Nobody's coming in.
Oh, H-1Bs sure are.
That's how he just gave his positions.
Yeah.
He voted against open borders. He voted against transgenders and, women's...
Well, I mean, first of all, yeah, he voted against open borders. Yeah, that's... He voted against, why are you big-upping him? You
Trump just told you the truth, but just basically let everyone's brain switch him around.
I think he was trying to say he voted for. I'm pretty sure he was trying to lie here, but instead he ended up just endorsing Massie on accident. If you are a conservative, right? If you're a right-leaning person, then you should be like, I already like Thomas Massie. DJ, you have to sell him to me.
It's the exact kind of Freudian slip that we used to give Biden shit for.
Exactly. Yeah, what?
I mean, a report just came out. In the last 11 months, literally nobody has been allowed into our country illegally.
And what are you seeing?
And yet, same numbers as Biden in terms of the H-1Bs. And also, he is counting net migration, net negative migration. That absolutely is not necessarily the case. Net negative migration doesn't mean that there's no one entering the country illegally. However, people are leaving because things are getting worse. The illegals often do this. They leave when a conservative is president. A conservative, right? And very, very big quotation marks around Trump. They leave when it gets a little bit hot, and then they just come right back. And the cycle continues forever and ever and ever. And you can never get off the wild ride. But Trump, of course, did instead endorse Gowrain, and he actually returned to Twitter to do so. I mean, he's talked publicly about him on Truth Social for a while. But you'll notice this, despite what he posted 23 hours ago to talk shit about Thomas Massie, 23 hours ago, his last post was March 2nd. He hasn't tweeted in in over a month. In nearly 2 months, a month and a half, he's not tweeted.
Just for this one fucking person.
But he comes out, for this GOP primary in Kentucky, comes out to say, horrible Congressman Thomas Massie put out an old endorsement from many years ago of him by me long before I found out that he was the worst congressman in the history of the country. I endorsed Ed Gowrain, a true American patriot, which Massie knows full well. You know, he comes out just to say this on the day of the election, right? Hasn't tweeted in nearly 2 months and comes out just to say this. Month and a half. Isn't Gowron a character from Lord of the Rings? No, Gowron is a character from Star Trek. I'm pretty sure. Yes, right? He's a Klingon, isn't he? Chancellor Gowron? Check me on that, Bill. If you don't know.
Gowron, Gowron, not Gowron.
Yeah, but someone in the chat asked.
Gowron is the
Gowrain,
everyone's
Gallrein.
Everyone's favorite Klingon, the one with just the really wide eyes.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't just Trump. Hegseth also was campaigning against Massie in a personal capacity. Okay. Pentagon is pushing back on allegations of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Gowron's from is the character in these, like, there's a CD-ROM game where it's basically Klingon culture, like a primer.
Oh yeah.
And who hosts the Beige, which is like the ordeal of basically psychic torment. Is this motherfucker Gowron?
Yeah, this guy. Hang on. Oof, why is Discord being weird? Can I open that? Oh, I put it over here. Sorry, I put it in my other tab, or my other window. This guy. It's a different guy, though, from Ed Gowrain. This is somebody else. That's Gowron.
Sadly, Gowron would have been a better pick.
Yeah, indeed. I think anyone would be better than Ed Gowrain, as we'll see. Major APAC Israel deck rider. So, Pentagon is pushing back on allegations that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is politicizing the military with his planned Monday appearance in Kentucky to campaign for the man who is challenging Representative Thomas Massie in Tuesday's Republican primary. Yeah, that seems like a bit of a fucking conflict. I mean, maybe it's not a conflict of interest, but you're certainly throwing your weight behind it. Trump has endorsed him as well, which is typical endorsements. But he's Hegseth actually, there's a war on, and he takes time out of his day. A war on that they started, by the way. And they take time out to make sure that they get this other guy fucking elected. Hegseth is attending this event in a personal capacity, so not as the Secretary of War. He's just doing it as a friend, right? Chief Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell said in a statement to The Hill, no taxpayer dollar will be used to facilitate his visit. That really changes fundamentally anything. And again, your tax dollars do get spent on this because it gets washed through to Israel, back through AIPAC into these people's pockets. Let's see. No taxpayer. His participation has been thoroughly vetted and cleared by lawyers, including the Department of War Office of General Counsel, and does not violate the Hatch Act or any other applicable federal statute. How convenient.
Even if you are like a major fucking Gowrain shill, you should not be okay with the American government taking your money to pay Israel, to pay you for advertisements to convince you that Gowrain's good at his job. He should just be doing it off his own fucking back. I mean, and you should not be the one paying for it.
Obviously. But that's not how it works, right? And boomers are fine with it because Israel's our greatest ally, so this is fine. What's the problem? What's the problem with any of this? I mean, there's been a massive collusion within the GOP and in collaboration with AIPAC to oust Thomas Massie. They went hard against this man, all because he wouldn't get in line with the bullshit Trump was doing. Now, I don't know what Massie's going to do. AA suggested he or maybe he run for governor of Kentucky, which is possible. By the way, I don't know how often this trick's going to work, by the way, because it's not looking great in Florida. You know, everyone's been talking about the midterms. We have to stick by the GOP because of the midterms, or else the Democrats are going to win. They are, by the way. I don't think this shit's going to work. I don't think it's going to work all over the place. Now, it worked here because this is Republican on Republican violence, right? Republican on Republican violence. And, but when it comes to the midterms, you're not fighting against other Republicans. You're not fighting, I mean, it's more boomers voting overall.
No matter what side you're fighting Israel.
Well, yes. However,
yeah, basically.
In some of the new polling that's coming out for other instances of this, it is not looking very hot for Republicans. In Florida, even. Like, Florida, you know, some of these southern states, they're going to flip. And it's because of this. Nobody likes this shit. They might lie and tell themselves that they like it, say they're okay with it because Trump won or whatever. We won. It's all better than a Democrat. I'm not saying that's necessarily, it'd be the same shit with Democrats. That doesn't mean you should put up with it.
Both sides have already, like, let's face it, they've already demonstrated that if it means getting some of their like shills into power, they're more than happy to cheat. So this whole thing is at least just a big bit of political theatre, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the first.
Let's see. Laughing Cavalier says it's all right. Trump will invade Cuba. That will save the midterms. I don't know. I don't know if starting another war right now, considering how much the cost of goods have gone up, is going to be something that, I mean, I guess if he can knock it over like he did with Venezuela, you know, a little win just to put it right there and go, look, I toppled Cuba or something, and just go fuck with them and then pull out and not take care of any of it.
You'll call it fulfillment of RFK's uncle's like will or some bullshit.
Some shit like that, yeah. So Hegseth had been accused of, potentially violating the Hatch Act in stumping for former Navy SEAL Ed Galrain, the Trump-backed GOP candidate, challenging Massie. Under federal law, executive branch employees, with the exception of the president and vice president, are limited in using government resources or their official titles for partisan political activity. So yeah, again, the president and vice president can do it, but Pete Hegseth really can't. So he's found his little loophole here as to why he can do it is because he's doing it in a personal capacity and not as the Secretary of War.
Oh, fuck off.
Right? Right?
See, you're just deliberately doing this to get a fucking loophole and then just go, oh, look, but I'm doing it as a personal person, not as a member of fucking Congress and the goddamn administration. Gee,
but not as the Secretary of War, as Trump's right-hand man while we were in a war. Yeah. It's in a personal capacity. I'm just regular old Pete. No.
But you're not a fucking regular person.
Of course.
You're Secretary of Defense, you fuckwit.
Secretary of War now, you know? They changed the fucking name of it and everything for this dumb crap. The appearance would also mark an unprecedented breach of the tradition that a serving defense secretary stay away from such political activities to maintain the military's apolitical image. And yeah, another point. Retired.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, it's fucking ridiculous. It really is. I'm going to zoom in here.
Are you kidding me? It's neutral? It is not fucking neutral.
No, but they're saying, you know, it's supposed to...
You're gonna be high as a kite to believe that shit.
No, of course they're not neutral, but they not... I think when the Hill says apolitical, I think what they mean is nonpartisan, right? Right? It shouldn't look like the military is
very much is.
Republic. I know, but you're supposed to have the facade that the military is not left or right inherently. Welcome back, Bill.
There is no such thing as neutrality where you find power.
Obviously. You and I both know that.
That is like elite theory 101.
Yes, of course, Boone, you and I are both well aware of this, but the facade is you're supposed to pretend like there is.
Gay.
That's to maintain the illusion, right?
It is a breach of etiquette.
Yes, that too. It's also you're breaking kayfabe essentially by doing this kind of shit.
King Charlie decided I'm just going to not sign one of these laws in, which he's required to do, which his signature is required for something to pass into law in the UK. If he suddenly decided, no, I'm just not going to sign anything that Labour or the Tories or anything that Reform or Restore put through, I'm just not going.
That would be seen as kind of sucks. I wonder if he would do that. Probably not. He tries not to get too much involved, although We watched his speech the other week. Oh, gotta stamp out that anti-Semitism, #1 issue facing Britain, obviously.
That you probably should not let political parties write the King's speech.
Yeah, well, yes, yeah. Let's see. Retired Army Reserve and counterintelligence expert Lawrence Sellon wrote on X that if Hegseth, quote, in his official capacity as defense secretary, intervenes in congressional primary, it is a violation of the Hatch Act and should be immediately removed from office. The deep state was setting up Pete Hegseth to violate the Hatch Act with his campaign appearance, conservative operative Yvonne Raiklin wrote on X, but the Pentagon chief office pushed back on any idea that the campaign stop was unethical. Hegseth, he's just going to be in Kentucky on Monday. It's just part of his official duties to award Purple Heart medals to the 101st Airborne Division soldiers and administer the oath of enlistment to 190 reenlistees at Fort Campbell. Weird how those happened to match up right before the election, though, isn't it? I don't know. What a coincidence. He will then attend a rally for Galrain put on by the conservative advocacy organization America First Works. The GOP contest in Kentucky's 4th congressional district has become the most expensive House primary battle, not just in Kentucky, in U.S. history, according to Ad Impact, drawing 25.6 million.
Which is totally not weird at fucking all.
Why? Why is this state GOP on GOP election primary the most expensive primary ever? Because it's Thomas Massie. And he is not a friend of Israel. And that means he's an enemy.
We had this whole thing with Herrera, where like they were trying to get
yes.
Was it Ramirez or some bullshit? Whatever fucking Hispanic useless fucking southern name it was.
Well, his name is Herrera.
Yeah, but he's one of ours.
I know. I love Brandon Herrera. He's great.
But the fact, like, they were massively like I think they outspent like Herrera like 1,000 to 1, something like stupid like that.
Yeah, they did. Massive amount of spending on that. But at some point...
It's meant to be lockstep with the administration. So basically, you're not looking for principle, you're just looking for loyalty.
Of course, yes.
And who is Trump loyal to?
Bibi Netanyahu.
Trump's law, as A has said. Whatever he does,
One little
he
country,
does for them.
He does for them. Anything he does for them. Himself as well a little bit. But it's either for himself or for them. That's it. And he has made that overwhelmingly clear.
When he does the hyperbolic thing of saying everything is great, whatever, you know, when it's him doing it against like his opposition, it's there's a level of believability to it because the Dems are kind of crazy, well at the time anyway. But when it's Massie, you just look retarded. Like then it doesn't punch.
The MAGA-tards hate this guy. They think he's a traitor and a turncoat and all this stuff. Just because
even though despite the fact that he was like 90% of them the time with the Republicans.
Yes. Well, no, I mean his voting record history is spotless.
Is really Republican.
His liberty rating is spotless. He's one of the best, you know, in the entire country, with if not the best. Like this guy has an extremely good, clean, conservative, right-wing track record, yet for months these MAGA cultists have been years, I guess now, it's really been the last couple months, screeching about ousting this guy because he raises criticisms of Trump. And that's all it is for them. No, policy doesn't matter. The economy doesn't matter. War doesn't matter. And that's what my new video is about that I'd like to post on my main channel. All that matters is being on side. Not changing your opinion or changing your vote, or else you experience psychological discomfort, cognitive dissonance. That's all it is. You just have to stick by your guy, no matter what the fuck he does. And it's honestly pathetic. It's pathetic to see people who worship this shit. They have no integrity. Sorry, I gave you a headache. Because, my brain hurts because I did something different. I believe differently now. Or, the evidence wasn't... Whatever. Just admit you were wrong. But they can't. Sorry, Spin. Go ahead.
There was a video of him several years ago. I can't remember where it was now, but he was... it's clearly a government building, whatever. And I think the people were discussing the budget. And... Massie just has this moment of just like honesty where he just goes, okay, look, stop the theater. Can we just be brutally honest here? Like, we all know how this works. The Republicans fund the military industrial complex and the Democrats fund the State Department.
Yes.
They fund the welfare state. Like, we know this. Every single fucking year, there's a theater back and down, back and forth, and yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
But it's all bullshit. When crunch time hits, this is what they do year in and year out.
Yep.
And you could see like everyone else around him is either like trying to ignore him or just pretend that what he says doesn't exist. But like that made me go like, oh, he's actually an honest dude.
Yeah.
Wow. I've never seen
like
one of these
Massie.
people in my entire fucking life.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I liked Ron Paul for the same kind of reasons. He was a straight shooter in that way. I mean, he's still around, He's just not serving in public office anymore. Trump in October endorsed Galrain, who has pledged to be in lockstep with the administration. So he's loyal. He's loyal, and that's all that matters. Massie, meanwhile, has drawn the ire of the president for voting repeatedly against his policies, including tax legislation and the war in Iran. So he was one of 3 House Republicans who crossed the aisle last week to support a resolution that would have directed Trump to remove U.S. armed forces from hostilities against Iran. Just 3. Who else was it?
God.
Who else was it?
I'm just looking at. Do you know what is the stupidest thing that I've seen from this from this entire thing is the amount of just spastic retards who are still stuck in left, right, Democrat, Republican fucking thing. Because oh look, Massie has liked by some Democrats, and I can sort of see why Fuentes just said, look, I don't give a flying fuck about anything other than crushing this one fucking issue. Like the only thing I care about is this issue must fucking go, and I will vote the Democrats to get it. It's basically what Shu said. Shu like had a post several months ago where she just looked at the and she just went, I'm a single issue voter. The issue is you do not kiss that fucking wall. Yeah.
Because if they kiss the wall, then it is.
Comes out and says, oh look, here's the thing. Like look how much money we spent to get rid of this one fucking guy. Isn't like we like Israel first candidates? So I'm like, do you understand? This is why every fucking country has kicked you shitheads out for 2,000 years. Because you're pricks.
Including tiny tribes in like the Amazon.
Yeah. I mean, it's not
like
the only.
Everywhere you go, you're hated, and you look at your behavior and go, okay, either you have some genetic predisposition for this shit, or like you're just evil naturally.
They literally want to destroy the world, and part of the prophecy is that everyone needs to hate them. So they just go out around.
It is actually part of the prophecy where
everyone,
the whole world has to be turned against Israel.
These are people who literally say, "Oh, we can't possibly do anything nice for anyone because if not everyone hates us, we can't spark the apocalypse." You realize how that sounds, right?
Yeah. A bit crazy.
We need to be hated by everyone to get the apocalypse to kick in. Like that sounds kind of sketch.
As for the Shu quote, I would say that having kissed the wall is not necessarily the only indicator, but ultimately it's a pretty good benchmark for it, right? If they've kissed the wall, then they are uniparty, and they put that little country in the Middle East above the concerns of America and American citizens. And they it doesn't matter what they claim to be, left, right, libertarian, whatever. If they in any way take money from these people, or if they've gone and kissed the wall for even more money, typically, they're bought and paid for.
Also, this needs to be said very explicitly. It's not the state.
Yeah.
It's never the state. It's the people in it.
Yeah.
Because those same people have been kicked out of every single fucking place they've ever been for centuries on end. So I don't like this thing about Tucker just says, oh look, it's not the people, it's the state. Like no. The state is what is comprised of a certain group of people. And that same fucking group of people has the same fucking problem everywhere they go. So it's not the state. It is the people in it.
Yeah. The 3 Republicans who voted against Iran, continuing the Iran war, were Massie, of Kentucky, Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, and Tom Barrett of Michigan. There was also one Democrat who opposed it, who crossed the aisle in order to say that no, please spend more money and let's go to war for Israel. And his name is Jared Golden from Maine. Wonder why. Wonder why. So one Democrat crossed the line in order to make sure where his allegiances lie, and it's with Israel, unfortunately. And now one of these 3 is gone. I mean, like he's not necessarily gone from politics, but he didn't win and he can still run as an independent. That's his options now. He can try to run for governor or something of Kentucky, or he can run as an independent.
I'll tell you why this crap annoys me. Right? It's because the same stupid jackass conservatives will complain about a certain ideology of the other side while conveniently ignoring which fucking group is pushing it. But when it comes to that same fucking group doing shit on their side, it's totally fine.
Yeah, of course.
It's like the same thing with the Dems where the money goes, and the Republicans says they will fund this thing, and then when the other ones are in power, they will fund that thing.
Yep.
They do the same shit fucking here. When they're in power, they will fund the left-wing shit, which is all the stuff that we don't fucking like, the woke crap. And when it comes to the right, they will fund all the shit that goes with military power.
Indeed.
Like I don't like it when conservatives complain, "Oh, look, the left does all of this shit that we don't like." It's like, yeah, now which group is funding all of that shit you don't fucking like?
Good question.
Because the other side doesn't like the same fucking shit that's being funded now. This is something that, ironically, Curtis Yalvin said, is that both sides dislike different things of the government, but they will never unite to destroy it, because that's what fucking terrifies them. That's why you get all of the... Notice every single one of these jackasses, these Zio-Buck shitheads on fucking Twitter and some on YouTube, whatever, complains that, oh, look, how dare you side with the left about something. Yeah, because that's the one fucking thing they have in common. Get rid of that cancerous virus. Like, all other issues are mute. Like, that's the only one that fucking matters, because the sovereignty and power is what actually matters. Everything else you are arguing about is petty squabble horseshit. If you don't have sovereignty, you don't have power. You don't have power, nothing gets fucking done. That's why people think Fuentes is a Fed. He's not a Fed. He's actually a guy that has brains, because he can see the player like
He certainly gave me Fed vibes for a while. Also, somebody...
No, I don't think.
He got
I
away
think
with being in
really
at Jan and Sick and not getting shit canned over it.
There's things like that. Also, someone sent a message through on Streamlabs. I heard it. However, because I'm locked out, because that was through my Aiden Paladin account, and because I'm locked out of the Aiden Paladin Gmail account, I can't log into Streamlabs to pull up the Streamlabs overlay. So if you donated something... Yeah, dude, I'm locked out of everything. Because I can't get in my email address, so I can't get into fucking anything. The problem is not just that I can't get into YouTube and Gmail, but all these services that I'm signed up for, now I can't get into any of them either, because I'm totally locked out of the email account, and it fucked everything up. It's just a fucking pain in the ass. Anywho, if you did donate on Streamlabs, just let me know it was you in the chat, and I'll go ahead and read it out. You do not have to donate again. Thank you. I am sorry about that. It for whatever reason, didn't pop up on screen either. This losing my Google account. Hopefully it is temporary. Like, this is ridiculous that they're dragging their feet on doing something about it. But I'm really sorry about that. Thank you for whoever did donate. Just let me know in the chat. Yeah, and Google proving why having everything under one house is bad. Yeah,
resolve against the JEET.
Yeah. Anywho. So, Massie was the worst, most unreliable congressman in the history of the country, and even bigger insult to our nation than Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, who suffered an unprecedented loss tonight by not even being allowed to run in the Republican primary, the president wrote on a Sunday morning post on Truth Social. But Massie on Sunday said that Trump's efforts to unseat him will only boost fundraising for his campaign and shows the administration's desperation. It does show their desperation that they spent all this money to defeat him. And it was still a fairly close race. I mean, it was less than 10%, I think it was 9%, so it wasn't super close.
Hey, hold on a second.
Yes?
Say hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Amalgamate, hello.
It's
been just...
Just was looking for a few moments.
So.
Well, I got confused for a second. I was allowed to Discord. I was just like, hello?
Yeah.
No worries. Bonjour, everybody. Hope you're doing well today.
Yes. For the most part. A little bit. I got my Google account freaking hacked by just having... They just had my email address, and I scanned a QR code on my phone, and then they... not only hacked my Google and reset everything within 3 minutes, because I got all the notifications that it was 3 minutes to do all that, but they also reset my phone to factory. So I'm like desperately trying to get back into my stuff, and it's been a bit of a pain.
Not going to plan.
Yeah, it's
oh my
not
god, what was the QR code for? Like,
it was they were posing as a sponsor, and they were like, just use this QR code to sign up to get into our program thing. Again, like, I didn't know you could do any of this with QR codes. But they spoofed a real sponsor or a real company's website pretty much identically. The URL was what you commonly see with sponsors, where it was like -partners.com, same suffix on the URL and everything, which was just kind of insane that they were able to do that. Where is this?
Jesus. Okay, I've heard they're pretty advanced these days, but that's terrifying. Okay then.
Yeah, I mean, it
Be
is.
safe out there,
Ever
folks.
trusted email?
Well, I got my, and I had my, not that one. I had my Discord hacked not long ago, but, this is, whoa. Sorry, I'm trying to change this. There we go. Oh, that might not be working. I had this set up for people join in, but I'll have to fix it, because I don't know why it's doing this. Oh, well.
No worries. I can be a voice in the void.
I know, but I'll when we, like, put on a video, so I'm gonna see if I can fix it.
Isn't that my job?
Well, you've got a little avatar on
mine.
screen. I was trying to change it. Anyway, what were we doing? Let's, what are next? We were talking about Thomas Massie losing the Republican primary in Kentucky.
I hope he runs as an independent just to
I do
fuck
too.
them over.
I do too. I hope he does as well. Just, I mean, Massie is quite popular. I don't know if he's popular enough to win as an independent, because it does carry a lot of weight. Oh, this is a perfect time for me to try to fix that. I don't know how much I can tolerate listening to this guy talk, but you can get an idea here of what Ed Galrain's only real concern is. He wants to send your sons and daughters to war for Israel. And that's why he was selected, why they spent $30 million on his campaign, why AIPAC has paid him $11 million directly. It's because this is what he has to say about things.
Humble as the day is long. You'd have never heard that from him, but I'm going to sing his praises. Before I start here, I want to start with laying the groundwork.
Audio is
Hold on a second.
awful.
If we do not take advantage...
Why the fucking hell does his microphone sound like
Why
he
is
was
it-
robbed from the 1960s?
Oh, it's only coming out of one channel.
Well, no, when I listened to this earlier, it didn't sound this fucked up, but I must have had it turned down real low. Oh my god.
That is actually vile. That is ridiculous.
Oh,
Talk
that's
about boomer audio.
AIDS.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Getting flashbanged.
What the fuck?
Rest in pavement, people who watch this as a podcast,
I guess
like
so.
on the
Yeah,
way to
fuck
work.
yeah.
Well, there we go.
Lord
There
help
we
you
go.
if you do this while running.
Here we go. I mean, it's just fucking awful, dude. You want to...
Someone just took a fast trip off the treadmill. If that's the bloody noise we're going to be hitting people with that random. Good lord.
Dude, I don't know. When I listened to this earlier, I had it on in the background. I did have it on real low. Let's see if I can tolerate this, because this is awful.
Of this narrow window of opportunity we have, history will punish us. With President Trump and the leadership team he's arrayed. And the way that works is they punish us through our kids and our grandkids. So I want to build on your remarks, Ashley, to really put a fine point on
The fuck are you talking
I
about?
have to say, thank y'all.
He's going to go on for a bit. I put this on in the background earlier, like I said. What he's going to talk about, and all he talks about over the course of this 13 minutes, pretty much exclusively, is sending your sons and daughters to die for Israel. I mean, you know, to fight Iran, right? Of course, so they never get nuclear weapons and et cetera, all that kind of stuff. As per usual.
For coming today, honor me with your presence. I'll make a few remarks in preparation of the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
Yes, that's right. He's appealing to the boomers by reminding them of the AV tech of their childhoods. That's what it is. See, well, it's grating to our ears. What's the thing about how, like, old people can't hear a certain frequency once you're past an age? You can't hear this, some frequency.
Yeah, it's called age.
Yeah, there's some high frequencies, but I don't know if there's a term for it. As you age, you stop being able to hear certain high-pitched frequencies. And this is, like, to a boomer, maybe, to the boomer ear, this sounds smooth
Bill, I
and
just saw
crisp.
that.
What did you post, Bill?
Not sure that I have not seen anything to ratify this, but apparently when they were shipping people out of Ireland, they got into some hot water because apparently the meal that was served on the flight was just 90% pork.
You know, I don't have this story because, okay. So, but yeah, this is real as far as I know. They are at least very upset, is that Ireland was deporting some Muslims, and apparently they were outraged because they were served pork products on the flight. By the way, that is a sad...
That is a single slice of black pudding that's very weirdly portioned.
Slice of white
another
pudding.
one of white pudding. Like
two sausages, a very sad tomato.
And those are almost certainly Penny Lane Mark 8 sausages. They're like maybe 10% pork.
The yellow things? Is that what those are?
It's egg.
No, is it egg? What? Why is it round?
It's scrambled egg. Oh.
Why is it round though?
It's been rolled up.
Also, why does the pudding look at it?
Meal.
No, it does not. But it looks like a lot of like. That is, the pudding looks really strange. I know they're supposed to be fat, but it looks like
No, it's
pearl barley.
Or barley, yeah. That's what it is.
Barley.
Yeah.
No, I've had blood pudding. It's okay, but I wouldn't give my left arm for it.
I love black pudding. That is one thing.
There's some haggis in the fridge.
Yeah. Oh, good. I know you had haggis today, Bill. I will have some later. Do you at least like haggis then, Spoon?
I've not had haggis because I don't really live in Scotland. I mean,
it tastes very similar to black pudding.
You never had haggis?
Not quite as intense.
I can't believe that.
Why would I have had haggis in Ireland?
Because it's good?
Saying it in the same tone that someone says, "You haven't seen Death Note."
I don't know. Like,
I have actually.
Maybe not. I didn't intend to.
I don't know.
But I mean,
I've never had black pudding before. We don't have it.
It's illegal stateside.
No.
It's not. No, it's blood sausage.
Pudding as a word to mean sweets or like a dessert thing is pretty much a uniquely American trend that I think it's like the Kellogg company or some company that made, was it Jell-O? The company that makes Jell-O? I think so. Pretty much invented the idea in America of pudding as being a dessert. Whereas, in England and much of the old world, if something is called a pudding, it's typically savory.
Boiled,
anything boiled, right?
Usually soup it. There are sweet puddings, mind you.
Yes. So you can have sweet ones as well. But it's
I don't think it's an American phenomenon. I think it's just a non-American they just do that. Because like if you say pudding here, people think sweet things.
Maybe. Well, I didn't know that in South
Leave it
Africa.
to the Townsends, folks.
I just watched something about this recently where they
stay in
made
our
that
lane.
hypothesis. Ask somebody else. I just watched something about this, though, about the difference between why do Americans call... Well, they were using it in that context of saying, why do Americans call sweet stuff puddings, but everywhere else in the world it just means something that's boiled. It was a tasting history video, was it?
Let's not get stuck in the weeds here.
Whatever.
Folks.
I do wish we had it in the United States. It's very good. It doesn't taste like blood.
Say, I looked it up and it actually sounds good, and I'm hungry now. So.
Oh, no. However, it is also very funny that they serve this to Muslims. But from my understanding of this story, it was a menu, and the menu did have pork on it, but you didn't have to get the pork. So what really is going on here is that these people didn't want to get, sent back. They didn't want to go back. So they were complaining, saying, we've been discriminated against. You need to let us come back to Ireland so that we can fight this discrimination case. And when because Uzo was talking about this the other day, and it reminded me of the fact that there was...
discrimination case, what a bunch of twats.
Well, no, because they did that where they said they couldn't deport... It was in the UK. No, it wasn't. It was in the UK, and they said that they couldn't deport this Albanian guy because his son, or his child, I don't remember what it was, I think it was a son, his child didn't like the taste of the chicken nuggets, chicken tenders in Albania versus the taste of chicken nuggets in England. And so
I'm told they since closed that.
However, I'm skipping ahead to a little bit later. Chad Keir-Starmer, just as of 3 days ago, as of 3 days ago, basically Chad Keir-Starmer's government.
I am sandbagging. We're not doing 1,000 Keir-Reich.
1,000 Keir-Reich.
No, I'm sandbagging it.
Chad Starmer, his government has said you can't do that anymore. That you can't use shit like, oh, my son likes the chicken tendies in England better. That is no longer an excuse for not being deported.
Not Chad to point that out. It's like saying that breathing is Chad. No. Anyone with eyeballs and basic human faculty should know that's retarded.
I mean, the fact that's coming from the Labour Party and the Conservatives didn't even go this far to actually stop this from happening shows how far we've gotten.
Yeah. Well, the Conservatives are utterly useless. They're just... Dude, I don't know if I want to keep listening to this guy.
13 minutes, you are fucking delusional. This idiot doesn't have 13 seconds of something to say.
Yeah, I heard, I'm not sure if you guys already covered this, because, I came in late and all that fun stuff, but, apparently the majority of the votes came from the boomers.
Oh, yes.
Yep. Overwhelmingly so.
I forget what the statistics were, because I saw it, last night. But, overwhelmingly, Zoomers and, millennials were voting.
Hold on a second, I'll pull it up here.
I have it as well.
It on my.
You might have it.
Just look at my timeline.
Yeah. Here we go. So, Republican primary for Kentucky's 4th congressional district poll amongst voters aged 18 to 20.
No, hold on.
Is this not it? You have a different one?
No, that's the poll.
Oh, and you have the
actual
results. I didn't see that they had the results in terms of.
Wait, this is also actually the worst case scenario because now they know.
Yeah,
they've literally got until the boomers die, and that's it. They will accelerate everything far faster now.
There we go.
Because they know they're on
the
hard time.
But I'm very biased when it comes to the day of the pillow thing. So my dad's a little boomer.
Oh, my dad's a boomer. My parents are boomers too, so I'm saying a little bit.
We're not saying we wish your parents died.
Of course not, right? Of course not.
But the thing is, like, he is someone that would vote for this other dude instead of Massie because of Trump stuff. So like he is probably part of the problem, and it's just like,
Dad, I love you. But you must go. You are part of the problem.
I don't. By the way, I don't know. AA brought this up in his video today, or that he made on it, which is.
Did we not raise you well? Yes, you did. You raised me to get rid of problems. That includes you, just like trapdoor lever.
Did we raise you well? Better than you know. That's why I have taken the petrol out. I will not be voting for that.
Allow me to read you your last rights.
It's not necessarily that the Zoomers or the Millennials are going to end up being any better. In fact, I would be worried Millennials might be just as bad. I don't know yet. So I think that hoping the next generation is going to fix things isn't, that's hopium there too.
You can't let them know that they'll fix things, because then, that just means the schedule's moved up. We need to make sure that doesn't become a problem.
The reality is that it's not like a uniquely generational thing. There's things about the boomers that I think make them more prone to this. They have grown up their entire lives with television and the idea of television as being authoritative, whereas that does not exist in the same way for millennials, even Gen X, and certainly not for Zoomers, of the TV as being an authoritative source. Whereas boomers think anything that they see on the boob tube is 1000% real. And again, I'm speaking in averages and aggregates. That's the kind of general boomer psychological milieu, right? So they just so they get completely one-shotted by this kind of stuff, where they dump $30 million into a freaking primary campaign. So they go home and turn on the TV, and everything they see is anti-Massie. They think he's a dirty traitor because he doesn't support Donald Trump, and then they go out and vote. Young people don't vote anywhere near the kind of rates at which older people do. It doesn't matter what election cycle it is. That's always been the case. Old people don't have as much to do, so they go out and vote more. Younger people do have things that they're doing that are way higher in their priorities before voting. So that's
and I feel like the boomers have more trust in the voting system than the younger generation does. Because I've also been seeing that apparently there's been some rumors of fraud within this election too.
I don't know.
Might have occurred.
I think that might be cope. I mean, judging from the numbers, just like, okay, so here's the poll, right? Kentucky 04 GOP primary results by age group. For voters 17 to 25, Massie plus 25. 26 to 35, Massie plus 56.
This thing, you already got damaged, trust in the voting system after 2020, after the Maricopa County incidences, where, Arizona were finding votes, 2 months after the fact and retroactively counting them and shit like that.
It is always a possibility that there was foul play as well. But you can do a lot of harm in this case just by buying votes. And they buy votes, not literally, they don't go pay people. They buy them with attention. And that's how you get boomers' attention. You can
send someone back around to
shit on Fox News all day
with a stack of papers and just have the old folks just write them out. They've got nothing better to do. Half of them are insensate, don't even know where they are.
Yeah, and here's where you find the big split.
They get harvested.
Is up until age 55, it's still Massie plus 17. Then there's the split. Older than 55 years, and it's Galrain plus 18. Older than 66, Galrain plus 35. 66 to 65 or 66 to 75 plus 35 for Galrain.
And what makes
76
you
plus
think
plus 33.
Considering that Israel owns both sides and this is all a uniparty scam, what makes you think that the Democrats are the only ones getting dead people to vote?
Oh no, I'm sure there's all kinds of corruption going on all over the place. This was before the election, right? This was likely voters, and it's the same thing. So if you were going to vote, people 18 to 29, 80%, because then again, those are the numbers for those that did turn out, but 80%, nearly 78.5% said they'd vote for Massie. 30 to 44, 65% vote for Massie. 45 to 64, now it's pretty split, 53.3 to 46.7, and then 65 plus There it is. Only 35% said they'd vote for Massie over Gowrain. So, yeah, this is all Boomer's fault.
Was still a thing. Yeah.
I don't want to listen to him talk anymore. We got the idea. This guy's he's a war hawk. He's definitely wants to send your kids to I can't stand to hear him because the Boomer audio gives me anxiety.
Do we know anything as stances on immigration? Because that's like the big point that the right's trying to pin Massie on, is that Massie is, you know, pro-immigration.
Yeah, which I don't really see the strong evidence for that. As how he's such a
libertarian, so I think that's probably
why. His libertarian leanings, which I mean you can be critical of, but his rating for his voting record for everything is so spotless, really, in terms of he is one of the cleanest records of anybody around in the Republican Party for voting for Republican right-leaning, genuinely conservative issues and voting conservative on them. He's actually
the only thing I've kind of seen is that he's. And maybe this is because of the culture and everything like that, but he's a little bit too generous to the urban youth.
Yeah,
and,
well,
my
might
opinion,
be some of that.
He's okay. He's okay with them having, you know, guns and going a little bit.
That's his Lulbert shit, unfortunately. The let's see. Okay, so this is the Boomer response. Yeah, I'm so into this. I'll ignore what because that Boomer audio was rough. Here's how it was spun, though, by Fox News and how it's being spun.
Started to see why he wouldn't debate Massie, because his audio is shit.
Right.
Maybe that's just how he sounds. Maybe he's got like a South Park style voice box.
This is the way that it's being presented on Fox News. This is the way it's being presented by your captive dreamers, your MAGA slop accounts on Twitter, etc. It's all because of the Trump endorsement, because Massie is disloyal. And he didn't have that Trump endorsement. Look at how much power Trump still has. Look at how much people still listen to Trump and trust him and follow anything that he says and does. Trump is the kingmaker of the Republican Party. That's the narrative they're about to spin.
Yeah, it couldn't possibly be these $30 million that was spent on him.
Yeah. Completely ignoring the $30 million from outside investment.
And
we'll
Laura,
say.
This sends a message to the entire Republican Party and indeed the entire country, as I was saying before, that the power of the Trump brand to motivate...
No, I mean, I don't think it's the Trump brand.
No, it isn't.
It's the power of money, the power of money. Israeli shekels, not the Trump brand. Although they are linked to one another at this point.
Voters, in this instance, 12-year incumbent beaten by a newcomer because of the Trump endorsement. And I think my party would make a very big mistake underestimating the power of the Trump brand and the fact that, as you say correctly, he has not lost a primary yet. He wins Louisiana, he wins the Kentucky Senate primary, and now this key House.
This guy's a Democrat, by the way. That's why he said his party. This guy's a Democrat here on Fox News to talk about the power of the Trump brand. There's your uni party, sire.
Grace. So I don't think this can be overestimated, Laura.
Yeah, and
it's very rare. And Laura, this sends
sorry, that was it. Yikes.
I mean, there is some truth that the Trump brand is quite strong.
Oh, sure.
But that goes back to appealing to the boomers once again.
Yes.
Yeah.
They love Trump.
I mean,
yeah.
It could be just me in my own echo chamber, but it seems like young people are just more focused on single issues or handful of issues. They're not loyal to Trump specifically.
Yes.
They just see him as like the best option that we currently have to try to fix things, sort of, kind of. Versus boomers, they're all on the Trump train, and they'll do basically anything for Trump, no matter what. And then when you have the $30 million coming in, and making constant campaign ads and whatever else needed, because he skipped the debates and all the other fun stuff. So clearly, it wasn't going to other places. Then just kind of all adds up together.
Yes, I think that's absolutely true. In that, Trump does have power and sway over the boomers, and in that sense, yeah, he does. And it is the case that young people appear to be a little bit less enraptured with Trump by Trump. Yeah, so it doesn't work as much on them. Yeah, but that's I mean, that is prime.
Yeah, 50-year mortgages don't really sell well with young people. Shocker.
Yeah, astonishingly. Also while the cost of everything and living is going up in general, you will own nothing and you will be happy coming from the.
Well, boomers get tax breaks.
while boomers get tax breaks, indeed.
Man.
And in fact, Trump's talked about giving a bunch of money back, essentially, to people who his strongest warriors, his strongest supporters. Is it going to be the J6 people? We actually don't know.
You know how talking about them kind of fell off?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you hear much about them anymore?
The people who actually went to prison for Trump? Yeah. Not many people talk about and some of them are still in prison. Not much talk about them anymore. Is there? Well, Trump is in office, by the way. Now, some of them may have actually.
I believe some of them are there without trial still.
Yeah, because it's so backlogged. We just have to, sit on that for 5 years. Fucking insane. So.
100 mortgages, yeah.
I don't think it's because of, as I said, I don't think it's entirely because of the Trump endorsement. It does help with boomers, and that is who went out and voted for Galrain. Overwhelmingly, it was boomers. The money also helps, though. So, anti-8-pack Congressman Massie unseated most expensive House primary ever. Let's see. It was most expensive.
I like how they mention that, but don't seem to acknowledge it.
What do you mean?
That it had an effect.
I mean, it clearly did, yeah. Let's see.
You just love when you can just buy an election.
Yeah.
We're full circle. We're back to the exact thing that fucking Young Turks were whinging about in 2015.
Yes. Let's see. Congratulations to the U.S. Navy SEAL Ed Galrain for defeating anti-Israel incumbent Thomas Massie. The American-Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, posted to X on Tuesday. Oh, they directly, made a statement about it. Pro-Israel Americans are proud to back candidates who support a strong U.S.-Israel alliance and help defeat those who work to undermine it. Being pro-Israel is good policy. Being pro-Israel is good policy and good politics. What they're saying there, what is it? Good policy for getting yourself elected, for getting yourself into power, and that's what makes it good politics.
Why are you surprised that when these are people aligned with the ADL who routinely talk about Leo Frank like he's a victim?
Yeah. 68-year-old Galrain, who's never held office before, will now be the Republican candidate for the House of Representatives. He had previously...
To be that much of a warhawk boomer whilst never having office prior is almost impressive with how degenerate it is.
He's been sitting around waiting to thirst on some drink some child blood for... drink child blood for, 60 years. Well, 50. Something like that.
What I'm hearing is 60 years without gainful employment.
He had previously pledged his loyalty to Trump. In return, Trump gave Galrain his endorsement. Massie, the president said on Monday, we read this before, worst congressman ever. Massie's insistence that the entirety of the secret files of Jeffrey Epstein be released, potentially compromising Trump himself, was likely the last straw for the president. Massie had already spent the last year making his critical views on Israel known and refusing to take money from groups whose sole agenda is supporting the Israeli state. Anti-Semitism accusations against Massie, of course, we know all this kind of stuff. But is this just going over... Look, that's why you did, though. Okay, here we go. But AIPAC, among other pro-Israel groups, has led the charge to ensure Massie loses this race, he told Carlson. The money didn't come from regular people. It came from billionaires, and 95% of it, at least 95%, has come from the Israel lobby, Massie said. He specifically named AIPAC, the Republican Jewish Coalition, Christians United for Israel, and a trio of billionaires that have dominated the U.S. election landscape, Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, and John Paulson, none of whom are from Kentucky. Their position is more war, it's more strife, it's more bombs, it's more foreign aid, and those are the things that I've been voting against. So the real reason that this race is a serious race, and I may lose, and did, is because a foreign lobby has fully funded, to the extent that they've never done in any Republican race before, has fully funded it, yeah. Massie raised $5 million for his campaign, but $10 million alone has been spent running attack ads against him in Kentucky. Just $10 million in attack ads. His whole campaign had $5 million. They spent $10 just on attack ads.
Think of what that money could have been put to, apart from just slandering someone who was actually doing his job properly.
Yep.
Anything more useful? Yeah.
That's the thing I find curious, is where does all this money actually go?
It lines a bunch of people's pockets. By the way, sorry I missed this earlier. J. Cotto for 10 says, thank you, J. Cotto, says, I've just given up on trying to understand politics and instead focused on learning Pathfinder. Hey, Bill.
God help you.
At least
one
of us is.
Myself.
Bill, of course, is a DM's Pathfinder. That's how we met, Bill.
Yeah, and you still haven't read the fucking book.
And I still have, after all these years later, Bill, and I never will, and I never will.
Typical woman.
I will hold it over you as you
rules.
slip away from this world and force you to learn how the grappling rules work.
I'll be
Here's
in
the
my
flow
deathbed,
chart.
and you'll just be shoving it in my face, like,
I'll
read
have a
and
whiteboard with
you
the
know?
flow chart.
Yeah. Let's see. Spent running attack ads against him in Kentucky, including an AI-generated video of him going into a hotel room with members of the Squad, the progressive female congresswoman in the Democratic Party. So he's sleeping with the Squad, I guess. That's the AIPAC attack ads. Why would you care what happens in a Republican primary in Kentucky? Carlson asked of the pro-Israel groups and billionaires. If I lose on May 19th, which he did, I'll be out of Congress on January 3rd of next year. And nobody is going to follow my Twitter. Nobody's going to go to my Facebook page and see what's going on. I won't be invited down to secret SCIFs to read the secret interpretations of the laws that the executive branch is using to spy on you. The one whistleblower, if you will, in Congress will be gone. Massie responded. I don't know if he's the only one, but he's got a really good track record on that kind of stuff. And that's what it was. AIPAC bought, at enormous expense, this state Republican primary for a House seat. And spent probably about $30 million. Oh, yeah, in many ways, your money on it.
Well, it's just straight up, with your money. Well, he goes as aid to Israel, it comes straight back and form a fucking campaign.
I want to know what the other 20 million was spent on, because if 10 million alone was spent running attack ads, like, and boomers once again just watch the TV, then what did the other 20 million actually go to?
Well, it might be another 10 on like positive ads and all kinds of things like that, you know, just in terms of getting his face out there, promotional material, making sure that there's...
Ed Gein proudly served the U.S. military, that kind of shit.
Are we just
I just say that because
Ed
he looks like a Gein.
But then I feel bad for like the boomers that, okay, maybe I shouldn't say I feel bad, but like then, like how many ads were playing at all times? Was it like a 5-minute ad break? all the time, just like for this guy, for that much money.
I mean,
being spent for these ads.
Now I don't do this, but my father does listen to Fox News, not anymore, but he'll not all kinds of different, I would say, sort of boomer conservative content. He's got the XM radio stuff in his car for these different these sort of conservative outlets. He's always got Fox News on, and I would say, from having been in his house, that it is kind of like the same 5 ads over and over, and there's an ad break every 3-4 minutes or whatever. So you are just running constant repetition, and that gets into people's heads. They think, well, yeah, this Gowring guy, he's good because Trump endorsed him. I like Trump. Thomas Massie bad because Trump does not like Massie, so I won't vote for Massie. But this is the money that he has taken. Remember, this is his first time, too. He has never been elected before. This is the money he has directly taken from
and that's
directly.
Just to him personally.
Just to him. Not anything else involved, with his campaign or whatever, but to him specifically. Is nearly $12 million just to him.
He's striking it rich. He's being so far into his life already.
Yep.
He's got what, 10 years left, and he's got $12 million to spend.
Yep. I mean, just out the gate, he's never run for public office before, and he's already, first time, been given $12 million just personally. Meanwhile, Thomas Massie.
He's an expensive haul.
I guess so. It did cost them a lot but they pumped a lot of
all
stuff
this money,
this.
and you couldn't have picked someone who doesn't look like a farmer who has dead bodies on his grounds.
Yeah, I don't know. Rambam 3000 for £2 says SCIF equals Secure Classified Information Facility. Oh, thank you. There we go. That's what Massie was talking about.
It wants to tell you how unpopular they are if they have to spend that amount of money.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's...
If you look at all what they spend on senators, it's a fucking fraction compared to that amount.
I mean, on some level, everyone does know this, that, elections are popularity contests. And so people just hear your name more, then they'll just, even if you're not a totally controlled boomer, right? Zog bot. You might just, I've heard, and you're in Kentucky, so you're getting this kind of marketing constantly. in paper ads, on billboards, on the radio, on television. You know, when you're using the internet, your ads on Twitter or wherever are going to be targeted towards your location. So you're going to see ads for this guy as you browse the internet. As you go shopping, you'll see ads for this guy potentially. So they're going to be, because those were just for the attack ads. I'm guessing a lot of that money went for just pro-Gal range. People just know his name and they go out and vote for him, right? Because I recognize that person, which is oftentimes if people aren't just choosing R or D, they will just select the name that they recognize and be like, oh yeah, I recognize that name, I'll vote for that guy. There's tons of research on how common that is. Because it's just like,
that's depressing.
Yeah, I recognize the name. I know that thing, therefore, okay, I'll vote for that. Nick had some good points on this. So I'm going to play some Fuentes. I'm going to play a little Fuentes for it. Sorry.
I do like when Fuentes goes off on one.
Oh, I know. And this was pretty good. But I think he brings us actually like just generally good points about how to... I'm trying to make it like a little bit more focused, whatever. Or centered, I mean. Cool.
Predict the future for you. This is what nobody else is going to tell you. If Massie loses tomorrow, and it's looking like he might, to be honest, that's what the betting markets say. I hope he wins. But the betting markets, Poly Market, Kalshi, they all say he's heading to a defeat. If Thomas Massie loses, Twitter will say, oh, well, the Israel lobby won. They always get what they want. They poured all this money in. We all know what happened here.
So what I just did, yeah. However, as you said, that's what Twitter's going to say. You're going to see that on Twitter, and I certainly saw people that I follow, talking about it like that. But then here's the other side. He did call this. I mean, that's exactly how it played out. This was not that difficult. Doesn't take some insane prognosticator skills to figure this, but he was on point.
But do you know what the history books will say? Do you know what the mainstream media will record?
And they already are.
If Thomas Massie loses, that will be the headline in every paper. They will say Trump has still got it. That is the cost of opposing the president. That is the narrative they will spin.
Yep.
They will say Thomas Massie went against Trump. Big mistake. You don't go against Trump. It's still his party. Even though he's unpopular, even though his favorability and his approval is at an all-time low, even in spite of his failure in the war, even in spite of his spiraling numbers on the economy, they're going to say Trump still has this unimpeachable, no pun intended, influence over the party, and that is the price that Thomas Massie paid. That is the spin. That is going to be the spin. And
he was completely right.
He's right, yeah.
It was completely on point. Oh, did my camera die again? Yeah.
Yep.
I'll just turn it back on. There we go.
I mean, I think two things can be true at the same time. And I think that's definitely... I mean, obviously, looking at 30 million, and it's just like, okay.
Yeah.
One is the most expensive one. You cannot deny that fact there.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if I did, bring it up to my dad, even he would probably be a bit shocked and acknowledge it too. But there is a ton of Trump loyalty, like Casey Putsch in Ohio, for example. And it might have been because he did it a little bit too soon. But he did kind of spurk out a little bit last year with the Epstein files.
Yeah.
And I say spurg out specifically because it's one thing to criticize the Epstein files and how they're handled. It's another thing to burn your MAGA hat and then make a whole bunch of other incendiary posts as well. And it's like, okay,
it's a bit cringe to do in the first place. Like just burning the MAGA hat. It's cringe. In general.
And especially since this was still early last year, back when, if you were considered a Trump, if you're criticizing Trump, you're called a panicking, you're being, a little bit dismissed. He was still doing, other good things, and now that it's almost been a year, people are just like, okay, yeah, things aren't really going the way they should. So he probably just kind of did it the wrong time, but, Massie's also been kind of going on a little bit of a, not a war path, but he's been criticizing Trump for about the same amount of time, too. Just better, and both of them have now lost, with Casey Putsch with a bit bigger defeat, but at least in his defense, he's brand new name. Just he came out, only had a few months of legitimate running and funding behind him too.
Whereas Massie's been around for over a decade. He's been in that seat, so that's I mean, I was not entirely surprised about Casey Putsch because that situation. I wanted him to win, but in terms of name recognition alone, which a lot of this is, again, just knowing the names is what people vote for, and he didn't have the name recognition. I hate arguing for or admitting to that, because that is the exact argument that Uzalu makes as to why Rupert Lowe can't win. Why Rupert Lowe has no chance, because he has no name recognition.
Well,
and
Rupert
there is
Lowe
some
has
validity
3
to
more
it.
years,
Yes.
to actually get that name out, and he still has a good online support. Obviously, it's international, so there's going to be some dilution there.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's still like I've saw people do some like street interviews.
Yeah.
And like to random white men on the street, and they all seem to like really like Rupert Lowe, or
Yeah.
at least know him. So. Yeah, there's still hope for Rupert there.
I think so. I think there is some
And
hope.
even with Casey, going back to him, like he got, oh god, I covered it and I forgot the election results, but like he got a decent chunk
Yeah.
of votes for being so new. And so there's definitely something there. You just have to you need more time and more money to kind of become more established. Rupert Lowe has that. Casey doesn't. And going back to Thomas Massie, well, he didn't have the money, that's for sure.
He didn't have that kind of money, that's for sure. And you are right. The Trump endorsement does mean something. It's I'm focusing on the money aspect, but it is both. It's very rarely is it only just like one variable. Both things are true. Maestro Mark for 5 says, what does everyone on the panel think about the right-wing super white pill? I want to see if it can survive scrutiny. Could you show them all? What is the right-wing super white pill?
This guy on my Discord server wrote a long paragraph about like the as a white pill, essentially showing all the good things. I mean, I can share it, but it is kind of long.
For sure, we can bring it up. Yeah. Are the good things under Trump, essentially? Because they're
probably be a breath of fresh air for this podcast, to be honest.
Well, we do tend to focus on the negative.
I'm a very negative person.
Yeah, I'm also a negative-oriented person, I guess, and it is good to look at. I do have some good things,
which makes me a miserable cynic.
Reality is a bit, being a realist will make one typically a bit of a black.
I'm saving up for an executioner. So how positive do you think I'm going to be?
But we got the stuff. Actually, I need to just once I think after this next month when we get paid, I think that we can get the executioner sword bill.
Oh, small mercies.
Indeed.
Please don't start with yourself, Bill.
What?
Be a hell of a flex, wouldn't it? Just on stream, like, hey guys, first face reveal for the stream, and then just decapitate myself on live stream in the first 5 minutes.
Oh my god. Well, you go ahead and I assume you're looking for the super white pill thing.
Yeah, I read it on my Mondays. Okay, there we go. I'm finding it now. So it's maybe I am. Hold on.
I can always just pull up some other stuff as we're going to. So what was next? What are next? What did I have next in here? Oh, Massie.
Oh god, Ted Cruz.
Dude.
Homosexual.
Yeah, I'm gonna. This is a weird way to respond, Ted. I mean, I did ask him if is this. Oh no, I'm not logged in, right? Right, because one of the things I also lost I do have access to my X account on my phone, but I got locked out of a bunch of stuff, so I don't have it, at least on, and on one browser I still have it on the desktop. But this was a weird thing for Ted Cruz to say about what Massie's joke here. Ted says, I wish he hadn't said this, and I responded by saying, what, you have to kill him now or something? Because this is the little joke that Massie made when he was, saying that when he was conceding to Gallery.
Look at that perfectly cuboid head.
Yeah.
That's physiognomy you can trust.
I mean, his head is, wow, it really is a rectangle.
That is Chandler being look-alike physiognomy right there.
It actually does, not even mention it.
It does look like Chandler.
Stay away from ketamine and jacuzzis.
All right. Listen.
How is his head so square-like?
I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galrein in Tel Aviv.
Based. It took a while.
That's a good shot, though.
It is.
Yeah, and it rhymed too.
Yeah, I didn't even. Yeah, it did rhyme.
Sorry, I just a little burr in my brain, like ooh.
Yeah. It is fun when.
Wait until he busts out the iambic pentameter, then it'll really kick off.
It just starts rapping. Actually, I have that. I have a reform UK woman who is decided to bust out some fat beats.
I will legitimately decapitate myself on stream if you play that. I will actually do it. I swear to God, this is not a joke.
Well, Bill.
I will solve.
Bill's saying that it must be dreadfully bad.
He's not seen it. He doesn't even know. He has no idea how bad it could really be.
I can guess.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
I did get the call through, though. I have called and conceded the race.
Oh, yeah, which is too bad. But that was a good shot. It took a while to get through to him in Tel Aviv. And I am wondering, what did you mean by this, Ted? I wish he hadn't said this. Why does it affect you, Ted? Why do you wish he hadn't said it? Do you have to kill him now?
Do you have to put out another encoded letter?
It's because you, Ted, said, you did say that I went into Congress with the intention of being the number one defender of Israel.
Yep, number one defender
of
Israel.
Which is a really great thing to say when you're running for the government of the United States, you fucking fag.
Just, I guess, almost in a sense, props to him, I suppose, for being so bold-faced and honest about the fact that he has loyalties to another country over America.
And he's a fucking Canadian as well.
Yeah. That's true too. Many such cases.
The only thing I can think of.
Cuban or something as well. Is that just Rubio?
No, that's Rubio.
But I saw some people say this, and I maybe this is what Ted Cruz means, is that it's cringe, like he's being a sore loser here by taking these little like pot shots at Dalrain instead of just like making it like a nice, stereotypical sanitized, concession speech, being like, oh, thank you guys so much for support. We tried our hardest, so thank you, that
But
kind
Ted's
of deal.
on the Trump train, and Trump never gives his opponents any kind of respect. He always says rude stuff. I mean, I don't know.
But it's cool when Trump does it,
right.
not when anybody else does.
Yeah, you're being a bully.
There is a little bit of truth in that too.
We're not going to share ammunition.
Because Trump has that charisma. It's part of his personality, his charm to be so bullheaded and uncensored, versus like everyone else is a little bit more prim and proper, politician, cookie cutter that way. And no one's really been able to replicate that Trump style without it looking like too much of a copycat and cringe.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want it to look cringe. However, I do think it's a little, if that's all it is, like, this is violating decorum, it's a bit pearl clutchy, Ted. It's a bit pearl clutchy when you back Donald Trump. It's a bit pearl clutchy. But also, and I know that this would probably just be more, I'm sure that is what he meant, and that kind of like, this is a decorum issue. Whereas I read it as like, because I think Ted Cruz is such a scumbag. It's just like, is this a threat, Ted? Gotta kill him now? Because I'm clearly pissed off about it. Is this the same?
If he disappears in 6 months, I think we know what happened.
Right. Oh, right. I noticed this earlier. Yes. This was going back to, I don't know if the Zoomers are necessarily going to somehow save us just because the boomers suck. I did say that earlier, but just to reiterate. However, Trump has made it clear.
That's something AA pointed out as well. If you're waiting for the youth, that doesn't materialize.
But what he said there, that was completely correct, which is why I was thinking of that, because he is right. That's what the left does. That's what they always do. Is that we just gotta wait till the young generation comes in once we get, because they did build also, the left has spent the last 80 years capturing every single vector of influencing the youth. Every single thing. They captured Hollywood, they captured academia, they captured music, everything. Everything that the youth interacts with in every way, and everything that is cool and shield is cool to young people is controlled by the left. Whether or not it is cool or not, irrelevant.
It's evolified.
Yes.
If you know what that means.
However, that's how they work all of their politics. So one, it'd be difficult to kind of be like, the right wing, not the right wing, the Republican Party has to suddenly, we're going to become cool with the young people.
By being cringy.
Yeah, I don't think so. You'd have to recapture those institutions, which I don't think you can do. But secondly, that's what the Democrats have been hoping for every single time. And as I said earlier, young people don't vote. And what has shot the Democrats in many ways in the foot over the years is that they do focus all of that attention on young people. They get indoctrinated, but they don't go out and vote. They'll go vote later down the line because they've been, inculcated into it. They'll vote maybe a little bit, and that gets them into the plantation system, which voting is. That's what my video I'd really like to post is about. Gets them stuck into that mindset, and then they just do it habitually. But young people don't vote because they got other young people shit to worry about. Old ass people.
I don't have the statistics, but I get the vibes that even obviously young people don't vote as much as old people do, but I get the feeling that like left-leaning women vote more than like right-leaning men, because left-leaning women trust the system, they do what they're told, and they're told to go vote, versus right-leaning men don't actually trust the system. They don't see what the point of voting is anymore, and so they don't even bother with it.
Particularly for Zoomers, that's an issue. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, and so that does cause problems, because I know you guys are all monarchists, and frankly, I'm not even a fan of democracy myself.
Not Bill. I don't know.
Base, you're in the right place.
But at the same time, like I haven't fully subscribed to monarchy just yet. I do think at least try to vote, like at least do something that you're kind of.
We have work to do with you.
Yeah, like with it, because like I think like Virginia's like a good example of it, where the Democrat there, I forget her name right now, but like she barely won.
Oh yes.
It didn't help that the Republicans threw a black woman to be there instead. And then she's a full Black Lives Matter supporter, full black history revisionist too. So not like she would have been a good choice either. But the Virginia Democrat that won, like immediately as soon as she got in, she started raising taxes, restricting gun laws, lower
immediately.
Like felonies into more misdemeanors, a whole bunch of like crazy shit that she did there. And so like, okay, there's one of those cases where voting might have actually mattered in this case, possibly.
Yes.
Or at least made them invest more money to maybe steal the election instead. Something along those lines.
Yeah, Abigail Spanberger, she moved in instantly. And then, the Democrats, of course, they're whinging about this redistricting stuff that's going on. And the redistricting at this point, by the way, that is a matter of survival for the GOP. That is not, I understand when the Democrats are upset about it, because if it's not for the redistricting, I think the GOP will get devastated over the next 4 years. The redistricting...
They just love, like, open gerrymandering.
Give the GOP there, ever since the Virginia stuff, it really seems like it has inspired them to actually, like, go more to war, except for it, well, I was going to say except for Indiana, but like that actually has been fixed, because the GOP there last year when this whole Virginia stuff was actually kicking off, they're like, oh, we don't want to do that because that's mean, it's unfair to gerrymander, and then they Indiana had their elections recently, and then all those GOP members that said that got kicked out and replaced by people willing to do so. And then Florida was able to gerrymander and redistrict successfully, and there's been a bunch of other states successfully redistricting as well. And so, actually, like before this all happened, I was like, ooh, if the Iran war goes on for too long, the Republicans might actually lose the midterms. Yeah. But now with the redistricting, I think they still actually can win it, even with the Iran war going on.
They have more of the only way they have a shot, I think, is with the redistricting. And as for that, look, I'm not going to clutch many pearls there either, honestly, because the Democrats do that kind of stuff all the time. That's just politics in that sense. If that's the game, you have to play it. You don't win, you don't win by losing, and being the bigger person.
The maps that the Democrats are posting, like of what we would do to like Illinois, for example, and it's just like tendrils coming out of Chicago all the way down the states.
Yes.
And like it's just like
everything's actually Chicago.
And
I'm sure they'd love to.
Virginia's was basically the same way with the map that they proposed and got shot down by their court. It's just like ridiculous. Versus if you look at the Republicans redistricting, even the ones they've been successful in, it's still just blocks.
Yes.
It's just blocks.
Things that largely make sense, instead of just the very, very obvious, this is being drawn along racial line stuff. And that's also, they can't do that now. They can't explicitly draw, I mean, that's no bueno. They can't do that anymore. In order to be able to just say, no, we're redistricting this just because we want to make sure there's the right number of non-white people in this district to make sure that Democrats win. When it's drawn along racial lines, it is when you see those very weird tendrils or strangely shaped districts with little hooks and panhandles and stuff on them. So that is the game. And in that sense, I mean, you do have to kind of play it. The Democrats are going to play it no matter what. I have this article though, because this does appear that Trump's one thing that the people he will not let down though are the people who go out and vote, and again, those are the boomers. So this is also positive for Trump in terms of a white pill, right? He has listed over 600 generic medicines, including atorvastatin, I don't know, metformin, whatever. A lot of generic drugs are going to be now included you can go to this government-backed website, trump.rx.gov, that lists all these discounted prescription drugs that will begin featuring generic medications, including widely used drugs for issues such as cholesterol treatment and diabetes. So things that old fat people need, in other words.
I need to keep my voting base alive, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally just like keep the boomers
quite
going
literally.
forever.
I gotta make sure, and this will matter to boomers, right?
Maybe
Because they
if we
do have to take their
impoverish the youth enough,
diabetes and
they'll start selling
cholesterol
organs.
medicine, right? This is what matters to them. Look, first of all, the cost of medicine matters to everybody. Like, obviously, the price of healthcare obviously matters to everyone. But this is the cost of medicine overwhelmingly, though, is more of an issue for the elderly and infirm, the boomers, in other words. So Trump RX launched in January, part of Trump's most favored nation pricing deals with drug makers aimed at lowering the cost of prescription drugs to levels seen in other developed nations. And the medical system in the U.S. is incredibly expensive. Because it's privatized to the extent it is, we have the worst of both worlds. We have the absolute worst, where you have to get Obamacare, essentially shit, but that you have to be on that if you don't have insurance. But it does nothing in any way, the Obamacare system, that the social, medicine, socialized medicine, which is not in any way, does nothing to actually reduce the cost of medicines. It just allows these drug companies to continue to rack them up, because one way or another, either the government's paying for it, meaning you're paying for it, or your insurance provider is paying for it. One way or another, they can charge whatever the fuck they want, because they're the only game in town. And that is the problem with the American system as it comes to privatized healthcare. They can just kind of charge whatever the hell they want. And that makes, if you don't have insurance and you get into a car accident, and none of it's your fault, just happens, something that's completely outside of your control happens to you, and you don't have insurance, you're fucked. Staying in the hospital for 30 days, that's $1 million bill,
Well, actually, from what I've been hearing and seeing that the illegals can come in and just, do whatever they want. They go to the ER for, a runny nose and some stuff, and just say don't have insurance, and then it's just, basically wiped away. And I remember, because I used to have sciatica for 2 years, and I was doing physical therapy for a while, and the lady there at the desk even told me what it would be, what the cost would be if I was not insured, versus, and it was half the amount I was paying with insurance. And I was never gonna hit the max there before insurance would actually cover everything at the rate I was going, because I just wasn't really sick enough beyond that physical therapy. And I was just like, what's the point of insurance? Nowadays I don't have insurance, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna gamble with it, because I'm hearing everywhere that it's just cheaper not to have insurance, because they can charge whatever with the insurance companies, and they know they're not going to get their money from you if they overcharge, and so it's like, just say you don't have insurance, you'll get half the cost.
I mean, in that sense, it depends on what's wrong, right? Like I said, if you get into a car, unfortunately, something out of the blue, you get into a car accident, you get really badly hurt, and you have to be in the hospital for a month, just because I know how much it was even over here, right, for me to stay in hospital for 3 months. And that's without all of this same shit involved. It's a lot of money. In the United States, I think if you did, particularly what I did, had to stay in the hospital for 3 months, I had physical therapists because I had to relearn how to walk and all kinds of stuff. Just the cost of sitting in that bed, though, and them feeding you, even here, I mean, you're talking, that's in the United States, it's definitely $1 million. It's maybe over $1 million. And if something happens just out of the blue, you have no control of, even if you're young and healthy, it's absurdly, ridiculously expensive. And it's you can just, to be fair, you can kind of just not pay them, essentially. Cause I'm not saying to do that. It'll fuck up your credit, obviously. But, and that's what a lot of people do. They just don't pay
We
it.
do not give financial advice on this podcast.
That's just what
I
a
do.
ton of
Run
people
over
do.
your HR manager with a forklift.
They just don't pay it, because it is so expensive.
Disavow.
And in the end, both systems, the Obamacare kind of stuff, the Democrat side and the Republican side of handling this stuff, for the most part, just enriches insurance companies, and it enriches pharmaceutical companies, and fucks over American taxpayers and you know, the sick and infirm. Manu Susai for 10 says, history is made by active, determined minorities, not by the majority. Indeed, which seldom has a clear and consistent idea of what it really wants. That is Uncle Ted Kaczynski. Indeed, yes. And it is elite theory as well, yes. But specifically Ted K. Let's see. Anyway, this is nice. I guess it is nice. You know, 90% of medicines sold in the U.S. are generics, according to the U.S. FDA. And this most favored nation pricing deal with drug makers is aimed at lowering those drug costs. Let's see. Trump said at the White House, he said, I'm thrilled to announce that we are increasing the number of drugs available on Trump RX by nearly 7 times. 600 affordable generics on the website. So that's nice. Trump does look after. He does things in terms of the white pill stuff. He does things that help his most favored class, the people who voted for him, who are the most loyal to him, who don't ask questions, who don't get mad at him, who don't criticize him, and that's boomers. He does, if you're a boomer, you probably do feel pretty rewarded by Trump by things like this.
Boomers know absolutely fuck all about politics.
Well, yeah.
It's because they are just obedient.
Well.
Yes, they're an ignorant, fucking miserable group of people.
The Democrat, however, this is somebody we'd look out for as the midterms approach, right? This is in Florida, and this is.
Why are you surprised that the boomers are completely indoctrinated? They are the lab condition for MK Ultra.
Oh yes.
Like all the criteria that MK Ultra was conducted under, the specifications under which it is most accurate is the circumstances under which the boomers were, born and raised.
Yes, the only world they've ever known to exist. Indeed. This is regarding the midterms, and in Florida, which is a swing state, sometimes it has gone more red recently, but Florida is a big state to take, and it looks like, at least in Florida, that the Democrats are surging ahead. It has trended decisively Republican in recent elections, but a new poll, if you remember back in the 2000s, that Florida did used to be more of a purple state, or at least contentious. New poll of the 2026 races for governor and U.S. Senate suggests Democrats are mounting a competitive challenge ahead of this year's midterms. Survey commissioned by the Freedom Project USA, conducted online, Democrat-aligned polling firm, shows Democrat, so keep that in mind, by the way, shows Democratic former Representative David Jolly narrowly leading Republican Representative Byron Donalds, who I bring up. There's a reason I'm bringing all this up, because this is another case where, this guy is endorsed by Trump very heavily. And so I'm bringing this up as a comparison because how much does the Trump endorsement actually work if you're not also pumping enormous amount? Now, this is not between two Republicans, as it was in Kentucky. This is between a Democrat and a Republican, but it is a Trump-backed Republican in Florida, which has leaned red in recent years. Rather strongly red in some cases. Also showed that Democratic retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman narrowly leading Republican Senator Ashley Moody, with likely voters in a key race as Democrats try to take control of the Senate, while Democrat Jose Javier Rodriguez leads in the state attorney general's.
My God, can you get a more fucking Mexican-sounding name? Jose Javier Rodriguez. My good God.
Still calling him like Jesus.
He just came over across the border 5 minutes ago.
And against incumbent James Othmeyer, which is a very German name, Othmeyer.
The only way you can make his name more Mexican is if it was Jorge.
Yeah, Jorge. I don't know.
Jorge von Orange Picker.
Is it of Javier? If it was Jose Jorge. Is it? That one's even hard to say. Let's see. Key points from the poll. For governor, Jolly leads Donalds 46% to 42%, so close. Among likely voters, Vindman leads Moody, so these are Democrats both leading, at 47%, 45%, Senate race, and again, very close. Rodriguez leads in the Attorney General race, 45 to 41% against Uthmeyer. Democrat voter motivation is 13 points higher than Republicans, 88 to 75%.
You wonder why.
Yeah. Independents broke heavily towards the Democrats for governor, giving Jolly an 18-point edge. Cost of living dominated voter concerns, something Trump is doing great on. Cost of everything's up because of the war. Enjoy your 50-year mortgage, that kind of stuff. 70% of Floridians polled said they are falling behind financially. Yeah,
The thing is, I don't want the the American state to get worse.
No,
but
I don't
do
either.
really
Holy
want
shit.
the Democrats to kick the shit out of these fucking retarded MAGA morons, just so I can go, yeah, see, how has that fucking worked out now, you retards?
So here's the guy that is behind in Florida, Byron Donalds, running for Florida governor. He is endorsed by Trump. This was official. This is of last year in February, so this is a while ago. He's officially running to become governor of Florida, following Trump's endorsement in a state that has become a conservative bastion of the MAGA movement. Look at how Politico describes Florida last year. Just last February. Little over a year ago.
Okay, if he's trying to become the governor, where's DeSantis going? Or can he not run anymore?
Why is DeSantis out? Actually, I don't know.
Or is he just not running again?
Why is DeSantis out? What's going on with Ron DeSantis? Is he
I
not?
don't actually know. Maybe some
I haven't heard anything about him in a while. Florida. And that's 2026, is it? This year? It must be. He's ineligible to seek a third consecutive term. Oh, it would be his third. Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's why it's not no DeSantis. Okay. I thought it was. I don't know why. No, it is his third.
That's
right?
a shame.
Yeah.
He's done such a good job with the state.
He has done overwhelmingly a good job. You know, you can dislike DeSantis in plenty of other ways and capacities, but he has done good by Florida, particularly during COVID. I mean, he was one of the only people who actually stood up and said, "No, I'm not going to do this stupid lockdown stuff." And in some ways, you know, kind of made an enemy of Trump at points in that.
Well, he was like threatening to like run for election.
Yes.
And that kind of shot him in the foot.
Yeah.
By doing that, and I was like, you should have held off on this. But he saved the Florida and turned it into. It went from a swing state, like a purple state, to
hard
a solid red state.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, which was unbelievable, but like until he came in.
And that was the case, as this Politico article describes it, and how I would have described Florida. Was that it used to be purple, but it has gone very solidly red, and yet now in the midterm elections we're seeing that the Democrats are ahead. How did you fuck this up in a year? You know?
Mix of Trump and running a black man, that's for sure.
Yeah, well,
like, really,
it's another
another
case of that too. Look how not racist
like,
we are.
Could you not find another white guy? Like, I get Florida is unfortunately filled with Mexicans and has a few blacks themselves, but like, there's plenty of white guys in Florida. Like, it can't be that hard to find one.
But it's the same case as in Virginia, where they ran the black woman against Spanberger. I think it's in some ways the Republicans are doing that as like a virtue signal, funnily enough, of look, you can't call us racist, or we put forward a black person, so we're not racist. Vote for us.
We want you to be racist now.
Like, I mean, I think that's what a lot of it is look,
Murdoch now completely timeless.
Yeah,
evergreen content now.
It really is. It really is. Look at this base black guy wearing a Trump hat.
Eerily
It's
accurate.
so
We're racist. No, we are.
We are.
No, are the Donalds. Oh my God!
Murdoch,
yeah.
please, no hard R. That's our word.
That's our word, right? I have to use the restroom. Grab a drink. Do you want to? I can leave up this Politico article about this guy. I don't think so. They got a better one though. This is just him being endorsed by Trump from last year, and it's interesting that you can see right there immediately Politico talking about how red Florida is. Endorsed by Trump. No, he doesn't have anywhere near the funding. I'm gonna have something after this though. Oh, I do. I have a good video after this. This is how much he has been funded by AIPAC. This Byron Donalds guy.
Look how little that is compared to the other
comparatively. But he's not winning, is he? This is not $11 million or $12 million. It's 77.6 thousand, which is still nothing to stick up your nose at. Still a significant amount of money.
Unfortunately,
it's not 12 million.
Unfortunately, referring to Byron Donalds as dollar store 50 cent kind of sets the wrong precedent. It doesn't quite.
He does look a bit like 50 Cent, though.
Finally.
This is like the one time I feel like they should actually put more money into him. Like, I don't really like the whole base black guy token, you black, we're not racist thing. But seeing how far Florida's been able to go, having a Democrat in charge and just undoing literally everything DeSantis has done to make the state so much better. Plus with already how big the population of Mexicans and blacks are there.
Yes.
And it's just Florida will turn into a shithole under a Democrat in an instant. At least with the token black, he's probably just not gonna really do anything and be more of a lame duck.
Yeah. Probably. This is former CIA senior officer Shekels has come out with some claims about the
Greek.
Yeah, the Kennedy files stuff. He claims that not as much information about the Kennedy assassination has actually been released as is claimed, and much like the Epstein files, that there is way, way more information that's not been released and that will never be released because it implicates a certain small country in the Middle East. I will be right back. Can you read this here, Spoon? Okay? Is that all right on the screen? You got it?
All right.
Okay, I will hand it over to you, sir.
In Islamabad,
I'll be
a
right
former senior CIA officer has made a sensational claim that could reshape one of the 20th century's most enduring mysteries, alleging that 10,000, like, I'm sober now, 10,000 classified documents on President John F. Kennedy's 1963 assassination remain permanently sealed because every page points to Israel. Now, we already know all that. John Shekels, a decorated 14-year CIA veteran and whistleblower who exposed the agency's torture program, dropped the bombshell during a March 2026 podcast interview with former mobster Michael Frenzy. Or Franzese, again. Oh, yeah, I know him, actually. He said a close Trump confidant directly informed him of the existence of the withheld files. According to Shekels, the source stated Trump would never release the 10,000 documents because every single one of them points directly to Israel. The reason cited was Kennedy's aggressive efforts in 1963 to block Israel's nuclear weapons program at the Dimona reactor in the Negev desert. Declassified historical records show Kennedy's intense personal involvement. In April 1963, he demanded biannual American inspections in Dimona. By June 15th, he sent Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion a near-ultimatum letter warning that U.S. commitment to Israel's security could be seriously jeopardized without full access and reliable information on the site.
Well, all I have to say on that matter is that anyone with any ounce of know-how about this, anything to do with Israel and the CIA's involvement and how they're based... First of all, I'm surprised these notes even exist. And they weren't thrown into a paper shredder and then a kiln sometime in the fucking 80s.
That too.
Also not surprised in the slightest that this is the case, that the CIA was covering base for their boys in Mossad.
Of course. It's not exactly like this isn't fucking known.
Well, this is a very rare...
within our circles, but not with, like, normies or boomers, once again. Like, to us, this is like a no-brainer. Like, duh, okay, yeah, we already knew this, no surprise. Thanks for the confirmation, though. But for normies, this is still some fringe conspiracy theory.
And unfortunately, liable does stay that way. That if any of the documents did come out, I doubt they'd really be taken seriously by the boomers and their accoutrement.
Yeah, the sad fact is, you just have to ignore boomers' opinions, which is kind of hard to do when they're the big voting bloc, like we discussed earlier, but just gotta ignore them and push on and focus on the younger generations.
We will probably get like full bore, like medically aided immortality before the boomers die.
I don't think so. They're already on their way out. My dad's a little bit on the younger side of the boomer generation. And I mean, they're getting older, that's for sure. In fact, I'm actually getting a little bit concerned about my dad because he's getting closer to the year that my grandpa died. And he's only a few years away from that. And the men in my family do kind of die a little bit on the younger side for being old. So, well, that's neither here nor there.
Just do what I do. Live on a radioactive island where there's radium in all the water. So,
ooh, that sounds fun.
Hey, how else will they get that healthy glow?
I'm also really annoyed with the article for not putting a comma or dot if they're European for the 10,000. So because it's just like, wait, what's that number? Oh wait, okay, gotta mentally actually add that in.
Hello. Sorry about that.
Because it's from the Times of Islamabad.
Because there's a video of it, but I didn't want to just necessarily play the whole video, so I found an article on it. And this was the first article I found on that actually had all the information in it. I watched the video, but I wanted to find
We're
some.
gonna get Qatari allegations here, like,
probably. I mean, that really is just why.
I would never work with the. I would never ever work with the Qataris. However, my granddad did sell helicopters to the Kuwaitis, but that's different.
Did you see Maestro Mark for 2 says that he reposted the manifesto? Thank you for the 2.
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Okay.
There, I posted the manifesto screenshots from my Discord server.
Okay, let me see.
I personally fucking detest the whole Qatar argument because it's the same thing they level at Tuck or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's just this dumb shit where they go, oh, look, he takes money from Qatar. So let me get this straight. You're upset when he takes that amount of money from Qatar, but you will look the other way when the other fucker gets like literally like over 10 million from the Israelis.
Israel,
like, really? You don't realize how fucking stupid that makes you look, you dumbass?
Oh, that link right there has nothing to do with the manifesto. I just said it earlier.
Here we go.
Because we're talking about how the left has overtaken the institutions.
Yes.
And without one, it's about lawyers, and so we're fucked in the future.
Yeah. Let's see. Is this in the right order? I think so.
See, I'm investing where it counts. I'm getting that executioner sword.
So he says, I can't deny that the Iran war has negative externalities, but there's also a lot of signs that the Trump admin is trying to keep its promises. Again, I do see it, at least to the boomers, they certainly are, like his executive order forbidding banks and financial institutions from discriminating against us for our political views. I did hear about that. There is some good stuff. Again, he's hopefully going to get money for people who are involved with Jan 6. I'll bring that up in a bit. There's also a bill in the House, but it's having trouble getting through. He's closed the border immediately and started deporting illegal foreigners to the point that we've had negative net migration in 2025. That is true that net migration is down. The only problem with us being at net zero migration is that when a Democrat gets back in power, they just turn the fucking spigot right back on, you know? It needs to be not just net negative, it needs to be really net negative. Because, I mean, under Starmer, immigration's way down in the UK, for example, comparatively to the Boris wave, which has been absolutely disastrous. Part of the reasons that the UK is in the absolute state it is right now regarding immigration is because of a conservative. So, I'm just saying that normally when the Democrats get back in power, that gets turned back on. Let's see. Although, yeah, it is down. It is a good thing. Overwhelmingly. We have a travel ban on over 50 third world countries. The H-1B program has been heavily neutered. He's still let in more people than Obama. He's approved more H-1Bs than Obama has. And as the same. I was
going to say, the
Biden.
H-1B being heavily neutered, like, that's something I've heard the opposite on.
Yeah.
So, I'm not exactly sure where he's getting that part from, but yeah, anyways. The rest is true.
Yeah. I'm sorry for I'm being myself and always being like, yes, true, but you know, for certain things.
No, it's okay, because like he also sent me some shekels on my stream to cover this too, and I basically did the same thing. We want to know your guys' thoughts, so I'll let you continue.
Sure, and Spoon, Bill, of course, feel free to jump in at any point as I read through this. Let's see. His migration policies have such a notable effect on national identity and demographics that if they remain in place for the next 100 years, white people have a chance of actually becoming like 45% more of the population, according to statistics I saw. I'm not sure about that. I think it had to be way more than 4 to 5% more of the population, relatively over 100 years to be considered.
I'll point out is that this person very clearly has a background in economics specifically, because I see the term externalities, and that term is not used widely outside of economics.
Is it not?
Not broadly.
In politics, it is.
It's like the bedrock of what you learn, like very basic economics in school, at least over here.
I think it's why Trump defenders get so irritated at groypers and Trump skeptics telling us to vote Democrat in the midterms. Well, I'm not telling anybody to vote for anything because I'm a monarchist, and I think it's like just playing in the system that messes with your head, so I won't tell you to vote for anybody. However, I understand. I think there's a lot of reasons why people get angry why Trump's supporters get angry. Look, the groypers can be very annoying. I get it, and I get why you're annoyed at why they might be annoyed at Trump skeptics. There's first a part of it is like, oh, you're a traitor, you're giving up, you're being weak or something. There's that aspect of it too, and it does ignore the couple of things that Trump has done that are positive. Or that look positive, certainly, that appear to be going in the right direction. You know, things like making medicine cheaper, that is a good thing. It's good regardless of whether or not it overwhelmingly helps boomers. making medicine, making it so that it's cheaper for people without being absolutely gouged with generics, not by like social programs, but using generics, and rather than letting these, you know, insurance companies and pharmaceutical companies run a big fucking scam on the American people, which they have been doing. Yeah, stuff like that's good, even if it does overwhelmingly benefit boomers. There's nothing wrong with that at all. However, I will get to the thing, at least, that I just vividly have for tonight, which is regarding the H-1Bs. And that Trump is same level as Biden in terms of approval ratings, and worse than Obama. So that's not great. That was some, and he's always been, you know, he and Elon, it seems like he moved more in Elon's direction on that, because Elon really, you know, was like, oh no, you can't get rid of our America's best and brightest. He's speaking as basically a H-1B himself in that position, not in practicality and reality, of course. But that's just because he wants to hire Indians, like every other guy involved in tech in any capacity just wants to hire Indians and Chinese.
And it went to his head.
Yeah, maybe that too, right? Where was the other one here? There's a chance that the Democrat ideology under Biden will become so slandered and toxic, the party will never exist again in its current form. I think there might be some big shakeups that are going to happen in both the Republican and Democrat parties, for the same reasons that you're seeing way crazy major shakeups happening in UK politics, which tends to be on a different sort of timeline as America. Usually the French are ahead of anything that happens anywhere else in liberal democracies. They tend to be a bit ahead of things.
Yeah, you said that, and I got myself a new high-vis, and nothing happened. I was most upset.
That is the joke I don't think many people will get.
Yeah, Yellow Jackets.
Yeah,
or whatever. Yeah,
certain protests.
Mm-hmm.
God, that's old.
Yeah.
I love
yeah, because the Trump are always a little bit
whatsoever.
ahead of the curve on it. Interestingly, just historically, and I found from personal observation, the French tend to be just a little bit ahead of things. Anything that happens in France in some way will start to seep
get a
out.
good riot going.
Yeah, well, that and the French, yeah, they never miss out the chance to have a little riot, having a good riot.
Good for them.
National
it's important to keep the national
Yeah.
sport alive.
This is the importance of the zeitgeist moving right and anti-racism itself, as well as anti-racist narratives coming under so much scrutiny lately. Blech. So much scrutiny lately. I don't think it's a fluke or superficial, also because of the inherent redistricting advantage of the Republicans. Democrats are likely to have a sizable majority in the House, if at all, and Republicans are likely to keep the Senate. That is true. We did talk about that earlier, is that the redistricting thing is gonna save the GOP, I think. And if they want to survive, for once the GOP does something at least to preserve their own survival, if not for the people, they're going to preserve themselves and some of their seats as much as they can, and preserve a little bit of power. That's the unfortunate thing about electoral politics, right? Though, what do they care about? Ensuring that they have seats, ensuring that they have power. First, doing things that people actually want and are asking for. That's negotiable, right? Let's see. If J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio win in 2020...
It's a democracy at work.
Yes. If Vance or Rubio win in 2028, Republicans get to oversee the census in 2030, and due to a deluge of people moving to red states like Texas and Florida, now to blue states like California, Republicans have been predicted to potentially never lose another presidential election, again, for at least a generation, due to gaining so much of an advantage, or permanently advantage in the Electoral College. Sorry, it's a lot of text, and it's wide, so I have to keep going back and forth. Which makes me sound a bit retarded, and I am, so true. Anyway.
Yeah, you're fine.
That is, I didn't consider that, but that is true as well. Yeah, and that if you get to essentially make those decisions regarding the census, that's a big if. That's a big if, though, if J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio win in 2028.
I don't think it's looking
I still think they have a
good.
chance at the moment. Well, J.D. Vance in particular. I know I've heard rumors that Rubio is going to be the VP, which I can see that kind of happening. There, like, I mean, we're still a few years away, so anything can change. But everything's been pointing to J.D. Vance, and then he should be relatively successful. I don't think it's going to be as much of a landslide as Trump with Harris.
He doesn't
but
have
I do think that he's.
Yeah. I think he has a good chance. He's handsome. He's got them A10 blue eyes. Women will vote for him just because he's cute. You know, even though he's married to an Indian woman, which like I think knocks like attractive points off.
If that's the fact you're going from, if Newsom runs, they will vote for him over. They'll vote for Newsom over.
But they'll vote for Newsom for being cute too, and he's a Democrat.
It depresses me that the not American Dad, it was a Family Guy joke about like women's suffrage has finally been achieved. Let's vote for this guy because he's dreaming.
Because he's dreaming.
That joke is.
That's because it's true. That is literally.
I know, that's why it's sad.
It is the truth, though, that men don't do that in the opposite way. Like, men will simp for women all over the internet all day long. But I don't think overwhelmingly that men will vote for a woman because she's hot.
Like, yes, attractive, and I'll fuck you, but put you in power? Jesus fucking Christ, hell no.
I think overwhelmingly they won't do that.
Like, yes, you're attractive, but there's no way in hell I'll put you in charge of fucking anything.
Oh, it reminds me of a little tidbit that I learned years ago now about the Kennedy versus Nixon debates.
Yes.
Because like Nixon fell sick before they happened.
He wasn't. He had been sick.
He lost a ton of weight. And his suit didn't fit properly. So
and
people who
the lights, the lights that they used to use to light with the camera equipment back then were these gigantic things with big, enormous, like what would you call it? There's no protection on the light from making it make a lot of heat. So they basically have heat lamps on them. Nixon is sick. He has lost weight. He is sweating, and it was the first televised presidential debate ever.
Yeah. And so people who watched it thought Kennedy did better because of that. However, people that listened to the radio, because that was still back in the day when radio was popular before the video killed it, it was people thought Nixon did better just from like the points, and that has stuck in my mind since then, just because of the radical difference of just actually appearing to be good looking in some way, shape, or form. Like, there's obviously pretty privilege.
The halo effect is what it's called. Yes.
Yeah. You know, the left likes to say pretty privileged way back in the day, but that is technically true.
It is.
Like that's a psychological fact, and it kind of sucks, and only because of it.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
It only sucks if you're not good looking.
Well,
yes.
Yeah.
But in this case, like, I remember we actually watched the debate in my AP Psych class. This is where I learned it. And like, at least a part of it, I'm sitting here like, Nixon sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Like, if I could go back in time, I would have voted for him. I don't care how sick he looks. Like, he's making all these valid points. And then this Kennedy's sitting there. He's just like, and I forget all the things he said because it has been so many years. But it was just very like wishy-washy, feel good, no actual legit policy points. And I was like, get the fuck out of here.
Kennedy was very much about that. The thing about that study is it's one of the most famous findings in political psychology ever. And particularly media psych, so where it intersects with my main field of study.
Abandon TV and go back to radio.
The thing is, they reconduct that study on a semi-regular basis. Even when you do it now, you put people in an AP Psych class in 2026 right now and have them listen to versus watch that debate. And although of course there will be outliers, right? We're all a bit outlier-y here. Overwhelmingly, students today who do not even know who Nixon and Kennedy are, for the most part, you know, high schoolers, you give this to college kids, you give it to, most of them might know the names, maybe recognize what they look like. Consistently, they will still say that overwhelmingly Kennedy won when it was filmed and Nixon won when it was audio only. And that's the halo effect, in that we find this consistently. For example, people just vote for people who are more attractive. That's it. They think not only that people who are more attractive are they're more likely to vote for them. It's not just that. They're more likely to say that attractive people are more intelligent. Are they more likely to say that they're more trustworthy?
Because we are.
No, not necessarily. You can be hot and be a complete scumbag. There certainly have.
Yeah, no, that's true. But I am more trustworthy because I'm handsome.
Why? Okay, then whatever helps.
I don't have anything else to fucking going for me because you're that impression.
What the fuck? You're trustworthy because you're handsome?
Yes.
How does that follow, logically?
Well, because people look at you and go, oh, look, he looks nice, therefore I can trust him.
I'm ugly and everything I say is a lie.
Hmm.
See, there you go.
Where was I? Sorry. Oh, continue. Sorry.
Now I'm like, well, hold on, sorry. I was gonna say a
See,
point too,
this
now
is
I'm
so believable. Aiden's taking me seriously.
Well, I got a little stun locked by what the fuck you just said there about so nonsensical.
Hey,
but whatever.
if Spoon wasn't good looking, why would Debbie Lovato keep using him for all of her heroin needs?
That's true. Why would she keep using him for?
I don't like having a flame underneath my ass, let alone someone fucking use me for that reason.
Well, you shouldn't have worn that then, Spoon, shouldn't you?
True. Let's see, where was I with this?
Should have brought your own crack pipe too, judging by your gift.
Yes, even if leftists win an election or become dictators, their ideology is impossible to achieve. They can never actually eradicate racial differences or permanently eliminate racism. That's not really their goal.
I can eradicate racism.
You can improve this article by expanding it?
Listen, my nickname on my Twitter handle was the final racist.
The final racist. Sorry, the final racist, which is...
After me, you don't need any others.
Which is a great name. They don't really care about the eliminating racism stuff. These people, they're the uniparty. And that's the thing, is that, like, well, if they win, they're just gonna do the same shit that the GOP does. They'll keep treading water. They'll keep creating cultural animus to get the people fighting. The bread and circuses comes back out, as it always does, and people get distracted. The Democrats, the mainstream Democrats, and the mainstream GOP are identical. That's why people call them the uniparty. They appear to be moving in opposite directions and struggling against each other on these things. But overwhelmingly, all they want to do is just get in power, stay in power, and maintain the machinery, right? And some of them don't want to maintain the machinery, and they end up causing a bit of a problem. That is where you get your squad-type people. But I don't know how popular that woke stuff is anymore. It actually is, and AA made that argument, and he is right about this, is that's why I think people are finding some, ironic or not, why they're calling Starmer based. Because if nothing else, Starmer is a machine creature, and he makes sure that the machine operates, which in a country where nothing works, or more and more things don't work, it's like, well, at least you've got this one guy who's actually just cares about making sure the machine operates, kind of. So it's
the fact that the immigration is being boring. Slightly lower, right?
Yes.
Like, actually, he's not being handled. I'm not going to go as far as say that, but like he's sort of, kind of addressing it, versus the conservatives unleash the floodgates.
Yes.
I mean, technically, you can go back and blame Labor or Tony Blair and blah 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 blah.
Yep.
And not like Labor's good either. I just want to make my stance clear. But at the same time, like, he's actually sort of kind of doing it because he understands the threat of reform and restore.
Yep. And so the end result, though, is that there's no more Boris wave under Starmer, which is ultimately a good thing, just for like survival purposes. But for the most part, the goal is never actually whatever they say the goal is. The goal is power. It would be a future of constant oppression, dissent, censorship, endless propaganda, worse than 1984, because it'd literally be more inhuman, and it's unlikely the population would like that or take it forever. No, that's why you had to boil the frog slowly on stuff. Never fully black pill leftism is literally a doomed ideology. Also, human evolution has a bias for lighter-skinned members of ethnic groups having more status and reproducing more often, and male members of races are more attracted to lighter skin due to their brain thinking the woman is ovulating. That part is also true, because your skin tends to be a little bit lighter in complexion when you're ovulating, which is true based on my... I know I've read that at some point. Understanding of it. Yeah, no, never fully black pill. At least I agree with that. However...
We can band together. We can work together with just a little bit of cooperation. I can get a free sword.
It's yes.
But I will have to work it up after all. That's what swords for.
It's not about being black-pilled. It's about being realistic about things, and also understanding that electoral politics is all fake and gay, and in the sense that yes, people get elected and they come in out, but it's all this uniparty stuff, and they can just buy elections. They don't even have to cheat, as we saw with Massie. They can just buy it. And that's it. Let's see.
No good deed goes unpunished, but you must still do good deeds.
Kizza for £5 says actually aid in the Boris wave remains. Oh yeah, I don't mean that they left. I mean it's not continuing at the same level as it was under Boris Johnson. The reduction came from the wealthy people and native Brits emigrating to Dubai, etc. Not good. There is the fact there's always been high native immigration out of the UK, out of Britain since for the last couple hundred of years. It's been that way. There's always been, relative to other countries, a large amount of emigration. It just kind of happens naturally. And yes, there's been some white flight, wealth flight from the country. Yes, overstate. There, you were right to say let's not overstate what Starmer's done regarding immigration. It's another case too where things have gone to shit. Another reason why I think a lot of immigration is down in the U.S. is in partially because things aren't going great, and so there's less of a, in a lot of ways, regarding the economy. Particularly while we're in a war and all the prices are going to keep increasing on stuff, as I'll get to in a minute. But how far do we get in this Kyriakou article? The main thing is that he says that there's 10,000 classified documents on Kennedy, and that it's related to Israel. I think we got it. But if you guys got through that, then that's basically the key of it. Go check out this clip if you want to watch more of it. But we've gotten off in the weeds on that. Speaking of Israel, there's been some kvetching at Tucker Carlson recently.
Of course there is.
Because of course there is, yes. This was over he was on Israeli TV, I guess. I mean, this reporter's getting real mad at him for his use of the word genocide to describe what's happened in Gaza. And it's always this word twisting and yes and no, we have to define things, and if I just say it in such a way, it's not real, it doesn't count. It's all the word lawyering shit, always. Which is, in this case, is really damning when you're talking about the deaths of thousands of children, regardless of whether or not they're terrorists. It's just, he knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing, and it's pretty gross.
Really labeled Israel as committing genocide. You said that.
Ethnic cleansing. Israel's trying to take the people who live there and move
genocide.
Them out.
You said about Israelis,
genocide, killing,
about the people,
killing
the state of the...
No, that's our word, right? He wants to say that. That's our word. You can't call something a genocide. That only happens to us.
Jews, you said we are committing genocide.
Israel has murdered all these children, thousands of children in Gaza. But the real criminal is me, because I describe that as genocide. Okay, it's not it's killing innocents. It's wrong. You can call it genocide or ethnic cleansing.
So you're not
you
calling
can call
it
it a crime, a sin, an atrocity. I don't really care. What I'm saying is murdering children is wrong. You're more upset by how I describe the murder of children than you are at the murder of children, which says a lot.
So. Yeah, I do think so. I do think so. I think that is actually, considering how much you're kvetching about, would you rather use ethnic cleansing? Is this a little bit, I think it's just that, that's our word, Goyam. You can't use that word.
Sometimes I wish Trump would, Carlson would run for office.
Yeah, he's got deep state ties.
President Carlson would be really funny.
It would be really funny, but I don't think he has any interest in that. He's got deep state ties elsewhere.
Also, why are you surprised about the kvetching about this? Wasn't it also Israel that just straight up told Ukraine, don't go overboard with calling it the Holodomor?
Yeah.
Bit too close. Don't want to gimmick infringe.
Yeah, something to that effect. Even though, I mean, lot of very, very large Jewish diaspora in Ukraine, including their president.
There's a reason, and there is a reason why currently I believe most of the street signs in Kiev are in Hebrew.
No way, really?
The place was posited to be Second Israel.
Yeah, yes, that is a thing about having Ukraine be Second Israel as part of like the Greater Israel. It's not directly tied to the Greater Israel Project, but there is this idea of, because Ukraine, they believe, is historically the home of the Ashkenazi, so Ukraine is rightful Jewish clay, same way that Israel was, of course, right? So there have been certain Zionists who have been pushing for that for a long time. Not as strongly as for Israel, but also pushing for essentially the second homeland of the Jews being in Ukraine. Weird how that all played out, huh? Manu Chusai for... What? Manu Chusai. Whoa. Manu Chusai for 10 says, the book by Neil Postman called Amusing Ourselves to Death is a bit out of date, but it's still one of those eye-opening books when it comes to media and how it twists perception. Neil Postman, Amusing Ourselves to Death. I have definitely heard of that book.
Great name, by the way.
I have heard of that book. I swear to God. I'll check it out, though, Mena. That sounds really familiar. And Maestro Mark, for $100, whoa, thank you, man, says, Anti-racism is dead intellectually. Yes, I do think so. Right-wing Twitter has destroyed it on both realistic and consequentialist grounds. Yes. Combine that with body cams, and left-wing individuals will abandon or demote it as a moral value if they have a shred of intellectual honesty. Thank you so much for the $100. The unfortunate part is they do not have academic or intellectual honesty. Very few people do. It's not just the left in that sense. Very few people in general have intellectual honesty when it comes up against what you just want to be true, or what you would like to be true, that kind of stuff. Or what you already believe is true. Once people start to believe something, truly, whatever it is, once they encounter information that's contrary to it, that creates an uncomfortable psychological state called cognitive dissonance, and your brain will try to do anything possible to alleviate that psychological pain. You know, Crump calls it psychic pain, and it is, in a sense, psychic pain, because it just, like, it makes you feel uncomfortable that the things that you believe in don't align with your actions, or vice versa, or the outcomes of your actions. And so people will kind of reinvent things in order just to not give themselves essentially a psychic headache.
Because the cringe reflex stimulates the same place in your brain as real pain. So it is legitimately like, I need to prevent future cringe at my own actions.
Yes.
So I'm just going to try and bury it.
Yeah. We're animals at the end of the day. We don't want to feel pain. We try to avoid it at all costs. And so people will twist themselves into pretzels in order to not feel it. And unfortunately, that does not have political valence in any way. I think, the Democrats and the leftists in general, they seem to have fewer compunctions about just doing evil stuff real out in the open, just being like real face-off evil about it. Oh yeah, like with all their degenerate shit, like, yeah, let's mutilate children and do all this other stuff, like just the overt and insane extent of the evil, right? They don't seem to care as much. However, when it comes to being a hypocrite, or
of course, my opponents are Nazis, and therefore they're the most evil thing,
yes,
and therefore everything
anything
I do is justified.
Anything I do is justified.
Yeah.
However, when it comes to intellectual honesty, very few people.
I mean, to be fair, the right's done that as well. It's
yes,
like, hey, look, I'm not killing people, just commies.
Yes, right. They're just commies. They're not people. Which, I've had my fair share of laughs at helicopter jokes over the years, but ultimately it is kind of, it is the same sort of thing.
That's just pest control.
I mean,
also, that was a fabrication. It was a bit of propaganda at Pinochet's expense.
Really? Oh.
The people chucking communists out of helicopters was the CIA during Nam.
I knew that they did that too. I thought Augusto did so as well.
The case. It was an exaggeration.
Oh,
but the company did plenty of it, and will never apologize for anything they do.
Yes. So, in terms of, we talked about the APAC money and all this APAC money that's coming in. They're not the only ones being enriched. People like, not Thomas Massie, but Galreen, that other guy, all these other GOP guys raking in tons of money from APAC. Donald Trump Jr., his linked 1789 capital thing has surged from $200 million to $3.5 billion on America First investment push. Trump-linked venture capital firm 1789 Capital is rapidly emerging as a major force in U.S. private markets, positioning itself around what it calls patriotic capitalism and investing heavily in artificial intelligence, defense technology, and American-focused businesses. The firm's assets under management have surged from $200 million to $3.5 billion over the past year as it pursued aggressive investments in some of these sought-after AI companies, according to the Financial Times. Donald Trump Jr. What was that? Sorry?
Not suspicious at all.
No, not suspicious at all. Has made over $3 billion in a year. While his dad's been president. Again.
I wonder if there's any connections to Palantir there, if it's with AI and then the defense.
Absolutely.
As well.
There is, yes. I think this stuff's all connected to Palantir.
That's what the
AI
digital ID thing
stuff,
push was in
and
the UK.
there's why.
Was for Palantir.
Yes, and this is why I think is connected to the Palantir stuff, because Trump has done so as well. Trump touted Palantir on Truth Social after buying the company's stock, record shows. This was in just 5 days ago, right? that they report on this. Trump scooped up shares of artificial intelligence software maker Palantir weeks before he famously lauded the stock with its ticker symbol on his social media platform Truth Social, according to records released this week by the U.S. Office of Government Ethics. Let's see. Records show thousands of transactions during the first quarter, totaling hundreds of millions of dollars, each trade listed as a price range. During the first 3 months of this year, 2026, Trump purchased between $247,000 and $630,000 worth of stock in the now Miami-based AI company, the documents show. In March alone, Trump made at least 7 purchases of Palantir, totaling as much as $530,000. The following month, Trump praised Palantir on Truth Social, as shares suffered their worst week in over a year. That came as the software sell-off accelerated amid the Iran war, and the company caught the ire of famed short seller Michael Burry. Palantir Technologies has proven to have great war-fighting capabilities and equipment, Trump wrote on the social media platform at the time. Just ask our enemies. Company's tools have reportedly been used to identify targets in Iran. Several transactions were denoted as unsolicited, indicating that the move wasn't done by a recommendation of a broker or a financial advisor. So Trump bought these shares on his own volition. At least that's what the records seem to show. Trump's investment holdings are maintained exclusively through fully discretionary accounts independently managed by third-party financial institutions with the sole exclusive authority over all investment decisions. Trades are executed and portfolios are balanced through automated investment processes, and so on and so on. So you can see here that the timeline of events, he starts buying unsolicited all of this stock, and then you have stock sale prices in red, right? He starts buying all this shit, and then at its absolute lowest, right there, although only marginally lower than it was in February, at its absolute lowest, he promotes Palantir, and what happens? The next couple of days, between April 10th and April 22nd, a little over 2 weeks, or a little under 2 weeks, it shoots way back up to a much higher position, drops again. But this is manipulating the markets in a sense, right? Trump and his family and the Trump organization don't play a role in selecting, directing, whatever, they're just talking about that. Alex Karp, of course, so let's see. Palantir wasn't the president's only big tech trades. In February, he bought between $1 million and $5 million worth of AI chip maker NVIDIA. A week later, company expanded its AI deal with Meta Platforms. So there's all this AI shit all involved in those. That month, he scooped up between $1 and $5 million worth of ServiceNow, Workday, Oracle, and Microsoft during the software sell-off earlier this year. Records also show the president bought an upwards of $1 million worth of Amazon, Apple, and Broadcom. So it's not, I mean, it's insane that Don Jr. made $3 million on that, or $3 billion, was it? Yeah? Was it with a B? It's such an insane number, I always get confused by it. Yeah, over $3 billion on this stuff. But Trump's also obviously enriching himself on this as well. And it's specifically, we know they're directly, but I think with Don Jr. as well, ties to Palantir and Alex Karp. And here's where it gets really fucking insidious. And what I mentioned earlier about, the IRS can't look into us. New deal bars IRS from tax audits of Trump, his family, and business. Washington, Justice Department agrees with President Trump over his leaked tax returns, includes a guarantee that the tax agency will no longer pursue any claims over tax liabilities it may have against Trump, his family, and his companies. What?
Well, so what it says,
I'm waiting for more to
family,
break on this, by the way.
Is that anyone that he's even tangentially related to? Is it going to be like are we going to lead into is he setting himself up to be like the next Muhammad, where like everyone's just trying to buy into his family just because
I don't know how far this extends.
Advantageous.
Can the IRS just not investigate Trump and Don Jr. and any of them? They can't do any more tax audits? I don't know. I'm not sure how far this goes. Like if at some point that can be overturned or whatever.
Imagine Democrat can come in and probably overturn it.
Probably, yeah.
Along those lines. He's just probably using his power that he's got currently to protect himself and his family. Which, in a way, not to exactly defend this, but I can't really blame him.
They do go after
Biden
him. Yes.
Did.
Yeah, they did very much go after him.
And it's something that looks really dramatic that'll, deflect from things like the Epstein files.
However, it just looks insane. Like when you put them just back to back like that, like look at all this money, all the investment they've done in Palantir, all this investment they've done in this AI stuff, made themselves very rich, and then make a deal with the IRS that they can't be investigated. You can't do tax audits of them. And yeah, I mean,
I
they have
can't
been
wait for them to
targeted,
botch how they set this
awful.
up and accidentally set a precedent for something.
Yes, this is, by the way, this is, speaking of the H-1Bs, this is the data on that. So, approvals by president. This is Layoff Hedge. They keep records on this. I did look it up, and it was so many things to dig through, but I did find it here. This is the image of it, at least. So, every H-1B petition filed since 2009, every employer, every decision, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who's the president. Here's just the information. So, there have been 6,100,000, 6 million petitions filed between 2009 and 2026. 93.8% have been approved, which is already insane. 94% are just approved. Petitions per day, nearly 1,000. Approved total, 5.76 million H-1Bs have been approved since 2009, and denied only 379,000. Obama's approval rate, 94.5%. Trump's first term approval rate, in terms of he's approving the H-1Bs, 88.4%. Pretty good. I mean, at least in terms of it's 6 percentage points lower than Obama. It could be way better, but at least it's a drop. Biden, 97.6, much higher than Obama. Trump, 97.6.
Though the number is much lower there.
Yes.
However, projections. I'm curious to see what the projections. I'm not smart enough to figure out, like, okay, if there's, 393,000 have been approved so far, and it's only been like a year.
It's been a year, yes.
Yeah, how many would it be?
It's 400, 800, 1,200. It would be nearly the identical as the total approved under Biden if it continues at the current rates. Because with Biden, it's 1.6 million, and it's about 400,000. So if it continues at the same rates, it'd be almost identical to the Biden approval numbers, and number of people win on H-1Bs.
Which, to be fair, it's only 100,000 more than what Trump did.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it's a lot, obviously, but, I mean, not also a lot when you're talking about these big numbers.
And if you do look at the numbers also on there as well, just to be clear, Obama did approve far more in terms of the number of people, but there were fewer H-1B applications. I mean, that's the only way you get these numbers under Trump, because Obama approved 2.2 million, right? Whereas Trump, in his first term, approved 1.5, and Biden approved 1.6 million. So Obama
basically
did,
what I'm seeing
numbers-wise.
As a just like as a general thing, that no president's actually done anything with the H-1Bs to stop them from coming in. They're just going with the status quo. Like they're not promoting it, but they're not, destroying it either. They're just kind of let the thing function, right?
Oh wait.
At least we know the number of that need to be deported. 5.6 million.
Yeah. Actually, sorry. I need to just nix everything I just said. I forgot. That's measuring all 8 years of Obama, is the 2.3, right? And there's only one Trump 1 and then one Biden 2, so those are both one-term presidencies. So if
oh yeah, shit.
So that's under 8 years of Obama, and that's of course why it's so much higher, because it's double. However, if Trump 1, if even Trump 1 had been identical in Trump 2, he would have approved more H-1Bs than Obama, even with that 88.4% rate. Even if he had maintained that. Yeah.
I'm not a fan of deportations.
Not more than Obama. It would have been similar. Wouldn't have been more than, but it would have been similar. And now, if it's the same as Biden, then ultimately it would be almost identical to Obama. If it's the exact same numbers as Biden, as it appears to be, it'd be about the same number of H-1B approvals as Obama, if again trends continue on the same pattern. Yep, I was gonna say, why is Obama so much higher? How'd they get that? Oh, 8 years. That's why. Yeah, are we winning? I don't know. It's not good. The changes, I think, this is, in terms of the Trump skeptics or the black pillars or whatever, what it is, I think that they're so frustrated about, myself included, is that it's gotta be more than this kind of stuff. It can't just be like a little bit lower. It can't be just 6% lower than Obama when things were at their best and now identical to Biden. That's particularly why Trump's second term has really hit people why it's been so frustrating. Because maybe there might be a couple things you can point to, and there are white pills, there are. As we brought some up this evening, we have brought up some white pills, some things to be positive about. And don't let yourself get blackpilled to the point where what's that, Spoon? Sorry?
You can't run for office again.
Yeah. Never get so black-pilled that you find yourself despondent or anything like that. I do think it's important to try and keep a little white-pilled on things. However, this sucks. You know, like, this sucks. It's all the same shit. They're just the same cycling rotation of dicks. You know? Forever.
I just can't get over that number of the 5 point whatever million that was. That's just what the H-1Bs are.
Yes.
Between Obama to Trump.
Yes.
And, you know, they're still here.
Yep.
They haven't left. If
Yep.
anything, some of them might have green cards or
and have had children.
Visa system.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when you factor those all in, you got, you know, let's say double that number there, like 10 million some people.
Yeah.
If you deported all of them overnight, which I know it's not possible, but hypothetical there.
Yeah.
You know how much that would help Americans?
Yes, massively. I
Like
mean, obviously.
freeing up the housing, jobs, everything.
Yes.
Like, there probably would be a little bit of a hurt economy-wise, but it'd be a blip. And it would be solved within the next 6 months as all these Americans that can't get jobs. As I've known quite a few people now that have been struggling to get jobs for months up to a year to even 2 years.
Yeah.
That could possibly get them.
Yeah. I mean, holy shit, though. Just think about that. Since Obama in 2008, that means that the children from the first wave brought over under Obama, they'd be 18 now. They can vote. They were just turning 18 this year. So all those people
the damage they would do.
Yes. Those, and because they're born here, you know, birthright citizenship in the United States. So all of the children that those people had in the U.S. are all American citizens because of, you know, birthright citizenship. And as a result, yeah, they're all about to be able to vote. So I just realized that the years on that, very fun. So Trump has tacoed a little bit again regarding Iran. I don't have a ton of Iran news because we have been in a ceasefire, but he was saber rattling, saying he's going to strike Iran, and then he has tacoed and chickened out, and apparently at the behest of the Gulf allies that we've done so much for in this regard. They're very happy with the fact that they've been getting bombed on all sides for siding with the United States.
Stop Iran will kick the shit out of us if you do it again.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Archaeosophy, as Scrump says, it's essentially take 10, give 3 back, yeah. And then say, look at how good our numbers are, essentially. And Trump said he's holding off on a military strike on Iran planned for Tuesday, and this was yesterday, yeah. Because of serious negotiations are underway to end the war. I thought it wasn't a war. Anyway, there seems to be a very good chance that they can work something out. If we can do that without bombing the hell out of them, I'd be very happy, Trump said at the White House on Monday evening after making the first announcement in a social media post. Trump said he planned a very major attack. Okay, very major. Thank you, NPR. But put it off for a little while, hopefully maybe forever. He said America's allies in the Gulf asked him to wait for 2 to 3 days because they feel they are close to a deal with Iran. What kind of deal is it? Because, like, the only deal that the U.S. and Israel seem willing to take is total and utter surrender of Iran. I don't even know, like, what do you want Iran to do?
I'm not sure what they're going for with the image here. That's what gets me at the top.
Huh?
Like, are they trying to big up, like, I'm guessing they're trying to big up the threat of the militia as they're showing a bunch of douchebags with fucking 12 gauges?
Let's see.
Break action 12 gauges.
These are Bakhtiari nomads wearing traditional dress, holding their guns during a pro-government gathering near the residence where former Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, shown on a banner, was killed. I don't know what the message is there. This is NPR, so they tend to have a quite strong left-leaning bias, even though it's National Public Radio, you know. But they try to pretend slightly occasionally that they're unbiased.
There's one person in the chat right now, she's thinking to themselves, ooh, getting the Olympia, bold move.
Let's see. Trump's been threatening for weeks that the ceasefire, reached in mid-April, could end if Iran did not make a deal, with shifting parameters for striking such an agreement. Over the weekend, he warned, for Iran, the clock is ticking. They better get moving fast. There won't be anything left of them. Yeah, I mean, I understand it's a war. You do want to make threats to a certain amount. Like, you know, you're trying to display power. President has repeatedly set deadlines for Tehran and then backed off. Taco. He's also previously indicated that he would hold off on military action to allow talks to continue, only to turn around and launch it. You know, that's the other thing. I mean, this all started because they were discussing new deals with Iran was discussing deals that the United States has proposed to undergo with them. And then while they were all meeting, all these, you know, senior leaders in Iran, including the Ayatollah, they bombed the shit out of them because they knew they were meeting under the guise of peace talks. I mean, maybe they were meeting for other reasons, but they knew they were meeting there to discuss peace and reconciliation kind of stuff, trade stuff with the United States, and that's when they bombed them. And that's been the same thing the entire time. The Iranians, why would they trust anything that you say? Yeah, trust me, we're not going to strike you anymore, and then they strike you. And then cry out in pain. Yep, that's what happened at the war's outset when he ordered strikes in late February, shortly after indicating they would let talks play out. Exactly. Trump said the current pause for negotiations was a very positive development, while acknowledging there were times in the past when a deal seemed close, but nothing came of it, maybe because you keep fucking bombing them whenever a deal seems to be close. But this time it's a little bit different. So he credits the Gulf allies, who again he's screwed over. But I don't know, he might actually have pressure from Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE to say, fuck off with this shit, because all of us are getting our economies boiled by this, you know, getting absolutely beaten over this stuff. They can't get their product out because they can't move it through the strait. They're all suffering financially. So, once again, as we've been looking at for the past 2 months of this, Trump's post quickly caused a fall in the price of oil, which has been rising on the prospect. He's been doing this. He just sends out these messages, says, I'm going to attack him. I swear to God, I'm going to drop a nuke on him this time. Then he goes, no, never mind. Actually, I'm going to sue for peace. Guess what happens? Oil prices drop. It is as predictable as the sun rising at this point, bro.
Apparently, Trump has posited the idea of running for prime ministership of Israel after his term.
No, he's not. That's some bullshit.
Yes, he has.
What? Did he? This wasn't that same thing. The same. I didn't see this earlier today. What the fuck? It's the same thing that we watched. The same Tarmac interview. Are you sure? Is he just joking? Let's see.
I'm right now at 99% in Israel. I could run for prime minister. So maybe after I do this, I'll go to Israel, run for prime minister. I had a poll this morning. I'm 99%. So that's good. But I
actually did see that poll. I didn't see his response to it. I think he's maybe joking. Please. I mean, look, they're never gonna let you run that shit, Don. You're Goyim. You're not part of the club.
I was under the impression that this is something you could get kicked out of office for. You know?
Yeah, that
looting with a foreign power.
Yeah.
Quite literally saying, well, it's saying that you have dual citizenship, and that's why he's got to be joking. However, why would you even joke about some shit like this? Is he joking?
Close to home, you will need to unlearn your helplessness at some point.
Is he joking? Because it's disgusting, bro. It's gross. What the fuck would you say that?
I don't think he is joking.
I don't think he is either. I hope he is,
Okay,
but I don't think so.
I had to take care of my dog there, but
no problem.
I would have put my 2 cents.
Yeah.
I think he's joking. However, I don't think he realizes the mood of the room.
Yeah.
He surrounded himself with yes men.
Yep.
Which I used to think was actually a good thing after what happened the first term. But like after
as did I, by the way, until I realized what kind of yes men he had surrounded himself with.
Like Laura Loomer has basically admitted multiple times that she
just
kicked
runs
Tucker
it.
Carlson out of the Trump circle.
Yep.
And she talks to she said on her little podcast that she talks to Trump like every single day.
Yes, she does. She did say that. I remember that. Yeah.
And then there's the fact that like Fox News is also covering him for the Israel stuff. Basically, his whole entire circle, everyone's around him, is telling him what he's doing is a good thing.
Yes.
That Iran war is popular. That lots of Americans support it. Everything like that.
It's only a bunch
There's
of
no
stinky
Israel
leftists. Yep, who don't like it.
Yes. Yep. And so he's making a joke, but he doesn't realize how bad it makes him look to at least on the internet, and to people who are. I don't say normal people because the normies don't really care about this really either. But his actual base does not like this whatsoever.
No. You can't be the. I mean, the whole thing is make America great again. America first. That's your stuff. You can't be like, maybe after I'm done with this shit, I'll go run for PM of Israel. Bro, what?
Yeah. Well, I think it's just typical Trump thing where, like, look at me, I'm so popular.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, your rating is higher there than it is here. That doesn't make you
it actually makes him look bad.
It does.
It's just like, why are you more popular in a foreign country?
Yes.
Oh, it's because
you're doing more
stuff to benefit the foreign country.
I mean,
not actually Americans.
Yeah, if you've got this massive, overwhelming 90% approval or whatever it is in Israel, is that because maybe you're doing the things that Israelis want? Meanwhile, your approval isn't the absolute lowest ratings in the United States has ever been, currently.
Yeah.
Like, that is a stark contrast. Right now, yeah, Trump's approval ratings are the lowest they have ever been. Meanwhile, his approval ratings in Israel are sky high. What does that
I'm guessing
tell you?
People around him are just not showing that to him, because he keeps on thinking that he's hot stuff. Which, I mean, part of it could just be an act because he doesn't want to show weakness to the public.
It's always possible, yes.
But
it's just act.
But at the same time, like,
It's
he's
also
put himself
retarded.
in a horrible position with the Iran war, where he literally can't win no matter what he does.
Yeah.
Like, if he actually ends it, like, there's no way to properly end this war, because Iran wants those nuclear weapons, so they're not going to concede unless they're completely destroyed. But Trump doesn't have the balls to completely destroy them. Israel wants them completely destroyed because they don't give a shit about this kind of stuff. But Trump's not willing to go the full mile, and despite how much control Israel does have, they do need America's support with it, because America is the world hegemon.
Yes.
So it's this mix, but at the same time, like, we also can't back out, or else it's just going to be in Afghanistan and our loss. It makes us look bad and weak across the global scale. No matter what he does, he is fucked. And it's getting to the point where it's even frustrating the boomers, because my dad literally yesterday was complaining about this. He's just like, he was like, they should never had the ceasefire. It's been 2 months now. Why don't they just destroy them already? Like, it's getting ridiculous. It's been dragging on for so long, and it's just like, well, I personally, like, okay, I don't like the Iranians, right? I don't like any of the Middle East. So if we destroy them, okay, whoop-de-doo, I don't care. And I don't really want us losing either.
Oh,
but
of course not. Yeah. I don't want the U.S. I don't want the U.S. to lose and be embarrassed on the international stage. I don't want American soldiers to die. Obviously. So I have great support for the U.S. on that front.
It's just so funny.
However, the
when this
RDF.
whole thing started, I was pissed.
Right.
Like, I was livid, and like, I don't really talk to my dad about politics because of the differences there, and it's just like it's kind of no point to do so. But I was like, I legitimately pissed about this whole situation, and he could tell, and he asked me, and I explained that we literally got into this war because of Israel, and he's just like, oh, it's not actually because of Israel. Israel's a good ally, blah 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 blah.
Our greatest.
And now,
one might say.
Yeah, literally, he said basically our greatest ally is ridiculous.
It is a pre-programmed response in them. Well, at least, I was shocked that my dad didn't do that, because that's what I was not. He apparently, like, saw me posting some stuff on Twitter. He's mad at me. Now he's gonna see this and then be like, stop talking about me. Okay, my dad was quite based on the Iran stuff, and I was pretty surprised by it. That he was like, yeah, no. Even though he, I think, also has some of that tendency, because he watches Fox News and OAN and all that kind of stuff. So he's in that same bubble as your dad is. But even he was like, wait, what? I think with some of what the fuck are we going to war with Iran for? I think, I don't know where he's standing on that currently. But I think that even in people who, they do have a loyalty to Trump, but it's still like, well, what the hell is this? Why are we doing this?
I just found it funny that my dad supported this at first, and then now a few months later that it's still being dragged out, which I knew it would be dragged out. I knew it wasn't be just like a weekend.
It wasn't going to be Venezuela.
Operation.
It was never going to be. And of course, since we've been covering it, we said that day one, the first. I mean, I don't know how many days after it had started that we streamed the first time about it, but it was like, this is not. I remember in the chat, and no offense to any of you guys who were saying this in the chat whatsoever. It's not like we're either, Spoon or I are particularly unique political prognosticators either. Both of us predominantly just listen to people smarter than us, and read the room, And the reality, the basic facts about Iran are that it was never going to be Venezuela. This is a very difficult place to try and conquer.
I just think that the fucking state of the size of the country.
Yes, just
like
that.
The regime was never gonna fall, and there's 90 fucking million people there. Yeah. The only thing that we had going for was this horse shit of, oh look, they killed their own fucking people in some other protests. I'm like, do you have any evidence for that whatsoever? No. Okay, then I don't buy that. Just fuck off.
They have one reporter who super duper swears it was 50,000 people. He super swears.
30,000, then it was 50,000. Yeah.
Right. It started at 30,000, then it became 50,000, then it became 60,000. I think, is it now sitting at 60,000 people were killed? Or was it, I thought it was 3. I thought it was 30,000. Whatever, the death toll kept rising. It has to be some goetic number, though. If it's either 3 or 6. It's either 30 or 60 that they claim. Both numbers are absurd. Obviously, that they killed 30,000 people in a week.
Yeah. And there's no evidence.
No.
None.
No.
No bodies, pictures, nothing.
You killed 30,000 people. There would be piles of dead in the streets. There would be thousands of pictures of it. But where are the proofs? Where are the proofs? I'm not saying they don't kill their own people. The Ayatollahs have been a pretty brutal fucking regime. In many ways.
Considering who's next door to them, who've been wanting to attack them for 30 years, I can sort of see why.
We're just saying the numbers don't add up.
I'm saying the numbers don't add up. Arch was like,
wait, which ones?
This is a good thing now he ignores it ever happened. This is most liberals, maybe. I've not paid attention to any of Arch's coverage on this. Shortly after Trump's post, the Iranian state TV called it a retreat based on fear in its broadcast ticker and on its X account.
Which Arch? Arch Warham?
I'm guessing so. I've not watched any of his coverage. Oh, but by the way, here was the fiscal results, the financial results of Trump saying, I'm going to attack him. No, I'm not. Gas went from 108.83 a barrel to 107.25. So, a little more than $2, right?
To defend the Swede, because they are referring to the Swede here. Like in his defense, like
isn't he Norwegian?
Kind of go.
Yeah, that's the joke.
Oh, sorry. Excuse. Please be patient. I have autism.
It's okay. I just call him that because he hates it.
Yeah.
But
he's a proud Sami. You put some respect on the name.
True.
That'll get to
the amount of edits this community made about turning him into Sami or black is hilarious. But anyways, like in his defense, the Iran war has definitely fallen out of the news cycle over the past month.
It's a ceasefire.
Now, I would say.
Ceasefire. So yeah, it has fallen out of it. Yeah.
So therefore I pretty much have stopped talking about it because there's no updates.
We largely have as well.
Nothing's really happening. Yeah. And now we finally got this one, but it's still to me for my personal coverage, I would ignore it because it's just like, okay, we got a deal. Oh, nothing happens. Okay, whatever.
Yep.
Like when the deal actually is confirmed and settled and like writing and everybody goes through with it, then I'll talk about it.
This is the whole part I'm interested in. Is the money. Well, this is the whole point. Reason I'm interested in it is this: this keeps happening, is that Trump makes an announcement, something about the war, gas prices change. Then they just creep back up. And it's so you can kind of point to like a, little pressure release valve. So you can point to this and say, look, gas prices are down this week. Look, they just went down $2 a barrel. Right? That he's been doing that since the beginning, so that's always going to keep happening. But that is the gist of it anyway. I agree too.
It's so fucking amazing it actually works still.
I thought it would have, at the beginning, it wasn't like $2. It was significant changes in the price. $2 is so the statistical weight that it has and its power has diminished significantly over the past couple months. Vance just also, this is the constant still sort of like anti-Euro stuff. It's still going on. It's nowhere near as intense as it was before. But all this sort of, it's this repeating narrative. And he's talking about Poland here. And Poland has been actually very pro-Trump. But anytime there's any kind of pushback from a European nation where you're not a loyal enough dog, these are sovereign, independent nations that have their own interests. But the second you don't kiss America's ass enough, you also get thrown under the bus by this administration. I swear to God, all they know how to do is make international enemies. And I thought Trump's whole thing is, I'm the deal maker. I'm going to make, maybe not friends,
they're
but
owned by the
partners.
Israelis, so why are you surprised by that?
And yet the only one that they're actually interested, that the Trump admin seems to be interested in any way of making friends with and gaining approval within, as we've seen, is Israel. Here's J.D. Vance shit-talking Poland.
I would say that that attitude makes me believe that he is owned, just because that kind of sycophantic behavior, it just, well, brownism really, that's this thing that you do if you're owned. Like, oh, look, didn't I do a good job? Like,
yeah.
Basically that.
Indeed. Yes.
I'm talking about Trump or Vance being owned right here, sorry.
Well, they both are. But yeah, who are you talking about specifically? Yeah. Spoon. Who were you talking about specifically? Who is owned? Okay. Oh, you include Vance in that? Because I would.
Well, Vance looks really sketchy in this.
He's gotten more white in the past couple months. I don't feel like he had that much white in his beard before.
He looks like he's trying to looks max a kind of Aryan type.
Well, he's got them A10s.
Well, he's always been white. He's always been quite dark and handsome. But
yes.
But I will be the first one to sim for JD Vance from his looks alone, and he's lost weight too.
He has lost some weight, I think. Oh, just like you said, he's always been white. It would be really crazy if he didn't used to be white. He became white. I'd be very impressed.
What aspirin?
The white in his beard reminds me of like Obama, like when Obama first got in office, and the bottom like leaves office, those pictures of 8 years.
Yes, like, how much gray he got. It's a tough job no matter what. It's a lot of stress. He has grayed a lot in the sideburns there.
Ted Cruz needed to be called handsome was to grow 3 inches more of neck. Which is at least
I can't think of any decent-looking politician.
Man or woman? Because there's some decent female ones and male.
Either.
JD Vance is. I mean, you're looking at one right now. I mean, like, I don't necessarily like him, but I do have to say JD Vance is a handsome
His eyes
man.
are tiny and wonky.
It always makes me cry thinking about his Jeet wife.
Yeah, I know.
It could have been me. And she's pregnant too.
I know.
Jeet baby like in July. Like that could have been me.
Malcolm, you can do better.
I mean, a race trader, yes, but like at the same time, handsome wise, I don't know. He's like perfect to me. Because like there's a certain point for me.
Get the fuck out of here, woman.
Spoons
well, no, like there's a certain point.
He's built like a bulldog.
Where if a guy's too attractive, it makes me scared, and I want to stay 10 feet away. So like, he's like the right amount of attractive, where I'm just like, huh?
Why?
You want to stay away?
Someone's that
This is the
handsome.
female equivalent of the male trend of like, find myself a nice mid to settle down.
No, because like I'm mid myself. Like I'm probably like a 6 on a good day. Like I know my fucking place. If anything, JD Vance is probably too attractive for me.
He isn't attractive. Well, I would say this about Bill. Bill's got A10s. Your eyes aren't quite A10s, but you got light blue eyes and you got the dark hair, so you got the same Vance, vibe going on aesthetically, just in terms of light eyes and dark hair.
This is some unfortunate praise I'm on the receiving end all of a sudden.
Bill hates hearing anything positive about
all
himself.
6s here, 7s there, bitch, 3 is the magic number. I'm out here looking like dog shit, as God intended.
Bill, don't be rude towards yourself. Anywho, shall we listen to what icy-eyed JD Vance?
Dark, crazy eyes.
You do though. You do have dark, crazy eyes. Like, I mean,
yeah.
Yes,
I have crazy eyes. I have like very, very much white eyes.
You have shark eyes, bro.
Bug eyes, yeah.
I mean, like it's.
But then I can do the smug cat emote. I can do that very, very well.
You can do the smug cat. Like you also have very striking features in that just how dark your eyes are, dude. Like
with just a pinch of my cheeks, I can go from psychopathic to like baby face puppy dog eyes.
Yeah, you can be very kawaii.
I can be your angle or your devil.
An angle, yes.
Reward you.
I think I was on camera once in a Discord, and people were just saying, I think it was Machu just said she's just enjoying my expressions.
You do have good expressions though. You should go on camera more. I can set this stuff up that way we can.
I look like Porter Rockwell was left in a microwave.
Bill.
Yeah, the thing is with me, if I'm not. I won't say not paying attention, but if I'm just normal, I look either like sleepy or I'm gonna kill someone because I look very stoic and no emotion. But if I'm actually interested in something,
so you look how I feel.
Yeah, then I just basically. Whereas if I'm actually paying attention, then I'm very expressive.
Bill, you look how you feel too. You know that every other time that you come upstairs just say hi to me or something, I'm like, what's wrong? God, are you okay? Pretty much every day that happens, and you're just like, this is my face. It does happen nearly every day. Anyway, here's JD Vance, what he's got to say about Poland.
Punishing your best ally in Europe.
Well, first of all, I'd say there's been no president who's done more, frankly, to ensure that Ukraine survived the invasion of Russia than Donald Trump. As he famously said, Obama gave him sheets,
That's
I
not
gave
a good thing. And also, it hasn't. They've taken most of the fucking regions they were trying to get in the fucking first place.
In Donetsk and Luhansk, and of course Crimea. So,
How about the survival of the Ukrainian people, not the land?
Oh God!
Oh, you don't give a fuck about that.
Okay, with this image we're paused on right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw down a physiognomy check here. It's gonna hurt.
Okay. All right. What do you got?
Look at these lower mouth.
Well,
Look at his upper head.
He's in the middle of talking, so.
Yes, but it looks like Alex Jones wearing the mask from the Do House music video.
You know what's really the weirdest thing to me about looking at this photo?
See what you mean, though.
It's like his lower face and his upper face don't match.
Okay, just hold on. Do you know what's the weirdest thing to me? Is if you look at the lighting in the front and the back, it looks like this is photoshopped in. Like there's no lighting contrast or anything. It just looks like it's copy and paste.
I see
and now
what
I can't
you
unsee it.
mean. He's thinking about from Rammstein's music video.
Really
I do
sketchy.
see what you mean in terms of the top side of the face and the bottom side of the face not seeming like it's a mask. In this particular screenshot.
Any handsomeness you find on JD Vance is purely from his eyebrows and like strong nose. Strong nose, and he's got very strong nose and eye.
No, it's all, for me. It's all the eyes. I think it's all the eyes with JD. That's what I think is attractive about it.
Yeah, basically, all of his aesthetically pleasing features are in like the domino mask region.
I'm a simple creature. White skin, blue eyes, dark hair. That like 3-week wham combination. Oh, that takes me out. That just takes me out every single time.
Bill, look.
You're gonna be slightly chubby too.
Bill, look. It's not just me.
Yeah, but you're also a chubby chaser.
I'm not. I am not a. No. I just like cooking. Yeah, I think that most men, don't you want that to a certain degree? Like a woman who enjoys cooking? Yes.
No, because like me, he's of silent mental illness. Also, I'm sick of my kitchen. I'm sick of my kitchen looking like a snuff film was filmed there.
Until I clean it. Look, a lot of times your mom comes by, and when I'm getting ready to clean it, and your mom comes by in the morning and cleans it, like before I even wake up.
She's got an erring ability to tidy up.
I know. She will. Bill's mom will just at like 9 o'clock in the morning. At like 9 o'clock in the morning, we'll just walk in. Look, we live in a very small, very safe island. So of course we don't lock our doors. She'll just walk in the morning.
The door doesn't lock, to be fair.
I don't even think it does lock. So she'll just walk in the morning, clean up the kitchen. By the time I'm usually up by like 7 or 8.
You got to walk downstairs and think something has changed.
But I'll walk downstairs, because I've got my headphones on.
We have lost another block of
7 o'clock in the morning?
I usually wake up around 7, yeah.
You're a YouTuber. You should be up at noon.
No, but I'm old. So as you get old,
I don't want to hear.
I am older than you.
I know you're older than me. I know you're older than me. But I like to wake up. Bill wakes up early in the morning. I like to wake up around the same time Bill does and go get to work.
When do you go to bed?
Anymore?
Midnight.
Midnight, yeah. Shortly after we end the stream. Oh, okay. I go to sleep. Anywho, we don't have a lot of time left, so let's get to this, actually, shall we? Because we got about an hour.
Javelins that ensure that Ukraine still has its territorial sovereignty. What he's also said is that he wants to pursue
the
200 pallets of 84s.
No.
That is not fucking true at all.
That is
what the fuck
outright lie.
When
this was yesterday.
What?
Yeah. Play that back. Hang on.
That was steely eyes may be blue, but he's a lying motherfucker.
Yeah, let me play this back. What? Yeah.
More, frankly, to ensure that Ukraine survived the invasion of Russia than Donald Trump. As he famously said, Obama gave him sheets, I gave him javelins, and it was those javelins that ensured that Ukraine still has its territorial sovereignty. What he's also said is that he wants to pursue an American...
It is just a lie. They do not have their territorial sovereignty.
At all, no.
And Crimea. I mean, Crimea was beforehand, but still.
What's perhaps more important than territorial sovereignty is the entire generation of young men they fed into a meat grinder.
Yeah.
Or
and the women that were undoubtedly
women who were abducted, women who were sex trafficked, and women who just fled the country and and left.
Hey, congratulations! You saved you saved Ukraine for the Jews who replaced
Yay, Patrick! We saved the city. We saved Kiev. Meanwhile,
policy that focus on the interests of the United States. And part of that foreign policy is not to reward Putin or not to punish a country like Poland, which we love. We love Poland. We love the Polish people.
Poland, by the way, has like one of the highest approval ratings of America and Trump in particular. So to punish Poland essentially for not doing enough, in this case, it's, Trump delaying troop. Poland has asked for troops, right, from the United States because they're worried about Russian encroachment. Because the Ukraine war is not going well, right? Or so they seem to perceive, hence why they're asking for troops. And this is why, actually, no, fuck you. So the United States demands and demands and demands, and then says, look at all we give you. Look at all that we give you, essentially. you know, and then demands that all these European countries get into a war of choice for the United States. But when the most loyal country in Europe to America at this point, currently the most loyal country to America, arguably, is Poland, and they say, can you place some troops in Poland, please, because we're worried about Russia? It's like, no, fuck off. Your loyalty, that's the problem with this. If you're going to demand loyalty, you have to give something back in recompense. Poland has asked for troops, Poland has called for aid, and the United States said, you know what, despite being such a real loyal dog to us in this sense, comparative to a lot of other European nations that have not gone along with America's demands. Not like Poland's joined the war in Iran, by the way, either, though, to be fair. Maybe that's it. Poland's not joined the war in Iran. I don't think they really have the capacity to. I'm not saying Poland has no military, but what are they going to do other than get themselves involved in a big war? That could really hurt them. I feel like, it's snubbing Poland a lot when they've been so loyal. Maestro Mark for 2 says Trump ended remittances for illegals recently. Did he? Oh, yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes. Which I did look into that. I don't have that on the docket, though, unfortunately, because I think it fell in a weird place. But you are right. He has talked. I need to look into the details on that. It's somewhere in my stuff. But I hope that is comprehensive. I hope that is a comprehensive ending on remittances. I need to look into that further. Thank you, though. And Maestro Mark for 5 says, banks and financial institutions can now be punished for working with illegals. We might be about to see a wave of self-deportations. I think you are going to see some self-deportations for a lot of reasons. I think as the economy gets worse, and again, knowing this is not a super favorable to immigrants environment under Trump inherently, you will see more self-deportations, but the economic conditions more than anything. You just put a little bit of extra pressure on top of the existing economic pressures, and a lot of people will self-deport, which is the thing about immigration in the United States, is that it's pretty easy to get these people to go back home on their own. They just need a little bit of a push on them, really. Which is why it's so ridiculous that this has been an unsolvable problem for 30 years. It's because it's really not, 50 years. It's because it's not actually unsolvable. The reality is that Uniparty wants people to be here to replace the native population.
Yeah,
cheap laborers. Not just cheap laborers, but loyal to the system, because they tend to be a little bit lower IQ. Dumber people are easier to control. And they have lots of kids.
No. What we're trying to do, what our foreign policy...
Well, yes, for labor. Then you have lots of kids who are also typically, similarly, slightly lower IQ. Just this easy to control, easy to exploit. That is, they think of people as cogs, as little just, pieces of data in a chart. They're nothing more than that, those in power. You're just a data point on the spreadsheet.
Policy is geared towards is promoting European independence and sovereignty. We want Europe to take more ownership.
That's crazy, because when Europe does that, then you screech at them. It's literally what the Trump admin did this past couple months, was become irate at European nations for saying, no, I don't think I'll get involved in your war of choice, when it does nothing to benefit us. If there was some tangible benefit to them, then sure. But they have, there's nothing they get out of it.
You're only fucking up the entire world's energy markets.
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to get involved. Fuck you.
Yeah, we're fucking over your ability to access energy. Now come help us out as a thank you for how we just fucked you over.
Yeah, Trump literally came out and just said, well, it's not really our problem.
Yes, he did say,
why the fuck don't you do it then, you piece of shit?
It's not your problem. You're right. It's not the United States' problem. Sure, if you are an island nation, if you want to be alone. But you don't want to be alone. You want allies. You want people to help you. You have to give them something back. You can't treat them like shit. You can't rub their faces in the dirt and then go, where's my beach or whatever? Where's my suck? It's absurd of demanding this kind of sycophancy from countries when you give them nothing in return. And NATO has not at this point. NATO has ended up, for a long time, not being the boon that many Americans, and particularly conservatives, like to pretend that it is for Europe. They pay for most of it. Yeah, the U.S. pays a large amount into funding NATO, but Europeans pay a lot into it as well. It's a lot of bloat and it's a lot of waste as well that goes into those price figures, largely from the U.S. We don't need to be paying all that much into NATO.
Territorial integrity. We want Europe to step up in a big way. Now, I think you said 4,000 troops.
Why?
We've not.
They don't actually, by the way. That's not true. If Europe was able to sustain and defend itself entirely, the United States would lose out on this massive grift that it has regarding NATO. So they don't really want this to happen. If European countries actually became militaristically entirely independent, or at least within the European sphere, and didn't need to rely on the United States at all, that would be devastating for the United States. Because the US is a major supplier of weapons and of military technology and military secrets. It is a massive supplier of those things. So if all of those countries in Europe built up their military capacity, the United States would lose out on a bunch of money. This is not just bad for the the current situation, the current agreement is not just bad for the European countries, it's bad, like, if it goes in the same direction, it will become bad for the United States. And eventually, good for Europe to become independent of the US. They don't and J.D. Vance knows that. He doesn't really want Europe to become independent. But he has to say that because he's trying to shill, why aren't you helping us in Iran? Why aren't you helping us more? Why aren't you getting involved in this war of choice? It's a bit ridiculous.
The troop levels in Poland by 4,000 troops. What we did is that we delayed a troop deployment that was going to go to Poland. That's not a reduction. That's just a standard delay and rotation that sometimes happens in these situations. But here's the fundamental...
Which is betraying an underlying point, which is that things are difficult already. That they can't get the troops to Poland on time because of the stuff in Iran, obviously. It looks bad. It makes the U.S. look weak as well. Another detriment here. Just, on the geopolitical stage, you miss your troop deployments to Poland, your strong ally who supports you very much, they're your strongest ally in Europe. Trump, I think, maybe not Trump, but the Trump sort of apparatus has been very clear about it. We love Poland. We love Japan. We love our loyal allies, not those stinky Brits or whatever, It's not good, then, to not be able to supply them troops on time, is it? When they're right next door to a war. That you started also, by the way.
Poland is...
Yes, I know the Russians started it, but the whole situation in Ukraine is because of the United States. Long story. But yes.
Video about it?
Of defending itself. With a lot of support from the United States. We're not talking about pulling every single American troop out of Europe. We're talking about shifting some resources around in a way that maximizes American security. I don't think that's bad for Europe. That's encouraging Europe to take more ownership.
They always are using this. Lisa, they always use... I'm done with this. They always use the same kind of line. We're encouraging Europe to be independent. And yet if Europe was, you would be out of a major buyer of goods. So you do not actually want Europe to be militaristically independent. Don't lie about this shit. This is fucking talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Have no more bases in the region.
Yes. The reality is, it is rough at home for Americans. This is the cost. Price increases since the start of the war with Iran. This is Charlie Bilello for, what was this called? The outlet, Creative Planning. This is his calculations. I don't know how accurate these are, but this is what he calculates, right? Coal up 11%, iron ore 12%, because I told you guys this, it wouldn't just be petrol. Of course it wouldn't just be petrol, because all kinds of stuff comes to the Strait of Hormuz from all of these different Gulf countries as well. Coal up 11, iron ore up 12, palm oil up 12, fertilizer, which we knew was going to be a big one, and that will be a problem when it comes, well, now is when it's currently a problem, because it's been, now we're in May, so we're about past it, but we've been through planting season. We're getting into, for some crops, planting season. Fertilizer being up means the cost of all of your produce that comes out of this harvest season in the fall and later in the summer is going to be way more expensive because the cost of fertilizer was so much more expensive. Rice 23%, urea 24%, cotton 28%, Brent crude oil 50%, diesel 50%, gas 52%, European natural gas 54%, heating oil 55%, jet fuel 58%, WI crude oil 60%, and sulfur 97%, up as of 2 days ago. And you're going to feel that. The fertilizer thing you're going to feel a lot in the summer and the fall. And it's not just that. Inflation also is up. We're, Trump did have something. What the fuck? Why did I just, oh, that was me. I accidentally just copied a single word in the headline or in the URL. So, inflation has jumped up to 3.8%. Your paycheck just fell behind. April's consumer price index surged past forecasts to a 3-year high. Consumer prices rose 0.6% from March, 6% from March, on a seasonally adjusted basis, pushing the annual inflation rate to 3.8%, the highest level since May of 2023. So the benefits that you saw from Trump initially, in terms of the economy and inflation, bye-bye. Economists predicted the annual rate would reach 3.7, but the actual figure came in 1/10 of a percentage point above the consensus estimate. It's even worse than they were anticipating, albeit slightly. Energy index accounted for more than 40% of overall monthly increase all on its own, so gas, petrol. Food prices rose 0.5%. That's going to go up a lot, with the food at home category climbing 0.7%, a pace not seen since August of 2022, according to CNN. Core inflation, which excludes volatile food and energy categories, also came in stronger than expected at 0.4% monthly and 2.8% annually. Beyond shelter and energy, higher airfares and increased subscription costs for video and audio services, including Netflix price hike, contributed to the upside surprise in the core measure. Oliver Allen, a senior U.S. Economist at Pantheon Macroeconomics, told the network. So inflation jumped from, before the war, 2.4%, now it's 3.8%. 1.4% increase in inflation is significant. That's a fucking lot. Because that's in general. It's kind of for everything, you know? For people who are living on the margins, that's not tenable, you know? It's going to hurt a lot for those people. Mike, speaking of money, I am curious, I brought this up earlier, but who's going to end up getting this money? I want to talk about UK politics here in just a minute, because I'm tired of getting US politics. Trump admin creates 1.776, get it, 1776 billion fund for allies of the president after he drops lawsuit against the IRS. So this is what I was talking about earlier, involving, hey, you can't investigate me anymore? Justice Department on Monday announced the creation of a 1776 billion fund to compensate Trump allies who claim they were unfairly targeted by the previous admin. Unprecedented move. Appear to be a few constraints on who can submit a claim to the fund. The president has broadly stated that his allies were politically targeted by the justice system, from the years-old Russian collusion investigation to the nearly 1,600 people charged in connection to J6. The creation comes as Trump dropped his $10 billion lawsuit, alleging that the IRS failed to protect Trump and the Trump organization from an unauthorized leak of their tax returns, which again now potentially means that they can't be investigated by the IRS because of the targeting, right? Trump himself will not receive any payments. He doesn't need any. Will receive a formal apology, the Justice Department said. Who is this money? I don't really care about like the rest of the fluff here. There are no partisan requirements to file a claim. It will process claims through December of 2028, a month before Trump's second term as president ends. So you've got the next couple years to do this. Mike Lindell apparently told CNN he expects to be compensated via the fund. So is it going to be compensation for Trump's friends and not for the regular people who are put in jail at J6? Because that's what I'm expecting at this point. I don't want to expect that, but that's what I expect. I expect that this is just going to be a big money laundering fucking operation to give Mike Lindell and and Ben Shapiro and anyone else who claims that they were fucking victimized in some way under Biden COVID stuff or censorship under the Biden administration, and probably not a lot of people who were arrested at J6. I don't know how much money they're going to get. I hope I'm wrong about that. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, probably the latter. I don't see why the hell Trump would suddenly help anyone else.
Yeah.
He hasn't done so far. Why the fuck would he start now?
Why would he start? Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said that creating the funds is depraved. Well, Chuck Schumer is depraved, but whatever. Trump is shaking hands with himself in order to fund his insurrection. I don't even think this is what I mean. This is all uniparty shit, because this is not what it's really about. He's not gonna fucking pay off the J6 insurrectionists, the J6 protesters. He's not gonna. If I'm wrong, God, please let me be wrong on this. I hope that some of this money actually goes to people who could really use it, and not Mike fucking Lindell. No offense to Mike inherently, but like, I think it's going to go to his cronies. I think it's going to go to his friends and pals. And I think it's a big money-making operation, which it seems that the Trump administration is quite comfortable doing with a bunch of insider trading shit. As they've done, by the way, with, like I said, those tweets or those messages of, I'm going to attack Iran hard, I'm going to drop a nuke on him tomorrow. Wait, never mind, peace. All of a sudden, oil prices decrease. Look, all of Trump's friends, Trump's son, Trump's associates. Well, while the price of oil was low, they bought a bunch of fucking stock.
In case you were wondering why
Keeps
they
happening.
never prosecuted Pelosi for blatant insider trading.
Yes.
Because they were doing it themselves.
It's all the same club. Oh, I got like 2 more. At 3 minutes, I'm going to switch to UK news because I got a couple things. Because there's the Tommy rally. I want to talk about the Tommy rally. Clarence Thomas has declared the abortion pill providers a criminal enterprise, but you will find out, as I'm about to release here, your conservative operated over, completely conservative oriented run, overtaken, compromised, whatever, from whatever position you stand at, Supreme Court, sire. Justice Thomas is in the dissenting opinion here. The conservative Supreme Court has agreed to continue allowing the abortion pill.
So it happens to have women in there.
Yeah.
Within a male feminist as well.
Yeah.
Like, oh god, I can't believe the most base person there is a black man, but he is.
He is.
The rest are just women, which
yes.
women can't be based. And then a male feminist.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yep. I always see that kind of complaint though from the left of being like, oh, Trump made SCOTUS overwhelmingly so far right. We're never going to win now because of SCOTUS. Well, Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito are the 2 dissenting voices on the abortion pill, which is mifepristone. And I do not think that this is not the one that prevents ovulation. This is the actual pill that causes abortion. So there's a difference between that. Plan B, I don't think is this. Although let me double check that I'm correct about that, because there's a couple different names for this chemical. It should be, if it's Plan B, it should be progesterone. And it's not that same word. Yes, I am correct. This is not the same thing as Plan B, which is, Plan B is emergency contraceptive. It prevents the fertilization from happening in the first place. This is an actual abortion pill where the woman is pregnant. It is an abortifacient. The woman is pregnant, and this is terminating the pregnancy.
You might as well be knocking back gin and pennyroyal.
Yes, essentially. And no, not going to be any kind of bans on it. Preserves a widely used method of abortion, keeps in effect the FDA's current rules on prescribing the drug, even as the justices remain deeply divided. Well, 2 justices remain deeply divided. Alito, who's not always great, and the persistently based Clarence Thomas. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I would very much like to just replace the entirety of SCOTUS with clones of Clarence Thomas. That's my ideal Supreme Court. I know, based black guy. However, he has been based. He's been very reasoned and based on his decisions in SCOTUS for a very long time. So there's your based right-wing Supreme Court. This was also, I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, maybe not even over a month ago. Trump's been doing this weird shit where he keeps comparing himself to Solomon, and this relates to the building of the Second Temple and a bunch of other really weird shit in Jewish prophecy about, rebuilding, well, because Solomon built the first temple, and Trump is going to build the Second Temple, or the Third Temple, excuse me, right? Second Temple or Third? Why, my brain just died on that, Bill. Tell me. The second or third? I can't remember my Jewish lore.
Thus Solomon finished the house of the Lord and the king's house, and all that came into Solomon's heart.
He keeps talking about being Solomon, like he's relating himself to Solomon over and over again. And from a Christian theological perspective, or Judaic
really fucking bad.
Theological perspective, him relating himself to Solomon, meaning he's going to build the new temple, means he's going to bring about the apocalypse. Do you understand that? Like from, which one is it? Well, which temple are we on, by the way? I've forgotten. However, it
Second
means...
Temple.
Second,
was the Roman Temple.
So it is the third. Yes. Right? Yes, the third temple. Yes. Okay.
There's also why Vatican III has been held off on
yes.
for so long, because they don't want to set the Jews off. You know what they're like.
Yes. So it's very insane that he keeps referring to himself using quotes about Solomon. And it's clear he is referring to himself. Why else is he talking about Solomon so much? It means that he intends to build the third temple, which means bringing about the apocalypse. I'm not saying that you have to believe that, but that's what these people believe. Schofield Bible readers think this shit's real. They think that they can force the apocalypse to happen and so that Jesus will return and they'll all just be raptured. By the way, that is not what it says in the gospel, so you are deeply mistaken that you're just going to be raptured up while the rest of the people you don't like suffer in hellfire. That's not how that works. You are deeply mistaken. Stop reading that fucking Schofield shit.
To make in the house of the Lord.
To fuck around is human, to find out is divine.
Indeed.
And in his own house, he prosperously affected. And the Lord appeared.
Yeah, imagine how gaudy the third temple will be if Trump actually builds it. Disgusting.
To Solomon by night and said to him, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. If I shut up heaven, that there be no rain, or if I command the locust to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people, if my people which are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes shall be open.
Why is the President of the United States doing this? Because he thinks he's trying to portray himself as Solomon. Which, he builds a giant gold statue of himself. He keeps talking, he keeps reading Solomonic lore continually. This is like the second or third time he's done it now.
And my ears attent to the prayer that is made in this place. For now I have chosen and sanctified this house, that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually. And as for you, if you will walk before me, as David your father walked, and do according to all that I have commanded you.
You get the idea. He's reading.
Memorized all this script. Memorized all.
He's looking at a teleprompter, dude.
Still didn't learn how to fucking act.
He's reading a teleprompter, but
obviously, but
he is consistently referencing this Solomonic literature, the Solomonic lore. It's very bizarre. Oh shit, we're not gonna get to.
To cut a long story short, I will hear no more of this Hebrew nonsense.
You know what? I'll get to the UK stuff later because it's less important. I forgot we have to talk about the Nazi Troon mestizo mosque shooting.
Which is a hell of a sentence.
How could I forget? Alleged shooters in Islamic Center of San Diego attack identified, but I think also identify as Kane Clark and Caleb Velasquez. Clark's grandfather told reporters the family's in shock as authorities investigate the shooting as a hate crime. Suspect who killed 3 men wait, dude, this story's fucking crazy. 3 men at the Islamic Center of San Diego have been identified as 17-year-old Kane Clark and 18-year-old Caleb Velasquez. The suspects were found dead with apparent self-inflicted gunshot wounds inside the vehicle a few blocks from the mosque following the bloodshed. We are very sorry for what happened, Clark's grandfather told the Post. Clark had been on the wrestling team at Madison High School. This is I believe, although information on this is scant, that's a woman. That's a girl. This is a troon. Obviously. Am I wrong? I have seen some stuff where that seems to have been confirmed. And
I've been hearing that it's a troon. Like a troon couple. Like apparently it's 2 of them. They're both trannies.
Well, we're going to look at their Steam profile in a minute.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Literally.
Well, a motive remains unclear. No, they.
Why is the police officer stanced up like that?
I actually do have their motive. At least I think. I wasn't able to confirm it either, so I don't know. But I think I know as this continues to break, we'll find out more about it. But it appears that they may have thought that mosque was actually a synagogue, and did a little. Yeah. I think there's some.
It gets funnier. It gets significantly funnier.
That they thought they were actually attacking a synagogue because these people are Nazi troon mestizos. Situation escalated. Mother came to piece together bits and pieces of the info. Believed her son was suicidal. That's a girl, right? That's a girl. But, you know.
It's someone who's so dysgenic it doesn't fucking matter.
I'm pretty sure this is a
I'm gonna
troon.
say, like, this is like perfect non-binary because like, it could be a guy with long hair, there's no makeup, flat. Like, I think that's a guy, like, personally myself.
I don't know.
Like, it looks like just like a guy with long hair, that kind of troon.
It might be. I don't know, and it's so difficult to find information on it because, you know, they don't want to report on that kind of stuff, particularly this early on in the investigation, so. they did live stream it. They just talk about it here. I'm not going to play it, but there's some footage. They live streamed the shooting. Not the first time that's happened. That obviously happened in New Zealand, quite famously. And Christchurch. Bill, you're muted. Hello?
I was once again, my finger had gone over from my pause break to scroll lock, which is my usual push to talk.
Don't worry about it. So here, however, is their Steam profile. This is, which one of them is this? Hang on.
Well, that's Lele.
Yes. Oh, no, I know. How can I get this to go?
Twitter. I think that is the, I think that's not the one we've seen, but the other one.
This one, I don't know which one it is. I don't know which one of them it is, but one of the shooters, this is their Steam profile. Yes, so, Coffin of what was it in Lele? I forget the first one's name.
Andrew and Lele.
Right, Andrew and Lele. Which is an incest game.
Well, technically it's not. Yeah, but it's complicated.
Well, everyone who follows that game is like, okay, wait for it, it's not in the game yet, it's not in the game yet, and it's in a disavow.
Well, technically you can choose a path.
I do understand, yes, that it is in a, yes, it's in a certain path. There is an incest path in this game. Okay, probably a better way to say it.
It's just known for the incest.
It is known,
as well.
Yes, it is known for it.
Yeah.
And these are the games that they've played. It's Coffin of Annie Lele, a bunch of Jap stuff. Class of 09. Man, this is
Class
awful.
of 09. Oh.
What is that? I don't know about this. It looks like some very generic.
So I haven't played it myself.
Dating sim.
No. So it's a visual novel that goes over high school in the early 2000s and has basically mean girl that convinces people to commit suicide, school shootings,
there you
and
go.
a whole bunch of other like really nasty stuff, like really edgy. I mean, it's edgy, but like really like horrible things that were popular back in the 2000s.
Oh no! No, Bill! No! Put it away! No! Don't get Steins Gate involved in this!
What have we got here?
No! Don't get Steins Gate involved in this. Steins Gate's based. Fuck off. That doesn't count.
Shut the fuck up! Microwave the banana, dickhead.
All right, I'll microwave a banana right now. I don't have any. Do I have one in the freezer? Maybe.
Banana-less. She's nanoless.
I am nanoless. I might. Do we have one in the freezer? Maybe. I used to freeze bananas all the time. I don't think I do anymore.
No.
Needy streamer
Basically,
overlord.
they like to play. They seem to like to play over.
Also, Neo 2, no achievements.
Omori. Yeah, Omori,
Judge them.
Yeah, I have played Omori. Neon White, Neo, the non-existence of you and me. Norland, that looks pretty based, honestly. That looks like a city builder game. Yeah, I'd probably play that game, to be honest. But there's more.
Yeah, this is definitely a male.
Sorry, with this, come on. With this...
Almost certainly got Neo 2 when it was on cheap last big sale season.
And then so they play a lot of Hearts of Iron 4, and this is their mod list. Like Astolfo, Horseshoe Marine Empress of Japan, Astolfo is leader of Romania.
From where they are and watching this worst case scenario unfold before them. We've gotten into their
all this fate anime stuff for their, but if you're not aware of what Hearts of Iron is, for some reason it's a World War II strategy game.
It is referred to as basically the gold standard of Hoth scaring.
It is of Hoth, yes, and it is deeply Hoth scaring. Women don't play. I
just want to point out this is another case of the right wing, based right wing being brown Nazi tranny femboys.
Yes. Many such
every single time.
It keeps happening.
The worst part is, the more it keeps happening, I'm like, God fucking damn it! Like I keep on joking that I'm brown and a man and all that fun stuff. But I'm just it's becoming less and less of a joke. It's like, how am I supposed to?
I mean, I didn't care for Preacher, the comic, but the line, why are the defenders of the white race always the worst examples of it? Yes. I didn't know how true that was going to turn out to be.
It keeps happening. It is a persistent trend that your based right-wing fascist Nazi, sir. Here it is. Troon in the femboys and the
also someone pointed out, like,
posting.
someone was wondering, it's like, oh, I'm surprised, like, the Fire Rises isn't in here, and then someone pointed out, oh no, he's got the Astolfos themed variant of the Fire Rise.
Yes, he's got. Oh no, I have to log into X. Well, I guess good thing I didn't show that then. I don't think it was just another. It was more posts of their shit they have on Discord, or not Discord, on Steam. So here's the question.
My theory as to why, like, they're always brown, like Mexican's version of brown, more specifically, is that because they do have some European ancestry thanks to the Spaniards colonizing, they so desperately just want to be whites. So, like, they're ashamed of their brownness and that they're mutts, so they want to support the white stuff because they don't like how the browns, because they do recognize that the browns are ruining the world and creating shitholes.
Yes.
But they're brown themselves, and they want to appeal to their white side.
Like, we're Spanish, we're not brown. Well, I've got some bad news about my views on the whiteness of Spaniards. Got some very bad news for you.
I can't confirm this, if this is real or not, by the way. I've looked for it, but this is what Drew Pavlou says is in the manifesto that they found. So were they actually trying to shoot up a synagogue? They shot up an Islamic center. But this is in their manifesto. Quote, everyone has their own idea of who is to blame for all the wrongs in the world. They will say it's the government, the elite, the rich, the politicians, the 1%, the left, the right, the capitalists, the communists, the Illuminati, the fags, the trannies, the immigrants, and many more, and all of them can be traced back or caused by one group, the Jews. It's the Jews. It's the Jews. It's the Jews. It's the Jews. The Jews across all time have been behind an extremely disproportionate amount of the world's problems, whether that be from war, famine, exploitation of children, rise in degeneracy. Wow. About this person in particular, talk about degeneracy. Infighting of people's...
It's not on screen.
Oh, is it not? Oh, did I... Oh, you're right. Sorry, I switched over. I forgot that I didn't share that with you guys because I changed it on...
Like, what page are you reading?
I changed it on OBS. I changed it on OBS. There you go. Yeah. There you go. It should be up now. Departure from
I can read all of this in Fuentes' voice. Do
you want to? Do you want? Well, I mean, they are Mexican. They seem to be mestizo of some sort. So do you want to? I mean, do you want to do a Fuentes impression of it?
I'm just reminded of the scene.
Mexican.
I'm just reminded of the scene from Deadwood where Walcott is talking to Jane, and he's just like, "So, oh yeah, who runs the hotel? A grotesque runs the place. Looking at here." He ain't lied yet.
I mean, everything he writes in this is true.
Yes, but...
However, you're brown.
Why did they then go attack a synagogue? Did they think it... Or a mosque? Did they want me to attack?
It said the Islamic Center. It was fairly obvious what it was.
What? It doesn't make any sense.
Is it just like, fuck it, we got this far.
Also, they wanted to take out Trump, too. If this is real, I don't know. This is, again, like, these are the images that are floating around. Mainstream politics, an illusion of choice. That's true. That part is true, but it is an illusion of choice. However, you hate Trump so much, then kill him. And this time don't miss, or better yet, he's already on his way out, take out Vance instead. His best buddies with the CEO of Palantir, and so he makes it into office, you can be guaranteed you'll live in a real-life 1984. Remember, no matter who you are, nobody likes Big Brother surveillance state, so go out and do it, lefty. Prove you can start a revolution. And for the magatard boomers eating this message up from whatever AI slop using your YouTube channel, hello, or Fox News segment, is informing you of it to spin me into some kind of radical leftist. Yes, I am inciting violence from the left because I am an accelerationist. I know it takes all sides opening fire to cause that much desired societal collapse. Go ahead and follow through for once. This person, I believe, is a third positionist in whatever they have any kind of...
He also seems alarmingly insane.
Yes, third gender, third position. There you go, right?
And this is a non-binary political take.
Woo! It sure is, though.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
I just hate the fact that, like, this is our representation, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, minus the whole, advocating to assassinate Trump and Vance and, start civil war and all that fun stuff. With it, like, if you go to, like, the beginning
there are some things in this I don't disavow.
I mean, yeah, like, there's some agreements I can be made for, like, some of their criticisms. And it's just like, okay, but the thing is, now thanks to this, Like, if you actually hold these positions, then you're like, okay, then somebody can accuse you of supporting the shooter.
Yes.
Yes. And it's like, okay.
It should draw stink lines over things, yes. That's how it will be used.
And it's like, no. But at the same time, you're gonna be lumped in with it by saying, oh, it's based that they call it the Jews. Well, I mean...
No, these people are clearly schizophrenic. Like, these people are fucking crazy. I think they're also really stupid. But they're... I don't know if they meant to target a synagogue or not, but they don't mention Muslims in this. In terms of in their universal enemy section, Muslims are not mentioned.
The only thing I can think of, and I don't really want to say this because there's no evidence for it, but if this manifesto is true,
yeah, I don't know that either.
I almost want to think it's like staged. I mean, not exactly staged, but like basically kind of set up where they actually are radical leftists, but whoever kind of pushed them to the edge. Maybe they have some sort of help or whatever the case is, but they know the right things to say to basically make it look like the right is schizophrenic and supports this by making the far right's talking points. And
I mean, again, they've also
the Islamic Center just to kind of make it look even crazier.
If true, they're also anti-Trump. So I mean, these people are crazy. I think ultimately but you're right that it will get twisted by both sides to mean whatever the fuck they want it to mean. So they released an online manifesto and video live stream detailing their neo-Nazi accelerationist.
Cain and Caleb?
I'm not sure about that.
Really?
Yeah, Cain and Caleb, yeah. What's up with that?
Very close to Abel.
Oh, yeah, true. Universal enemies repeatedly mentioned as the Jews. Pair denounced Republicans, leftists, Jews, pagans, Muslims, transgenders, conservatives, Trump, black people, other minorities, women, and even Nick Fuentes. They claim that there is no longer a political solution to solving the country's issues and praised many mass shooters. This is very commonly the case with these types. Brenton Tarrant, Patrick Crusius, and Elliot Rodger. Pair said their motive was a race war, mentioning the Turner Diaries, and were sympathetic to white pride and called the white race their religion, despite siding with Christianity. Pair murdered. Now here's where it gets crazy. So in this shooting, they killed a security guard and 2 others before showing a video of themselves committing suicide, which was streamed on a Discord call and was later uploaded online. 75-page manifesto. I haven't looked into it. I wasn't going to show it on stream besides a couple of pages. I also can't verify it, so I don't know. However, here's where this is the last turn in this already insane story. The security guard that they shot. I mean, like, it's not funny this guy got shot. Oh my god, it violated the rules. Okay, I can't find it then. Bill sent this to me earlier. Is it still on Discord? Can I find a screenshot at least of it? Oh shit. Bill, you sent this to me. And you posted it in a group chat, didn't you?
No, it's
This is it. Okay, I can still read it. Right? So, it's a security guard. Wait, will this one have it? Visit the site. This is the tweet that they are quote tweeting.
Okay, so it was a security guard who looked like the soy jack.
He doesn't look like the soy jack.
Exactly.
Yes, the security guard Amin Abdullah, who was killed in a recent attack on the Islamic Center of San Diego, was himself a Muslim extremist with jihadist friends. On Facebook, he glorified the exterminations of Jews by Hitler. They all loved Hitler.
Man, you can say a lot of things about Mossad, but the efficacy can't really be knocked, can it?
I mean, what can I say? You know, Hitler's just a great guy.
He's so popular.
Yeah, everyone loves Hitler.
It's Hitlerian on Hitlerian fucking
difficult
violence.
To paint him as a white supremacist when so many non-whites seem to like
I know,
the guy.
right?
This is why I'm more of a Sternberg fan myself.
The write-up you said about the tweet that was deleted said is mestizos shoot up a mosque, they're soy jack chuds, Muslim shoots back, he's a soy jack chud, mestizos die, Muslim dies, they all loved Hitler.
Who would have thought Hitler would be such a uniting force?
I quote, in person they were mortal enemies, online they were best friends. A modern day Greek tragedy.
It really is. Online,
at the very least, Cypriot.
He does, look at his face too here. He does look like the fucking soy jack.
Dead ass, like 3 soy jacks put together.
Yes, it was. Alright, I'm not gonna have much time to go through UK news. West Streeting has resigned. Chad Keir said to keep the Tommy Tards out. Then the Tommy Tard rally happened, he did say, we've already blocked visas, you know, you're not allowed to come here. Jesus Christ. You want to come here for Tommy's fucking containment rally, whatever, you can't. No, you're not allowed. He blocked a bunch of people from being able to come into the country.
I'm curious how Tyler Oliveira got in then, because he did a little thing with Tommy Robinson for the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I guess it depended on, I don't know how they made those decisions. But the Tommy rally happened, sparking mockery as critics highlight online misinformation claims. This is from a left-wing outlet. This is islamchannel.tv. Do not, what's the difference? However, it is mockable at this point.
Meanwhile, in Birmingham.
Yes. Metro Police said 20 arrests were made during the event, including for public orders offensives. Police shared a video showing officers getting abused and arrests being made for racially aggravated public order offenses. In the video, the person can be heard telling a black officer to go back to your effing homeland, called the other one, well, the other officer is called a P3, okay, a Paki. Footage of a Muslim officer being abused by at a protest was widely shown. Why the fuck is Paki considered a slur? It's so ridiculous.
Paki's whinging about everything.
I think it's more by
it's a very
the kind of
British
people who
thing.
say it.
Yes. Well, I don't see Paki being considered an insult anywhere outside of the UK. So, or not an insult, but not a slur that needs to be blurred out.
I like how Chinaman is a slur.
How is China like a man? You're a man from China.
It's one
You're
of
a
the weirdest
Chinaman.
slurs ever.
I've had
You're
this
Chinaman.
conversation with
Why is
several
that a slur?
Chinamen,
I
by the
prefer
way.
some Celestial.
Yeah, that's way better. That sounds awesome. You're a Celestial?
It's such a deep cut in one because it's reference to the Qing Dynasty and they're really upset about that stuff.
Yeah, but that sounds so cool. I don't know. That's like a positive slur. A Celestial sounds awesome. It sounds like you've got some like ancient magical powers or something. Robinson hoped to replicate the turnout of September March.
For my next trick, I will make these sparrows disappear.
Did Tommy Robinson manage to replicate the turnout of the last march, which drew 100,000 people? But media reports suggest that Saturday's rally was in the tens of thousands indeed. Organizers described the United Kingdom event as a patriotic one, celebrating British culture, Christianity, and national identity. But the rally also saw broader international political influences alongside Union flags and the flags of the UK's constituent nations. Attendees were seen carrying Israeli flags. A lot of them, too. And symbols associated with the Iranian monarchist movement.
There you go.
Yep. Some attendees reportedly wore MAGA hats, an English variation of, or MAGA hats, Make America Great Again. Make England Great Again. Meanwhile, utter containment. Complete and utter containment slop. Complete and utter containment slop. Don't go to the Tommy rally. You're on a list, and you're contained. Ahead of the event, the government banned 11 foreign far-right figures from entering the UK, including anti-Muslim campaigner Valentina Gomez. Online verdict, mockery, and skepticism. According to The Guardian, addressing the crowd, Robinson said, Are you ready for the Battle of Britain 2029? We have an election. We're not asking anyone to go out and fight, but this is the most important moment in our generation. Thomas, of course, supports reform and not restore. Yes, cringe. If we don't message in our next election, if you don't register to vote, you don't get involved, you don't become activists, we're going to lose our country forever.
All I have to say on the matter is, why would anyone want the support of a whoremongering cokehead?
Yeah. I don't care if it's reform, I don't care if it's advanced,
I mean,
or
to
if it's
support
restore.
Trump.
Don't like him either.
Listen to this. I don't care if it's reform, if it's advance, if it's restore, or if it's the Tories. We have to get locally involved in politics. Yes, you should care. These are four very fucking different things. What the fuck?
I deadass forgot advance was a thing.
They're not, by the way. Advance is not a thing. There are things such as Homeland is. Yikes.
I don't care if you support top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right, as long as you get involved in politics.
As long as you get involved in the process that you
Everyone's
you
on bottom for Israel.
So as long as you believe this shit's real, and be sure to support our greatest ally, Israel, then you're all good.
Never forget, it's the English and Jewish Defense League originally.
Yes.
Yeah, he doesn't want to divide the support that he's got, because obviously the Robinson protest does bring in people from Reform, from Restore, from the Conservatives, even though they're dying. Vance is non-existent. And so he's trying to be peaceful, he's not trying to, put his lots in or anything like that, because he just wants to have his support and his money that he can get by doing what he's doing. And he doesn't want to just, bet on the wrong horse. Especially since Reform is replacing the Conservative Party, and Restore is considered racist and far right still. Like, I've been seeing some tweets from Reform supporters being like, I can't believe you're so racist. And it's like, that could be from, literally the Green Party.
Literally nobody cares also about that stuff
Like,
anymore.
yeah, but at the same time, it's still the majority that's at this point in time, since they have replaced the Conservatives. At the local elections, definitely made that apparent. And so, like, he can't actually support Restore if he actually wanted to, which I don't think he would, because he is an Israel shill.
He is an Israel shill. Mr. Yaxley Lennon.
He's just going with the establishment.
So, one thing also regarding the size of the rally is that they reused footage to promote how big it was from the one last year. And it seems that they also have used AI stuff.
Held is over by the big. Well, good evening to you, Vedica.
Good evening, Mark.
This weekend saw tens of thousands of people march in London for two rival protests, a far-right rally organised by the man who calls himself Tommy Robinson, and a pro-Palestine counter-demonstration.
Dude, this is France 24. However, he does call himself Tommy Robinson. His name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon.
Viral images online claim that far-right march had millions of participants, but this goes against the official estimate by London's Metropolitan Police.
We told you when the Tommy March happened last year, that was a pressure release valve. What happened? Now the pressure's been released. They got all their energy out then. They didn't come back out this time. And also because sentiment towards Israel has changed significantly since last summer's rally.
Tell us more.
That's right. Well, waving Union Jacks and carrying Make England Great Again signs, tens of thousands of supporters of far-right activist Tommy Robinson descended on the British capital last Saturday for a rally known as Unite the Kingdom. Now, they called for an end to migration, more Christian values, and said that they wanted to secure a future for British people. Now, along another route was a counter-protest with scores of anti-racism and pro-Palestinian demonstrators, although both of these marches were kept largely separate. But let's go back to Unite the Kingdom. When addressing the crowd there, Tommy Robinson, or as he's known, Stephen Yaxley Lennon, if we use his real name, he said, "We are here in our..."
I do find it insane that they insist on using his real name, and now I insist on using it too, considering his massive support for Israel.
Millions, and he said that protesters were at the biggest events in British history, and this is something
that double-barreled name. I'm not going to let you live that down, Stephen.
That's being claimed by his supporters online as well, who also have taken to social media to say that millions were out to unite the kingdom at that rally. But these claims are misleading because London's Metropolitan Police estimated that the rally drew 60,000 people. That's using helicopter and CCTV.
I think they probably did get over 1 million people, maybe millions, last year. They got 60,000 this year. Change, massive change in all of the winds that these things are blowing in.
Footage, so a far cry less than the millions that are being claimed now. And several of the viral images that are being shared are certainly misleading. They're not authentic, or that they are being shared, Mark, without context to inflate or exaggerate the numbers.
Okay, so some bogus claims, it seems.
There you go. That's the main crux of it. It is all so fucking tiresome with this shit. Oh, sorry, this was the wrong thing. That's in the wrong place. I put the wrong link there. Whatever. This is... Why did that J.D. Vance thing end up in my Britain segment? Not supposed to be there. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh
boy,
my god.
Here we fucking go.
Oh my god. Okay, so...
Oh, that's all I need. A conversation between two black people.
So,
round out my evening.
So Sargon was there, of course. And here is his conversation. Here is a conversation between two British gentlemen, according to some.
Oh, wait. Sargon is just... Oh my god, he's so bad at politics.
He also looks so uncomfortable. Like, he is so uncomfortable in this interaction, whatever. It's very obvious. But this guy's being like, yeah, bro, my fellow black man, right? You're a quarter, right?
Now the last one here is about unity.
An eighth, right? Yeah, he's an octarine, not a quadrant, right?
When the party was launched, straight away a man called Benedict extended his hand and said, "Hey, I wanna merge." And of course, nothing really good materialized.
Like I don't. He's just kind of standing there, be like, He's
clearly not enjoying this this interaction.
No, it's very uncomfortable.
And obviously now it's more like competition. Restore saying things about.
How do I get out of this situation?
Restore, reform is saying things about you guys. So now we basically have these many parties. We got restore.
Don't say the N word. He's trying very hard. He's maintaining his ability to not say it.
Just fighting each other.
That does take a lot of energy and training.
How is Restore planning on uniting these groups, or are you guys just gonna go and find the ones who have not been?
But how is Restore planning on uniting all the disparate right-wing groups? They're not actually that disparate, because Reform is not right-wing, not truly. These
There's always Homeland. They'll unite the right in the same STD clinic.
Yeah, with under the banner of the trans flag with their socks pulled up way high and tight.
Engaging politically to win the next general election.
I mean, I think that's the primary strategy, but ultimately, people have got to decide what it is they want and vote for actually what they want. Too much, too often in this country, we vote for the
because that's what we need. People need to be aware of what they want and then vote for that, because that's what really politicians fucking do when they're in office.
Well, they put out a video about this.
Really?
Just today, Lotus Gears uploaded a video about this, about the statistics, and I'd really like to publish my video that I made on this too. People do not have any idea what they are voting for overwhelmingly. Like maybe about a quarter of the voting, the electorate, or the voting public has a single fucking clue. I don't mean an advanced clue. I mean an idea of what the hell they're voting for and who they're voting for. They just go in and they click the box as the thing that they like, or the person they like. They don't think beyond that. There's 100 years of evidence on this since we started collecting these data. It is so consistent. And you can't educate them, Carl. You can't. They don't care enough. They've got their own shit to worry about. You cannot educate them. They will forget it. They will. You can tell them the information. They'll go, got it, understand. Then you ask them the same question about what you just informed them of 5 minutes later, and their partisanship hijacks their brains, and they go back to believing whatever the fucking shit it was they believed beforehand. Consistent data on this.
And actually, we have an option now that isn't one of the evils.
Right.
So it's time
That is true.
Last one here. Would a black person like myself join? Can I stand for Restore Britain?
I'm not the one in control of anything.
He's like, oh, no, I don't have anything to do with that. Yeah.
I am making no promises.
Can I stand for Restore Britain?
Well, that
Carlin. I'm gonna want a flack for this clip on Twitter because he let the black man touch him, and he says, I'm not. Like, and he says, like, that's not my position to say whether or not you can.
I just think it's funny that he asked him in the first place, can I stand for Restore Britain?
Yeah, and but like I do, because I do see some criticism of Sargon in the chat too, and as Sargon's biggest fangirl right here, his top guy, right? Like I'm going to defend him.
I am going to beat that out of you.
I would have been nervous as fuck in that situation with this
here.
like homeless guy fucking walking up to me and asking if he can join Restore. I would have been like, I would have been way worse in this scenario.
Well, because the thing is, like, he knows he's being recorded.
Yes.
Right.
Yes,
and he knows, like, he lives in Britain. Like, he constantly talks about he's like expecting one day he's going to get a knock on his door. And in fact, already Connor Thomason has.
Yes.
I don't really care for Connor too much, but he's already had to deal with the police a couple times.
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
So like, sorry.
Oh no.
There, he knows he has to be very careful with what he says in this moment, especially with someone as darker than the night sky. Like, he can't be rude. He can't say anything too spicy. He has to be very. He's obviously restraining himself, and he's trying to sidestep and get out of the situation as best as possible.
Yes.
Like, you've got to think the position that he's in. He's not actually saying he agrees that, like, the black man should actually run. He's not swatting the black man touching him away because that would be a hate crime.
No, I agree
Like,
with the
he's
running,
trying to
just
do his
in
best.
very different context.
Yes. I agree as well.
Me too.
I would also feel very
like,
uncomfortable in this situation too, as well. And you do, knowing that you're a public figure in Britain, you got to be very careful with the things you say. And it's an
like, you
uncomfortable
can literally tell with his
situation.
body language and facial action, he's not comfortable in this sentence. He's trying to be composed. He's trying to, and he even talked about on Twitter, because he was getting the flack. The whole entire time he was on guard and trying to be careful with his words. Like, he actually literally said that, because, like, what else is he supposed to do? He's literally basically cornered here.
Yeah, I mean, this is again, I wouldn't do any better. I'd be like, I'd also be very awkward in this kind of situation. So it is a funny clip, but yeah, what is he supposed to do? You got this weirdo guy coming up touching you and stuff. However,
same as anyone else would. Sorry, mate, I don't have any change on me.
Oh my god, though, this was the musical performance.
Oh no, this okay.
At the Tommy
those of
rally.
you who are
Protect
fans
your
of music.
ears.
And you never walk alone. Come on!
Liverpool fans out just going, wow, things did get worse.
I can see Jesus Christ.
Lift up! Come on!
Tommy's trying to
Walk
escape.
I'm getting out of here. I'm getting fucking. I'm getting
Oh my god!
Jesus
Oh my
fucking
god!
Christ.
Look at this gammon creature. What the fuck? That's not. That guy's. That's a Slav.
guy-
bro.
okay,
that is a Slav. That's not an Anglo. Is it?
No, that's like.
This is gonna be a strange reference.
That's a Balkan.
That is the guy. That is the guy who kidnaps you in Jedi Academy. If you play
Did you
Jedi
wear
Academy,
the kebab shop?
No. Yeah, fucking there's Midnight Eyes for you, Jesus.
That is a hardcore case of the Innsmouth look for someone who's probably a Bosniak.
Wait, the chat. What are you? What's up? No, sorry. I don't hate the chat. Oh, because I'm torturing you with this. I'm sorry. Bro, have you got to see this? This absolute state of the Unite the Kingdom rally.
Maybe auto-tune's okay. Maybe auto-tune's okay.
Maybe auto-tune had a point. I don't know.
Couldn't we have just let the fucking AI sing this for him? Like, no, like, do something. Like, with
Oh my god, look at him!
In your heart.
Okay. Was our chap in the Union Jack flag fit?
Yeah.
Was his intention to look like the lead singer of the Lost Prophets who got knifed in prison because he was a nonce?
I mean, he does that with that. Like, I can't talk too much shit. I got my shit all bleached too, but like.
That guy's Norwooding pretty hard to be having a haircut like that. And I say that as someone who's on the receiving end of the Reaper's fucking aggression.
No, he doesn't like dank. Oh, a little, I guess. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it looks like a gay version of Dankula.
Yeah, a gay, metrosexual version of Dankula.
What's that lefty bloke who dresses like an 80s drug dealer?
Oh, I don't know.
It's gonna bug me.
That's not down at all.
That's the exact haircut.
Oh.
To agree with him once, it was a big sticking point.
Oh my.
It's just like multi-racial, To be fair, it is a perfect metaphor for this entire fucking rally.
This dysgenic, like, no thoughts, completely empty. His head is full of cement. Like,
the face of someone who's tried to shag a potato.
I think no thoughts is a bit too mean. He looks like he's in pain right now. He looks like he's suffering.
So am I.
Why am I
If only you knew how bad things really were.
La Creatura, indeed.
I walked all the way from Chernobyl for this.
They zoomed in on his fucking lips. Don't lick him now.
Don't dry ass lips out there. We finally found it. We found El Exterminado de la Luz.
El Exterminado de la Luz.
This legit looks like a rock skin.
It does. Oh my god.
Like how? Okay,
cut it.
Why is the lead singer like this? He looks like a Super Saiyan, like Muslim rapist. He doesn't look like he's British at all. Like, what the fuck is going on? Why are there black people everywhere? Like, I have so many questions. None of them are being answered.
I can't believe so they must have supposed to be auto-tuned or something, because Tommy is coming to me like, no, cut, stop. Oh my god, this is not good.
That is what he's cutting there is the sound of his grift drying up.
Oh my.
No, take it in, folks. Observe.
Yeah, observe.
The one time Tommy Robinson has done a good deed.
What, exposing his own grift? Yeah.
From stopping this shit. Even he's like, nah, no more.
Yeah, cut it. What? No more.
Really,
nope.
just cut it.
Yeah.
Oh
What?
no.
This is like a fucking Northern Boys music video.
Oh my god. That ending was almost worth it. Like, just that.
To see a sequel to come and see, but here we are, and it's just as fucking great, as grim and grief-inducing as the original.
Oh, here you go. Here's some more cringe. Here's Nadine Doris of the
Oh
of
no,
Reform.
no, come on,
You
now
ready to
you
hear
can't
some
back
fat
to back
beats?
these.
You ready to hear
I'm
her
gonna
drop
fucking-
some fire
I'm gonna cut my head off the
bars?
screen, I swear.
This is how we're improving
I'm
online
disavowing.
safety.
I'm-
The UK is passing some new legislation to make the internet safer for the younger generation. It's effectively a framework to protect internet users from scams, illegal content, and anonymous abusers. It will force
I'm
big
not
tech to stop their
unmuting
terms
it. I
being
ain't fucking
breached and
participating.
puts in measures to defend free speech. But is it true it will impact freedom of expression? No, we put in legal protections in the 19th section. Another thing we're doing to the laws we're passing is tackling online crime and cyber flashing. If companies fail to comply with the law, fail to protect the users that they're responsible for,
Does it make you want to vote for Reform?
the regulator Ofcom will have the power to fine, so platforms must keep people safe
Political power.
No, look at what they do with it.
No.
online.
Yeah, seriously, just ban women.
She dropped the
Appeal the
mic.
19th.
Based.
We don't even have that over here. Oh my god. There's your Conservative Party, sire.
Whatever it is that allow women to vote in England, mistake.
Indeed. So
After careful consideration, I'm converting to Islam.
Look at the just hurling of the insults that they threw at base Chad, 1,000-year
No,
Reich.
I'm sandbagging this.
1,000-year Reich. They're all yelling at him. But he's unfazed. He's unshakable.
Yes, because he has no upper brain function.
Because he's a robot. Yeah, and he has no upper brain function. That's what makes him a perfect part of the machine. Time to resign, Prime Minister? I don't think so. Welcome to the 1,000-year Reich, motherfucker. He is totally unfazed. He's unfazable.
Having his chauffeur look quite so much like Edwina Clunk or whatever her name was a really nice touch.
He was asked, gonna resign? You gonna resign?
MP backers and challenges for leadership. Will you fight them?
Well, we're not at that position, Chris, but I've said I don't know how many times that I'm not going to walk away. I feel very strongly that
He's not. He can't be rumbled. You can't get rid of him.
People who voted me into office. Do I recognise that we've got a...
Real quick, Guardian Dark Angel for 10 says, YouTube unsubscribed me recently. Spoon, I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry about that. YouTube's great, as I've been experiencing a lot of recently. I have a question that's too long to ask, but I'm sending support. Thank you. Question is about Europe not having been paying their weight towards NATO, though. Hopefully, you can get in contact with Spoon. Do you have open? Well, at least your DMs are open on the back end, so you can see if people send you DMs, right, Spoon?
Where is he sending me a question?
Guardian Dark Angel, let me know in the chat where you're going to send that to, so Spoon can make sure to check it.
The concern is regarding NATO contributions.
Yes. And Jacoda for 10 says, Bill and Spoon's drinking fun for having to deal with Hayden. What did I do this time? Anyway.
You know what you did.
I don't.
turn things around after those.
After those two last segments, that you getting unsubscribed, chat.
And obviously, a lot of people in the Labour Party have been talking about what has to happen next. I recognise that, but it is really important, I think, for me at least.
Shall I summarize? He's not fucking leaving. He's not resigning. He's not resigning. You're gonna have to deal with this till at least 2029.
Keir Starmer is the kind of person that if once the IT techs come back to him about the very questionable looking matters on his hard drive, his exact response is,
with his rent boys, yeah. I did like this tweet just saying, "What's going on with the British, bro? This is what's going on." I don't know if the music's gonna get us fucked. You get the idea.
He's managed. Only Keir could make Hugo Boss look like a traffic warden's uniform.
Oh God, he does.
Yeah.
He looks like that fucker from Threads.
What's going on with the British, bro?
It's impossible to look less dignified than Charlie Chaplin's version.
A lot of this. Wow, it's great. 1,000 Reich. Let's go.
No, I'm sandbagging it.
Also, speaking of the 1,000 Reich, go watch Morgoth's video on the 1,000 Reich. I think he explains a lot of it as in terms of Keir Starmer has done more to destroy the Labour Party than any conservative could ever possibly imagine. At least a Tory, you know what I mean? That's why we have a conservative in that state, not the broad term. Than any Tory could ever possibly hope to have achieved. He has destroyed the Labour Party so thoroughly. Quite based. And also A's coverage on it was very good as well for more detailed stuff. But it's getting quite late for us. So I think we're going to head out for the evening. Thank you all so much for all of your donations and for hanging out with us. And thank you, Amalgamite, for joining us tonight. Anything you guys want to say before we head out?
I just
don't jump at it. All right. Anything you want to plug? Anything you want to shill? You know, no, I don't know. Nothing? All right.
Trying to think. It's difficult.
Sword fun's been reached. Alrighty then.
Sword fun and apparently whiskey one.
Whiskey fund. We'll have to figure out what we want for the whiskey fund. That's just an ongoing fund, I think. Alright, guys. Thank you all so much for stopping by, and we'll see you all next week. I'll see you on Sunday on Star Sybil, and hopefully, if I can get my fucking channel back, you'll have a video from me on the main channel and a video from me on the science channel within the next